is the president, and as Americans, you should do your patriotic duty and respect the office. Now, I think that is I do believe that is a interesting way to come at it. I don't think that that is crazy to suggest that all Americans, should respect the office of president. So start with the live in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Wow, I don't know what's wrong with the color hue on TikTok. For some reason, I don't know why TikTok does this, but the video on YouTube horizontal and YouTube vertical are fine, but my TikTok looks awful. Anyway, we're gonna go with what we got though. Um, Asking that question, this is going to be a more of an abbreviated show. I'm asking this one question because I got into a spat, so to speak. Got into a little bit of a conversation, and it was with MAGA. I always enjoy talking to MAGA. You know what I always see on the program. Got me in my damn robe, if you may. So I know somebody's going to comment on what the hell is he wearing. Well, I was laying around the house watching Deion Sanders get killed by was it Baylor? So I'm watching that game. I'm watching the Chicago Bulls beat the Milwaukee Bucks, but um, nevertheless, I was talking online as well, and I had someone, a Trump supporter, someone that is indeed MAGA, tell me the Democrats are wrong because the Democrats, if they are, I won't say as patriots, but if they want to refer to themselves as patriots, the Democrats should exercise their patriotic duty and respect the office of president. They should try to work with Trump wherever available. After all, this is what folks would suggest that an American citizen would do. They would want to root for their commander in chief to succeed, no matter who that person is. So we're certainly going to talk about it from that level. I'm trying to make sure everything is copacetic here on TikTok. I don't know why TikTok is acting funny tonight, but I want to ask you folks that, and particularly my MAGA side of the aisle. You know how I run the program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. I have been MAGA friendly since day one. We've been doing this for a few years now. We have always been MAGA friendly. We always will remain MAGA friendly. We're always about free speech. So I do want to hear from the MAGA side of the aisle as well. Do you believe the Democrats, as citizens of this great nation, should respect the president, respect the office of president? Now, some folks are going to say yes, others going to say no. We're going to talk about why. Now, why? First of all, I guess the question would be, a lot of folks are wondering, why the hell are you even asking this question? Why the hell would you even be asking, should the Democrats respect the office of president? Well, I'm going to go right into a couple recent messages. If I can get my device going here before we start taking calls. Couple messages that came directly from President-elect Donald Trump, our next president coming up. One being, God damn it, like everything I had up don't just disappear. One being the message he sent out on Thanksgiving. Now, the message he sent out on Thanksgiving, if I can bring it up momentarily, I think all of you may have heard it by now, but just in case you have not, President Trump took to the internet on his Truth Social account, and on Thanksgiving Day, here is his message. Happy Thanksgiving to all, including the radical. Happy Thanksgiving to all, including to the radical left lunatics who have worked so hard to destroy our country, but who have miserably failed and will always fail. Wow. Because their ideas and policies are so hopelessly bad that the great people of our nation just gave a landslide victory to those who want to make America great again. Don't worry, our country will soon be respected, productive, fair, and strong, and you will be more than ever before proud to be an American. Now, breaking down his message, because a hell of a lot of folks, a lot of my beloved MAGA say, well, I didn't see nothing wrong with that. He's telling the truth. A lot of folks feel like his message on Thanksgiving Day was factual and they see no problem with it at all. Well, I'm going to break down some of it. Okay, first of all, happy Thanksgiving to all. There's no problem with that, including the radical left lunatics. We can talk about what that is, who is represented when he says, I mean, is he talking about Pelosi? Is he talking about all of California? Who knows what he's talking about? But he stated that the radical left lunatics have worked so hard to destroy our country. We'd have to get to the notion of what does he mean by destroying America? I mean, is America, I mean, Biden has just completed his fourth year. Do you see America right now in its current state as being near destruction? We can talk about it. Do you see America right now as being on the brink of being destroyed? He also said, but not only did they try to destroy the country, but they have failed miserably and will always fail. Now, he's telling you that the Democrats will always be a failure. Remember, we're asking the question, should the Democrats respect the office and get behind and try to work with Trump to help him succeed? He's saying the Democrats will always be a failure because their ideas and policies are so hopelessly bad that the great people of our nation just gave a landslide victory. Now, his message on Christmas is even worse than this. We'll get into it. So looking in the comments, and I see in the comments already, I don't have my spectacles, do I? The names always appear small. Science Menendera, so I just got a bunch of clown emojis. Listen, my skin is as thick as an alligator without any lotion. So understand, you can be critical of the host, you can be critical of anybody on this damn program. I believe in free speech. I don't block, ban, or censor, but if you're gonna send clown emojis with no information, elaborate. If you want to call the host a clown, damn it, call the host a clown. But add some shit to your message. Put some meat on the bread. Just a bunch of emojis make you look like a fucking second grader. Add some shit to your comment. Then we can maybe tackle it. For all we know, you might be right, damn it. But add some shit other than an emoji. Let me know that you know how to do more than color with crayons. Anyhow, continuing on with the program. Remember, the name Trump needed a general to hold his hand down like a little toddler. Trump is so strong. Well, he also has a video of him drinking water with two hands. Let me go to the box. Should the Democrats respect President Trump, try to work with him, help him deliver his agenda on America? Good evening. That says Bulldog, good evening.
What's going on, man? It's been a minute. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you back on. So what do you think? The Democrats are not respecting the office, says President Trump. Should the Democrats make an about face and honor the office of president?
They didn't do it when Biden was in office. The Republicans didn't honor the office. All they did was criticize and criticize. They didn't reach out, try to make anything better. But two wrongs don't make a right. True. I think if we really focusing on America, I think we should reach out. If we all got the same common cause, all that bickering.
What do you mean give me your definition. What do you mean by reach out?
I think we all want to provide better school system. I think we all want to have better jobs. I think we all want to have a better way of living. I think we want to improve our neighborhoods. That's what I mean when I say reach out. All that other stuff is hogwash, man.
But here's the issue, though, because I hear your point about reaching out and, we want to have better schools and things like that, and I certainly agree with you 100%. But when he states that the Democrats fail miserably and they always will fail because their policies and ideas are hopelessly bad, what are you going to reach out and ask him to do? He doesn't think anything you want to do is worthy of investigating. He believes everything you're talking about is a bad policy and you're going to fail always.
Yeah, but you not reaching out proves him wrong. Proves him right.
What do you mean?
If I say you're not gonna go, if I say me and you going someplace and I say, man, you're not gonna come to my house. You're never gonna come to my house. All you're gonna do is talk about it, but you never show up.
No, he didn't say. No, he ain't saying you ain't gonna come to my house. He's saying you ain't shit, or saying when you do come to my house, you just coming here to steal shit. He's saying that even if you do show up, your policies are hopelessly bad and you gonna fail anyway.
Yeah, but I still would show up.
Mm.
Because he's the greatest side show puppet master in the world.
You say
So
he's
I will still show up.
you still show okay. And do
Yeah,
you would you expect the possibility that maybe if you showed up, he would actually work with you?
yeah, but I think Trump like people who strong. I don't think he like people who really cower to him. I think he likes somebody who shows some grit. I mean, even though to me he wants people to kiss his ass, but I think he respects people who don't kiss his ass in a certain way.
Well, one could say that Mike Pence on January 6th was strong. He didn't kiss his ass. He showed up, and look what happened to him.
Yeah, but Mike Pence ain't hurting for nothing right now, so he's not running for nothing
Mike Pence
right now.
can barely walk down the damn street. I mean, MAGA wouldn't even let him walk down the street.
Yeah. All this stuff is just nonsense, bull crap for the real stuff. They throw stuff out there to get you distracted and hide all the truth.
I
So
don't,
the
I don't,
question is,
I don't doubt that.
yeah,
So you do believe if a Democrat tries to work with Trump, shows strength, shows that they are confident, he'll be willing to listen to
I think so. Yeah,
him.
because it deflects what he's trying to say that they are. And
Wow.
it downplays the version of what you think people really are. If you say we're stupid, well, here I am having a conversation with you, a civil conversation with you, then I'm not too stupid.
Yeah. I mean, well, I don't disagree with that, but I kind of wonder if you have a conversation with Trump and you come with confidence and show strength, but at the end of the day, he still disagrees with what you're saying. Would he not possibly get online later after that conversation and still ridicule you anyway?
Yeah, because he's childish like that. People like that.
Wow.
People love that. People love the greatest show on earth, and that's his childish rhetoric. That's what he
Hmm.
does.
Well,
So
if people love it so much, why the hell didn't he get reelected this in 2020?
the same reason why he cried when he lost.
What?
Because he's the greatest show, man. He wants to be the all it to everybody. You know, people walk around here looking for these false gods, these false politicians that gonna come and save us. Politicians ain't gonna save us. We're gonna have to save each other.
Wait. You
We gonna
said
have to save
people people go around looking for false gods. Are you
Yeah.
suggesting that some of Trump's supporters see him as a god?
Majority of them do.
Give me some
There's
elaborate on that. What do
videos.
you mean by that?
There, there's videos of people saying, "My Lord and Savior Trump." Trump is my Lord, and yeah, it is. So you look at it, look it up, bro. Look it up. There are people that say Trump is my Lord and Savior. I have to laugh sometimes, man. These people actually think that this guy is the Messiah and he's going to unite the country. How do you unite? If you look at TikTok, how can he unite the country with all the fighting that we're doing? All
Wow.
the backstabbing that we're doing, all the name calling that we're doing, or are we labeling somebody as being ignorant because they have different values than we have with each other? How can he unite the country?
But
Explain that to me.
is it possible that maybe the country is in disarray and Trump is trying to unite us and we just won't come together?
There's a possibility. I think that some of us can't look past the fact that his name is Trump. Like, I don't hate the man. I don't hate the man. I don't even know the man. But if you listen to some of the people here, they talk like they hang out with that man at his house. They drinking buddies. It's crazy. But
Why? But
you
when you
know,
said some people just hate the guy because his name is Trump, why do you
yeah.
think? When Trump was an actor and a celebrity and just a real estate mogul, there wasn't a lot of people that hated him. At least not publicly. Why do you think people hate him so much now?
The media.
The media is making people hate Trump.
I think the media portrays what they want. Listen, this country is based on fear and hatred. Those are the two most popular things that you see on the news today. Anything positive maybe lasts a week. Anything negative lasts 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. So people love controversy. They don't want to know the truth. They
So
don't
let
want
me
to see the
let me ask you.
positive.
Let's say, for instance, the media was not really around. Do you think people would still hate Trump?
I don't think so because social media is the devil, man. At times,
Okay, now you talking about
you have
now.
all
Now
kind of
there's a
people with all
difference
kind of
between.
evil
So
on
you're
stuff.
not talking about media like MSNBC and CNN. You're talking about social media.
I'm talking about social media, but I'm talking about MASC and Fox News too because they always play one side against the other.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
always play one side against the other, all
So
day, every day.
and so without the media, there would not be a lot of hatred for Trump.
It would not be because people couldn't express themselves and stuff like that in that kind of way. How would they get out? How did all this information get out? You have a lot of false information presented on these platforms and stuff that people just make up and throw out there and stuff like that. Yeah. So
Now, the thing I find interesting about that is, well, first of all, people don't often credit this to Trump, but Trump is the media indeed himself. I mean, he owns a huge media outlet. In fact, Truth Social is media. And people don't often, because people say, well, the media got y'all brainwashed. Every time Trump gets online and tweets something out on the old site known as Twitter, or goes on X, or goes on Truth Social, he is the media. He is no different than MSNBC, Fox News. He too is the media. Like if he get online, because you mentioned Fox and CNN or MSNBC can be divisive and say things that might be false and create. When he gets on social media and says, "Well, Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs," he is essentially doing the exact same thing. Would you?
and you know what? If you have people looking for that, you have people looking for that. People looking for that message because
Right?
it gives them a point of value to say, "See, I told you he was right," but they don't do no research.
Yeah.
They don't do a background check on the information. They just take that information and run with it.
So in
Like
other
the
words,
lady
he
said,
too. So in other words, he too is brainwashing people.
yeah, he's spreading false narratives because that gets on people's heart. That get people excited. I tell you, hatred and anger gets people revved up. Like when they
Yeah.
tell the lie, said the lady, they said the Haitians were coming over here eating dogs. First of all, the lady that said that was an American citizen. She was not Haitian. But what did they do? They turned it from an American sister, a lady who was mental. She was
Yeah.
mental. And now they want to portray that as that the Haitian people eating dogs. But it
Hey,
wasn't. It was
you.
just one lady who was mental who made a comment about eating cats and dogs. They
Yeah.
had no proof of it.
Yeah, and the person they put out there was not even Haitian or in Springfield, Ohio either. When the police approached her, that person was wasn't even in the same county. It was in a whole different part
That's
of
what I'm
Ohio.
saying. That's what I'm
So,
saying. But people want to. That was the excuse people need. Look at the Haitians. Look at the Haitians. Trump said all the Haitians were eating dogs. And that's, come on, man. You take a false narrative without doing an investigation and just spreading it because that's what people want to do.
but so let me ask you though. So you said even though he may do some things that's divisive, you still would reach out. Let me ask you: if you were a Haitian migrant living in Springfield, would you be willing to reach out?
Probably not, man.
Okay. So there is a limit then.
I'm not Haitian, so I can't really
All
speak for
right,
him.
all
Probably
right.
not.
Okay, so in
You
other
know what I'm
words,
saying?
you'd reach out, but if he said some wrong shit about your ass, then maybe not.
Nah, ain't no maybe not. No.
Okay. All right, and that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I've said this to a lot of my MAGA viewers is that, they say you should vote on Trump based on policies, vote based on what he does, not what he says. And I often say the same thing is that it's a lot easier to ignore somebody's insults when they're not aimed at you. Like you just mentioned, I would reach out, but shit, if he starts talking about me, then probably not. And I always say the same thing to MAGAs, like, if you had Obama, Biden, or any other liberal in the office of president, and they were doing the same policies as Trump, giving you the same economy as Trump, defending your 2A rights and everything, but they were constantly insulting Christians and gun owners, they wouldn't ignore that. I mean, you're not going to ignore
and, they,
insults that are aimed at you.
and they wouldn't reach out. You're right.
Right. So,
And you're right. But we don't see that.
no,
We
no,
still,
they don't see
we
it,
still,
but I think they
yeah,
do see it. They just don't want to admit it.
yeah, we still looking at this left-right bullcrap. That they give me the leftists and the right and all that other stuff. It's not left and right. It's people. It's people who want something. A lot of us want the same thing. We just want it in a different way.
All right, fair enough. Well, I do got to move it on, so I'm going to put you down as you will be reaching out and working with Trump. You're rooting
Yeah,
for success.
right.
All
I
right.
think if we want the country to be first, we got to put aside our pettiness and think about what's really best for us
All
if
right.
we really want to grow.
Fair enough.
That's just my opinion. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Bulldog. Thank you.
All right.
All right, moving on with the program. And I got to assume there are many folks who probably did not support Trump that feels just like my last caller is that, for the sake of this great nation, for the sake of success for all of us, we got to put aside the pettiness and root for the success, root for Trump's success. Because at the end of the day, if he fails, I mean, we all fail, right? I mean, he doesn't fail alone. If Trump gets in there and he's not able to succeed as president, we all could fail. So it does make sense. But what I want to do before I go to my next caller, and I see in the comments, Democrats must respect President Trump. That's rich. But what about let's go, Brandon? That is an excellent comeback, Michelle. That is an excellent comeback. And let me make something clear. When I asked should the Democrats respect President Trump, I'm not even going to, for a second, pretend like Trump was respectable to Biden or Obama. I'm just simply saying, should the Democrats avoid doing what Trump has done? I mean, we all know Trump was incredibly disrespectful to Obama and Biden. Trump often says they never gave me a chance from day one. He never gave Obama or Biden a chance from day one either. I think MAGA just kind of ignores that because they were okay with chastising and ridiculing the hell out of Obama and Biden. But they wanted people to give Trump a chance from day one. But no, Trump clearly no, he never gave either one of his adversaries a chance from day one. And of course, he was talking about locking up Hillary Clinton. So it's pretty clear if she had a won, he wasn't going to give her a chance from day one either. So, I mean, while I'm asking, should we give Trump a chance from day one, I'm not going to deny that I do believe in karma. And you know, when you're making enemies, it can come home to roost. Now, what I want to do before I go to the box in regards to this stuff is I read you the Thanksgiving message. Here is the Christmas message. You notice on the screen how fucking big that is? All of that is what Trump got on social media on Christmas Day. You heard me talk about the left wing lunatics and how they're going to be failures and their policies are hopelessly bad. That was what he sent out on Thanksgiving. Well, here's Christmas. Merry Christmas to all, including the wonderful soldiers of China who are lovingly but illegally operating the Panama Canal, where we lost 38,000 people in its building 110 years ago. Wow. Always making certain that the United States puts in billions of dollars in repair money, but will have absolutely nothing to say about anything. I think that may work out well for Trump. I'll talk about that in a minute. But continuing on, also the Governor Justin Trudeau of Canada, whose citizens' taxes are far too high. Why are we meddling in the tax structure of the Canadian government? Anyway, he says that the taxes imposed on Canadian citizens are too high. But if Canada was to become our 51st state, their taxes will be cut by more than 60%. Wow. You know why their taxes will be cut by more than 60%? Because they would lose all those social policies, those social programs they get, like universal health care. They wouldn't get any of that shit anymore. So yeah, it's easier to lower your taxes than not giving you any protection. That's why it would be cut by 60%. But continuing on, their businesses would immediately double in size and they would be militarily protected like no other country anywhere in the world. I think Israel would have a problem with that statement. Anyhow, likewise to the people of Greenland, which is needed by the United States for national security purposes, and who want the U.S. to be there, and we will. I haven't heard any inkling of a statement from anybody in Greenland saying they want the United States to be there. So I don't know where he's getting that from. But he continues on. It says, page 2. Merry Christmas to the radical left lunatics who are constantly trying to obstruct our court system and our elections and are always going after the great citizens and patriots of the United States. But in particular, their political opponent, me. They know that their only chance of survival is getting pardons from a man who has absolutely no idea what he is doing. Also, to the 37 most violent criminals who killed, raped, and plundered like virtually no one before them, but were just given incredibly a pardon by Sleepy Joe Biden, I refuse to wish a Merry Christmas to those lucky souls, but instead will say, go to hell. Wow. We had the greatest election in the history of our country. A bright light is now shining over the USA, and in 26 days, we will make America great again. That is a message for unity up your ass. Okay, look at it. I mean, that is what he sent out on Christmas Day. Wow. Good luck repping. Good work repping the other side. Bam Gold. I appreciate that. I like to see things from both sides, so I don't just favor one side or the other. I mean, there's policies. Obviously, I lean left socially, but I can see plenty of issues on the side of Trump where I also favor. So you'll hear me coming from both sides. Thank you for acknowledging it and that super chat. Wow, Lewis. Got to put on my spectacles. Thank you for the support, the super chat. Wow, thank you, Louis DeJarden. Says, what do you think about Elon versus MAGA drama, the global tech hiring versus America first contradiction? There's always going to be contradictions surrounding Trump, Lewis. However, I will say that Trump is not president yet. Elon Musk is not currently the head of the Department of Global or Government Efficiency. The Department of Government Efficiency is not even a actual department just yet until Trump. So I will say this in defense of the oncoming Trump administration. Some of the claims about how Elon and Trump are not getting along is Democrats trying to stoke division in that administration. Now, I'm not going to go so far as to say that it may not happen. There is certainly a possibility that Trump may have a falling out. I mean, after all, his turnover rate in his first term was incredible. So there is a possibility that Trump and Elon may have a falling out. But right now, I think a lot of that is the Democrats trying to stoke division among those two. So we'll see what happens. But Elon is making statements, pseudo threats to other members of Congress and shit like that that should go above what a head of a Department of Government Efficiency should be doing. I mean, he's talking about funding primaries against other congressmen and shit like that. Yeah, that's going to cause some issues in the party. That could, I mean, you could end up having people start, you could end up having Republicans having an issue with Trump if Trump lets that keep going on. I mean, Elon Musk is literally talking about buying people into politics. He shouldn't be able to do that, but I think legally he can. Anyhow, looking in the comments, stay left. That's the good side, says Bam Go. It depends on who you are. You're saying to stay on the left side of the aisle, that's the good side. There's good on the left, but there is also some bad. There is also some bad. I mean, I've seen things like, they've had to pass laws to make it actually a crime, a significant crime if you get caught shoplifting. The left has been kind of soft on crime in ways that has not helped. I could come up with some issues with the left as well. The left isn't perfect, but I understand your point. Going to the box, Democrats just need to sit back and let them fight. That's not going to happen, Alan, because they're making policies that are hurting Democrats. Pro-life policies, forcing kids in school to read Bibles. They're obviously anti-trans. I mean, they're doing things that are hurting the Democrats. They're not just going to sit back and watch that in hopes that the Republicans will fail. They're doing things to affect people's lives. Let me go to the box. King Finn. Good evening, King. Welcome to the program. Should Democrats... Go ahead.
Good. No, I want to hear the question you was going to ask.
Okay. Should Democrats respect the office? At the end of the day, it is the president of the United States, regardless if you like the man or not. Should Democrats reach out in hopes of Trump succeeding and actually work towards helping him make America great?
Historically, yes, we should. Unfortunately, the problem with that whole idea is, in order for us to be able to reach out, there has to be something there for us to reach toward.
Explain.
No other time, no other history, no other president has ever been as divisive, as ununifying, as belligerent, as disgusting, as so many, negative words that you can bring for Trump.
That's an interesting.
President has been that.
You obviously are not the only one that said that. I've had dozens of guests say that. But what's interesting about that, referring to Trump as one of the most divisive presidents ever, is that we went through slavery and Jim Crow and all of that, and he is allegedly more divisive than all of them guys too.
Hell yeah!
God,
because he want to take us back. What does a make America great again mean to you? Because I ain't never seen America be great, quote unquote great. It ain't never been great for me.
Yeah.
Ain't never been great for people like me. Ain't never been great for folk, my ancestors, none of them. So for you to tell me that I'm gonna make America great, and then the next word coming out your mouth is I'm gonna have the largest mass deportation ever seen in history, that don't sound like making America great to me. That sound like we finna go back to saying massa and sir.
You don't really think that President Trump is trying to roll back the freedoms that have been gained by black people, do you?
Hey, who you think finna be picking that cotton? Because Mexican people ain't here. Who you think finna be picking them tomatoes, them strawberries, them onions, the potatoes? Because Mexican people ain't gonna be here. Remember, he said he finna do the largest massive deportation ever seen in American history. Who you think finna be picking that shit?
But do you think that he will successfully be able to do that? Even a lot of right-wing farmers and business owners are against deporting the people that are doing those menial jobs you're talking about.
Hell, Elon Musk is against it too, but guess what? That's what he's saying. I don't care whatever you want to put in front of that. You can say whatever you want to put in front of that, but that's what that man is promising to do. Yeah. That's what he ran on. There's nothing that you can tell me that's saying that that's not what he gonna do if that's what he been running on. He been running on it, and 50% of the country said that's what the hell they want.
Yeah, I can't argue with you because I own that point. Cause I've been, that was my reason. That was my deal breaker with Trump is that he was talking about giving police immunity from prosecution, and people were constantly saying, "Well, he's not going to do that." And I was saying the same thing you're saying is that you can't fault a voter or another American constituent for holding somebody accountable for what they're saying they're going to do. I mean, it's not up to the voter to determine what he is going to do and what he's not. If you're promising to do something, you can't fault the voter for holding you accountable to your own words. So
if I walk into a bank right now and say I got a bomb and I want to rob the bank, what you think finna happen?
They're going to treat you like you got a bomb and you going to rob the bank.
They're going to treat me like I got a motherfucking bomb.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. So I'm sorry. What you say does matter. I say he's divisive because he is. Everything he's talked about since he walked down that fucked up escalator and damn near fell down with Melania was stinking little ass. Sound.
That escalator wasn't that escalator made of gold? Back. Wait a minute. Wasn't that a gold escalator? Why you say it was fucked up? That was a gold escalator, wasn't it?
What does it matter? They got gold in Africa. Didn't he call it a shithole country?
Yeah.
They picked diamonds out of Africa. Didn't he call Africa a shithole country?
So well, I don't think. Elon Musk is from Africa. I don't think he meant every country in Africa is a shithole. I mean, I don't think he meant the whole continent, did he?
Hey, that's what he said, right? Again, if I say I got a bomb, what's gonna happen?
They're gonna call the bomb squad.
Saying,
yeah, I can't
use the same terminology, the same shit he said, and that whole thing about ain't no division in between Elania and Trump. Yeah, it is.
What you call him?
It is.
What you call him?
Elania Trump. Elania and Trump. I'm not gonna call him Elon because I don't really believe that man's a man. I think that's a woman, but that's just me. Okay, I'm not sure.
Don't Elon have like a bunch of kids?
Hey man, look, what does that matter? He got a truck that that's supposed to look like a truck too, don't he? But it looked like it looked like a 5-year-old's damn car, a 5-year-old's
You know what that what is that truck called? What is that thing called? Anyway,
the Cybertruck.
Yeah, the Cybertruck. It looks like somebody's idea of a futuristic vehicle in the 1980s. It looked like in the 1980s if you told somebody to create a futuristic vehicle, that's what it. Now it doesn't look futuristic in 2024, but it looked like something that would be futuristic in the 1980s.
And I see your people in the comments talking about I got Trump derangement system syndrome. Yeah, I do. Because these last 8 years and these next 4 finna take me out the damn game. I've been done.
Take you out
to move to Canada. And wait, now that we on that subject, because I heard you talk about that shit earlier too. Okay, so wait a minute. I'm confused. We don't have enough money to feed and clothe and get homes to the homeless people in America. We don't have enough money to give our veterans health care who fought in other places and other damn services and other wars, health care. But he wants to buy Greenland and Canada.
Well, he's talking
places that are not for sale. They are not for sale. Are you fucking shitting me right now? This is the shit that's coming out, and y'all still want to follow him?
But he's talking about it's for a
But I
matter
got
of
Trump
national
brain
security,
specific.
though.
National security? What national security? What's national security about that?
Well, I can
The
tell
people
you
in Canada
that.
been doing their own thing for the longest.
Well, he's not talking about Greenland as a danger. He's suggesting that Greenland will put us a lot closer to our adversaries and maybe give us a tactical advantage.
For where?
Europe, Russia, China. I mean, it's closer to all of that
No,
shit.
don't lie now. You know he down with Daddy Putin. Come on now. You know he down with Daddy Putin.
I don't think that's
I
the
don't know why
case
you
anymore.
lying.
Once they put, hold
I
on.
don't know.
Once they put Melania Trump on state TV in various positions, I don't think their relationship is as strong as people thought it was.
Wait, she back on TV in various positions. Which one?
Well, this is this has been a few this has been a few months ago. This has been a few months ago, but you're crazy ass.
Shit.
You're crazy. I hear you, but he put Melania Trump on television a few months ago, and really, her old photos where she was modeling, halfway nude and shit. He put that on TV. So I don't think
So
their relationship ain't that
so they
great.
ain't put the ones where she. So they ain't put the ones where she was fully nude on TV, huh?
I don't know. I don't know. I know they were bad though. They weren't made to be flattering.
I bet they weren't.
All right then. So they
I'm betting damn well they weren't. Name another first lady that's got new pics out.
none.
Exactly. So fuck what you talking about. Oh, also, let's go here. Barron is an anchor baby.
Well, his dad is an American.
Nope, Barron is an anchor baby. By Trump's process, his own words, Barron is an anchor baby. His mama is not an American citizen. His daddy might be. Mama's maybe. Mama's what's the saying?
Something like that. Daddy's maybe or something. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
Exactly. So Barron's an anchor baby.
Wait, hold on. Is that how he's defining it? That if an American man gets a foreign woman pregnant and she has that baby in America, that man's child is not going to be a U.S. citizen?
No. He's saying a baby that is born in parents who are not of American descent are anchor babies. So it doesn't matter. He's saying either or. If that is the case, Barron's a fucking anchor baby. Period. Point blank.
I don't think he means it that way, King. I think he said if both parents are not.
Hey, what do it matter? Because if one of them is both, that don't make a difference. And he's trying to get rid of birthright citizenship. If that's the case, he's a fucking anchor baby.
If what you're saying is true, it is, but I don't think what you're saying is true. I think he means both parents have to be foreigners. Not if one of those parents is foreigners, if one of those parents is an American citizen, I don't think he's talking about in that case.
Hey, possibly not. I'm just saying the shit's come out of his motherfucking mouth ain't lined up what the fuck is going on, is it?
Well, that's going to happen again. I mean, everything Biden said didn't line up as well, but with Trump,
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. But the shit that's coming out of Trump's mouth is way fucking worse. That's the point I'm making. The shit coming out of his mouth is a pile of steaming hot dog shit.
I heard
Everything come out that man's mouth is fucked up.
I heard the man got a mandate. I heard the man won by a wide margin. I'm not hearing that.
Wait a minute. Okay, where's the healthcare plan?
He got a concept.
I got a lot of questions.
He got a concept of it coming.
He got a concept. Well, no. How many years is it now? It's 10 years. 10 years since he said he was going to replace Obamacare.
Plus or minus a few days. Okay, it's been a few days.
And then I want to go down to the Piggly Wiggly in South Carolina, because the Piggly Wiggly's down in South Carolina is up in 35% on all they motherfucking groceries. People forget all of them tomatoes, all them potatoes and shit. That shit comes from Mexico. So you're paying on them tariffs now, right? You're gonna pay on them tariffs. Who you think finna take that money? Who you think finna get that money? That backlash?
Well, right now, anything that's happening is happening under Biden's watch. So Trump is not officially president.
Hey, when Trump become president, we finna be paying $16 for a bag of potatoes.
I don't believe that. You don't believe that, do you?
Shit. Yes, I do.
I'm being told
a tariff. How do tariffs work, Tim? You know how
They
tariffs work.
passed the tax on. Yeah, I know how it works, but I'm being told when Trump becomes
Okay.
president, gas is going to be $2 a gallon, groceries are going to be 30%
Man, get the
cheaper.
fuck out of
That's what I'm
here.
hearing.
You know gas ain't gonna be no damn $2. You know damn well ain't gonna be no damn $2. Gas ain't been $2 since when? 2002?
Well, I got J, what is it, UM or JM in the comments saying, does this person even know that we grow potatoes in the U.S. as well? So in other words, we don't
Yeah,
need.
we do. Yep, we do grow potatoes here in the U.S. Who's gonna pick them?
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah, because you're going to expect me to get out there and pick them. And I can tell you now, motherfucker, shoot me. Because you're going to have to shoot me. You think I'm finna go back to slavery. You got me fucked up out here. I wish you would. Go ahead, shoot me now. Because I'm telling you now, my name ain't Toby, bitch. And my name damn sure ain't Kuta Kinte. You fuck with me if you want to, but I'm telling you, I got a big-ass gun, and I know how to shoot. Fuck with me if you want to.
All right, King. Hopefully you're wrong. You're scaring me. You're scaring me. I got to move it on, but you're
You better
frightening
pray
the shit
I'm
out of
wrong.
me.
Because if I'm not wrong, you gonna see a lot of you gonna see a lot of people, and my face gonna be on the news. He had a big ass gun. You damn right I did.
What are you
You
gonna
gonna have to
be?
take me out.
Are you saying your name is gonna be like Luigi Jenkins or something?
Oh no, my name is gonna be solid by itself. Cause I didn't have to know Jeffrey Dahmer to know he's bad, but everybody act like they need to listen, they need to look past what Trump say to know that he's bad. No, I don't have to know Jeffrey Dahmer to know that he was fucked up in the head. Everybody, let's be real with yourself. You didn't have to know Jeffrey Dahmer, yo. You had to do is hear the story.
Yeah.
Everybody will act like Trump ain't bad when they hearing these damn stories. But stop playing with yourself. Wake up.
All right.
Wake up.
King, you lived up to your name. Appreciate you coming through.
Peace.
Let them cook. Let them cook. All right. Looking in the comments, Trump thinks these are black jobs. Trump thinks these jobs are black jobs. It's just Jay. You think that's the case? That President Trump think that the jobs, these menial tasks that basically undocumented immigrants are doing, you're telling me that Trump thinks that those are black jobs? You sound like my last caller. I hope you're wrong. I mean, I got a few college degrees that I can barely pay off. I certainly don't want to be out picking, agriculture. That ain't my forte. Tap the screen, by the way. Get the likes on up to about 10,000. We got a small audience here. It's a abbreviated live. I'm only coming at you with one topic, and that is, should the Democrat Party let bygones be bygones and respect the office of president and work with Trump? Work with Trump, help him propose, help him deliver his agenda to America, because rooting for the success of the president is rooting for the success of us all. So what I'm asking is, should the Democrats respect the office of president and reach out and work with President Trump? This is coming across because I had somebody tell me this. I had one of my viewers that I talk to all the time, MAGA, and she was telling me the Democrats need to learn to reach out. So I'm asking you folks. Looking in the comments, King has a super soaker. Chris, what the hell are you referring to in regards to my last caller? No, because he want to keep the H-1 visa. That's what there is some pushback among his own side is that H-1 visa you're talking about. That's what Elon and Vivek are suggesting that we do. Now, Elon, you talk about Trump, and one reason why we voted him in is because he is a successful businessman, and America needs to be ran like a business. Well, Elon is obviously far more business savvy than Trump. So if Elon Musk is talking about the country could flounder if we get rid of too many people, I would say that should be worthy of listening to. However, Trump has really turned folks' stomachs sour towards immigrants, to the point where even the ones that are here working and we want them all gone. So that's what's really that's really what's causing the riffraff between Trump and Elon. Is a Dinkal in there? Oh, Trig. Good evening, Trig. Just because a simple put it forward. I don't understand what you mean by that. None of yours. Trig. Good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Reaching out to Trump and the Republican Party to help make this nation great again. What say you?
They never did it for us.
My last caller said the same thing. But
I mean, you look at it like, and let me just say this, just for the record, Tim. You advocate for the MAGA and the Republicans more than any content creator on this app.
You know, I'll let you continue, but before you
No.
hold on,
No.
hang on. I'm not even gonna
Let me tell you,
criticize you.
and let me just say this. And for you to be a brother from Chicago, some days I wish I could just come through the app and choke the shit out of you.
Oh my Lord, bless your heart.
I know you know better, but it seems like you want to stay on an even keel.
I love my MAGA.
And wait, and you want to be like, I can have dinner with Trump, and I can have dinner
I could.
with the rest.
I think I would love to have dinner with Trump.
But Tim, you got to see how crazy this stuff is. You ain't slow. I know you ain't. Because on some days, you be like, I can't believe they ass has said this. Like when you said, the other day, you said, they're talking about giving police immunity. Are they out their damn ass?
Yeah.
Something's wrong with them.
Now hold on. Let me get in here. I will say this because the reason I started laughing at the beginning when you were talking about my stance. I give Trump more. I'm more favorable to Trump than anybody else. What I found funny about that is just yesterday I had one of my MAGA viewers talking about you ain't MAGA friendly. All you do is argue with MAGA and you give liberals more time. And I told him yesterday when he said that, I was like, you would be amazed at how many liberals say the same damn thing in reverse, that I don't like the liberals and I this is what happens when you're in the middle. Everybody thinks you're on the wrong side of the scope.
Let me just say this. And the old saying, get off the goddamn fence. Either you gonna get in a fight or you ain't. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
now, here's the thing, right? Elon Musk and Trump, they're gonna end up killing each other.
damn.
Because both of them have strong wills. Both of them supposedly got the most money in the world.
No, that ain't even up for debate. They both alpha males, but it's not even debatable who got the most money. You could probably take Elon's bank account and make 1,000 Trumps out of it.
Okay, well, let's just look at it like this then. Trump won the presidency. Elon got the money.
Yeah.
Who got the power?
Yeah.
Now we need to be talking about who has the power.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to talk about, hey, okay, well, Trump, he got a mandate, this, that, and the other. He wouldn't have had a mandate if it wasn't for Elon's money.
You think Trump's mandate came from Elon? Some might say it came from Biden's poor performance as president. What say you? Am I getting choked? Am I getting strangled?
No, you're not. Because I'm trying to be, I try my best to be respectful to your lives, right?
Wait, hold on. Hang on. You don't have to be, hold on. When I say free speech, damn it, I mean it. You don't have to be respectful to this fucking life. Just as long as you don't say nothing that's going to trigger the censors on the apps, you can say whatever the hell you want here. You don't have to be respectful.
That's why, I have to be very, very careful and tactful at what I say.
Okay. Give me what you got.
I know that the TikTok live will actually be like, ban.
Give me synonyms. Then give me some synonyms. You can say what you want to say if you use the right synonyms.
I'll say this. You know what? I believe that with this mandate thing, I look at it like this. Trump won the election, but he didn't blow her out. Now, if you get blew out, you got a mandate.
Yeah.
If you sit here and you can honestly say to me that, man, 3/4 of the country sat here and voted for him, then yeah, I'm talking, you know what? You got a mandate. And you can do what the hell you want.
Yeah.
But
I don't disagree with that. I don't think he got a
you
mandate
didn't
either.
get that.
Yeah.
You didn't get that.
I,
Half
I will say
MAGA.
this. I will say this. If Trump got a mandate, then that means Biden got a mandate as well, because Biden won by the same, if not a larger margin in 2020 than Trump did. So he should have had a mandate too.
Let me tell you this. People voted for Biden, even if they thought that he was like, had some illnesses going on, or he was sick or whatever the reason was, right? They voted for him because they wanted to be able to come
Thank you,
out
alter ego.
of, they wanted to be able to get out of COVID and see if the country can get turned around. What they thought was that Trump sent us down COVID. He knew about it. He knew what the hell was going on, and he still, at any cost, tried to figure out how to just say the hell with it. That's what they felt.
He mismanaged COVID. There's no denying that. I don't think there's any
Mismanaged
argument
is
about that.
not even a strong enough word.
Yeah.
I mean, when you talking about millions of people dying, that's not mismanaging.
So
That's
you
like
wait.
effed it up
Are
real
you
bad.
blaming COVID deaths on Trump?
Tim, I'm gonna be
I'm just
polite about
asking.
this.
I'm just asking.
Wait, hold on. We every time you get me here, you always get me to this COVID shit. You always get me to the point.
I gotta listen. That's the purpose.
Wait, no, wait. We always get to this point. We always get. The last time that we was on here, and you was like, did Trump say that that they could drink bleach? And then you had to go back and look it up. Well, what they did was they wanted him
Disinfected.
to disinfect fucking bleach. I don't care how you look at it. You can use Pine Sol, you can use Lysol, you can use bleach, you can use whatever you want. My whole point is nobody with their right mind get on damn live TV and tell their people that they should be drinking some damn bleach.
Now,
And then for you to ask me if he mismanaged it, I'm sitting here trying to think. I'm trying to.
You didn't answer my question though. You're talking around. The question was, are you blaming Trump for COVID deaths?
Yes. And I'm blaming him because in 2019, when the ship was out there in wherever it is, that damn cruise ship they had, and they knew it was COVID, he should have been proactive then. He should have been on it like, you know what? Hey, this, that, the other. We need to be on it. We don't know where this stuff is coming from. We don't know how bad it can get. He needed to be giving us an alarm bell, like the biggest bell he could find, right? To let us know that, man, this is getting ready to be bad. So if he didn't do that, then yes, he should be to blame. Don't sit here and say, oh no, he's not to blame. COVID just came. I don't want to hear that.
Then if he's responsible for all of these COVID deaths and shit, how the hell did he get reelected? Now I got somebody in the comments that's saying that people actually voted against the black woman. Now, somebody who put that in there in regards to Kamala Harris. Somebody said he didn't win. He didn't. People voted against the black woman. Do you think that Trump only won because he was running against Kamala Harris, who was a person of color?
Misogyny is real.
That ain't racism, though.
That's what?
So it was because she was a woman, not because she was a person of color.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So I don't care if you are black, white, red, orange, LGBTQ, whatever. If you sat here and you don't think that part of the community can handle the country, then that is called racism.
And do you
That's what that's called. You know what I'm saying? When you go to Uganda and people sit here and say, "Look here, we kill people that's of the gay persuasion," that's racism.
was it that many voters you think that was like that though?
All everybody down south, a bunch of people way out west. You know, I would even dare to say all up and down the damn East Coast except for damn New York.
Wow. So you think
People, they,
our country is really homophobic and racist quite a bit then?
Tim, see you doing this shit again.
I'm listening to you.
Listen. This is what I'm sitting here telling you, right? You, as a damn truck driver, you see this shit and plain as damn day, every day. You see it as plain as day every day. When you sit up here and you sit here and you want to force the kids down south to have a particular curriculum as opposed to the kids up north. That's racism. When you sit here and you say, "Yo, you know what? That slavery stuff that y'all been spewing and talking about and all that, we don't want to hear that no more. So we're going to get that out of here. And we're going to just, we're going to just push the Bible on all of the kids that's Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, and all. That's racism.
Mm-hmm. You're scaring me, man. You guys are scaring me tonight.
What else do you want to call it? What else you want to call it? You want to call it freedom of choice?
But you said the whole East. You said the whole damn East Coast, though. Is it that widespread?
Tim, this stuff. I listen to a bunch of white men all the time as an educator, right? And I've not heard. I take that back. If I go without maybe 2 out of 10 white men say they voted for Kamala. The rest of
But that ain't got nothing to do with racism. Look, you think just because a white man didn't vote for Kamala that makes him racist? There's a whole bunch of reasons not to vote for her that has nothing to do with racism, though, right?
Okay, so give me a couple. If we going on who's the smartest, who got the most,
I can give you way more than a couple. I'm pro-life. Okay, let me give you a few. Okay, what if a white? Okay, wait. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. If I'm a white guy that's pro-life, why would I vote for Kamala Harris? If I'm a white guy that does not believe Kamala Harris has a Glock like she got on TV and said, why would I vote for her? If I'm a white guy that believes the border should be more secure than her and fucking Biden did that piss poor job of doing and continued lying about the border and lying and saying Biden was cognitively, on his game when he really was not, had me even saying that shit. There's a hell of a lot of reasons for a white man to vote.
All right, so Tim, let me just address the couple ones that you did, right?
Okay.
Just the ones that you did. So you say, man, they ain't take care of the border, right? Okay, so I get you.
They lied about it too.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna give you that one, right? Win for you. Win that they lied about that they didn't take care of the border. They win that, man, Kamala was supposedly, in quotes, the damn borders are. All right, I'm gonna give you that one. Then you go with the, man, she lied that motherfucker Joe Biden, was not, in his right mind, blah, blah, blah. Tim, if you my boss, and you sit here and you under the weather or, you having some issues or whatever, I'm going to lie for you every day.
All right then. And
that's
fine.
Listen, I'm going to lie for you every day because, not because, in the position that you're in, and it's because you're a human being and you're a good guy, and I don't want to see nobody drag you through the mud.
All right. I got to move it on, but I will say this. I agree with you that people might lie as opposed to outing their own boss. Fine, but you can't expect the voters to ignore the fact that you did that. You were protecting your boss, that's fine. But by protecting your boss, you came to me and told me some bullshit. So I'm not going to vote for you. It's as simple as that. I got to move it on, though, man.
All right, we'll holler later.
Indeed. Thanks for always coming through, man. Appreciate it. All right, moving on. He's slurred. No, he's not slurring his words. I've talked to him plenty of times. That man is alert. That okay, he has a different way of speaking, but I don't think he was slurring his words. We all have to lead our lives responsible, not the my fucking eyesight with some of some of the text on the screen. What did that say there? We all have to lead our lives responsible, not the government's job to tell us to be ready for whatever. I don't. I vehemently disagree with that. What are you saying? That it's not the government's job to tell us to be ready for a pandemic if it comes? I disagree with that. The government does have a place in protecting its people, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's the government's job to provide that for you. They should provide life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, in my opinion. Other people, maybe you disagree, but I do believe they should protect your life, your liberty, and your ability to pursue a happiness. Simple as that. Now, obviously, protecting your life could mean anything from an invasion to healthcare. Some people disagree on the healthcare. Liberty is protecting your freedom. We know our government has had a piss poor job in protecting the freedom of its citizens, particularly ones that look like me. And that would also include the pursuit of happiness, because when you take away somebody's freedom, you're fucking with their pursuit of happiness as well. I'll continue with the programs. Thank you, folks that are tapping the screen. Get your boy on up to about 15,000 in the like department. It helps out the algorithm. By the way, some of you folks may be hearing me for the first time, this show for the first time. We are MAGA friendly. We are a free speech program. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body. So understand you can be critical of anyone in the comment section up to and including the host. We go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with Q. But yes, we have been MAGA friendly the entire 4 years we've been around. So if you favor this type of dialogue, feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube vertical or YouTube horizontal, if you will. Monday through Friday is when we're generally here. Going back to the box, real quick, Alan Quince, and thank you, Alter Ego, for the hat mustache. Appreciate that. Yeah. Tim, that's a great point. But some of these folks think that's only for them. That's sad and likely true, Alan, that some people in America think that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is only for people that are like them. Obviously, America was founded that way. The founding fathers believed that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness was only meant for straight white Christian males. They clearly meant that. They clearly only favored those people. So, yeah, there are people like that. There's always been people in this country like that. That is wrong. Going back to the box, and thank you for that point, Alan. Continuing on with the one and only Den Cow. Good evening, Den Cow. Thank you, folks that are tapping the screen. 1914, Satan was hurled to the earth. Jesus became king. I never could understand that. Why Jesus would not just get rid of Satan. That doesn't make any sense to me. Den Cow, good evening.
Good evening. Good
Hey.
evening.
So what do you think? The Democrats should reach out for the sake of the office, respecting the office of president, and work with Trump. What say you?
No. No.
No.
I think they should. I think they should govern as they always have. If things come across their desk that they philosophically don't believe in, or it goes against their moral or ethic code, they shouldn't vote for it.
Yeah. Thank you, Alan. Okay, so if it goes against their code, but in other words, if on its face, if it doesn't go against their code, like Trump with the border bill, where it clearly was something that he wanted, but he went against it because it might hurt his political aspirations. What you're saying is the Democrats should not do that, though.
I wouldn't say that they shouldn't try to do anything when it comes to the border, but there were things
just like Biden did when he first came into office, he said, look, I'm not going to get rid of everything that has something to do with the border, but everything that I think is unethical or I think is damaging to people, yes, I'm going to get rid of those things. And that's what he did. And so I think they should do the same thing this time. I mean, they put a whole bunch of stuff in that border bill that got shot down.
Yeah.
So, but you know, with the political environment that we in, I don't think that they would offer that same bill again. I don't think that they would vote for that same bill again.
You don't think the Democrats would offer that same bill?
Right.
Why not?
Right. They did that.
But why don't you think they would vote for it again?
Because the reason why they did it was to get funding for our allies overseas. And so now if they're going around saying that they're not going to offer any type of help to our allies overseas, what would be their reason for allowing that bill? Remember, they went to one of the most conservative people. Langford,
I don't think I disagree with you. I agree with you on what happened, but I don't agree with you on why it happened. I don't think the Biden-Harris administration passed the border bill in attempts to get funding for Ukraine. I think they passed the border bill because they were trying to get reelected and they knew the way they were handling the border was a major negative for another liberal getting elected. So they tried to pass this fourth quarter border bill to save their candidacy. That's why I think they passed the border bill.
The problem with that thinking is that they didn't bring up the border stuff. They were just trying to get the funding. They wasn't talking. The Republicans had shot down their whatever bill that they had from the beginning. They weren't even thinking about that border stuff, even though they knew it was bad. The things that were going on were bad. They didn't just come up and say, "Hey, look what we got."
So wait a minute.
That was something that Republicans demanded they do.
So you making it sound like that if the Democrats were not trying to get funding for the Ukraine, then they wouldn't have done a damn thing about the border at all.
Not at that point when it happened.
That's the end of their term, didn't Cal? They done already fucked it for 3 years, and now you're saying even in the fourth year they would not have done anything.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And that's why you got Trump in office. I mean, that's pretty much describing it.
You know, we can look back at hindsight and pick out all of the faults and stuff, you know, but if we're not going to do it equally on the other side and talk about all of the things that should have, you know, prevented Trump from getting in, then we're just, that's just having like a bias, a bias towards Trump and saying, well, we can pick out racism, misogyny, we can pick out the border, we can pick out the economy, we can pick out all these things individually and say that's the reason why. That's the reason why. And if you got some MAGA in the chat right now, they're probably thinking to themselves, that's the reason why y'all lost, is because you think this way. That's just people wanting to justify, how they voted. They just want to justify. So they're gonna pick out something.
So let's just play a pure speculatory game. We obviously don't know exactly, so we're gonna just speculate. But in your opinion, you personally, why do you think Kamala Harris lost?
I think it was multiple things. I don't think it was.
Give me the top three. Give me the top three.
Misogyny, racism.
Damn.
And I would say the border, but it's not. But the border was not.
Give me three.
That whole border thing was pushed upon them by their unwillingness to sign a border bill that would have actually helped alleviate the problems that the Republicans said they wanted to fix. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if I can blame them for it being the border when, regardless of how late it came, they put forth an effort.
Okay, so let's try to give me three. You got racism, misogyny. Give me another one.
And the short amount of time she had to try to get her name out and get out her policies and being able to try to differentiate herself from Biden. So I would say the amount of time, misogyny, and racism I think were the three biggest things. But we've had conversations about the way she speaks is not like
It's not authentic.
Right. It doesn't sound authentic. She doesn't have like a lot of charisma and stuff like that. So I mean, there's a bunch of different. We could talk about how Trump and his people got a hold of our newest basically news form, which is social media, and they had all of the, not all of them, but they had a lot of the heavy hitters on their side, who were agreeing with them, some of the biggest podcasters and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of different things that went into it. So
I'm surprised that you picked misogyny, racism, and now the time frame. I do believe Kamala Harris only having a 107 days to run. I do believe that's, but misogyny and racism, particularly racism. I know a lot of my folks on the left are going to hate me for saying this, but I don't think racism hurt her that bad. Now, being a woman did. I think it was far more people, particularly among the Hispanic community, that do not want a woman in that position. But her being a person of color, I don't think that hurt her as bad. I think
well, you don't think that another part of a large part of the Hispanic community didn't
you
necessarily
know,
want a black woman?
I hear what you said. She won the woman's vote, by the way. More women voted for her than Trump. So it
No,
didn't. It
women.
did. She
What you mean
won the
by
woman's
women?
vote by 8 points.
You talking about in the Hispanic
I'm
community?
talking about period overall, which means a lot of white women.
Oh,
Yeah, she won the woman's vote overall. Now Trump won the man's vote by like 40 something points. She won the woman's vote by 8 points. So overall, more
yeah,
women.
but you take out the black woman's vote, and then
And
how
it
big
won't
is that
mean
margin
shit.
then?
No, she only got 7% of the black women's vote. That one, that ain't
That's
the
what I'm
black
saying.
women
That's what
ain't.
I'm saying. But that's seven. That's 7%.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, okay, yeah, you probably are right about that. She got 93% of the black women. Yeah, that is 92%. That was
Right.
1% went to the independent. Yeah, she got 92%. Okay, you're right. The black women probably are responsible for that. I was looking at that backwards. Yeah, you're probably right about that.
Right. So I mean, it's so many different things. Um, her inability to say out loud what she would have done differently because she was still the current sitting vice president hamstrung her. She couldn't just come out and be like, yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff I disagree with. She couldn't do that at the time because she was still the sitting vice president. Had she been an opposition or somebody who ran against him, then yes, she could say that all day, just like any of the other, candidates, who were, would run against Biden. So she couldn't
I'll
do
say
that.
this. Now in Ed G on YouTube, and I agree with I think what he said is worthy of, now he got a different three. Yours was misogyny, racism, and her short time period. I think he agrees with you on one of them, but here's the way he phrased it. He said the top three reasons she didn't win is she was a trash candidate. That's up to somebody's opinion, but a trash candidate, unpopular, and no one knew her before. Now, no one knew her is because she only had 107
Right.
days. So I do agree. I think you two are both agreeing that her short period of time hurt her. Now, whether she was a trash candidate or not, that depends on who you ask, but he didn't mention misogyny or racism at all.
Right, because maybe he's a misogynist or a racist.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
I'm just saying, to get on here and not have a legitimate reason and to just say she's a trash candidate means that he doesn't want to reveal the true reasons why he didn't like her.
Well, yeah, I guess you could. I guess he could have, because that's what I would normally ask a guest if they said she was trash. I would say, well, elaborate on what you mean. So, okay, I'll leave it at that. But your response was kind of funny. All right, so you do believe that we should reach out to. Let me make sure I get clarity. You do believe we should reach out to Trump?
No, I believe that if the things that because he's going to have control of the House and the Senate, and the leaders of both those branches are going to be the ones who bring things up for a vote. If those things that he bring up for a vote can actually help the American people in a way that's not going to be destructive, like a lot of the stuff Trump wants to do, yeah, by all means.
Give me some. What did you say? Destructive. Give me a couple things. What do you think Trump is promising that will be destructive to America?
Giving all of these tax breaks away to the wealthy,
Mm.
and at the same time, you got to understand that we have to have receipts into the government to run it. So you can't promise to cut taxes on every damn body and nobody pays taxes, because that's why we run deficits and debt so bad.
Yeah.
So if you're saying we're going to give all of these, we're going to continue these tax breaks, we're going to reduce the corporate tax rate from 21 down to 15%. We're gonna not do taxes on tips, not do taxes on Social Security. Even some people, he done floated the idea of getting rid of the federal income tax and all that stuff, man. That stuff is damaging to the country.
In other words, he's going to reduce taxes and has no way to make up the money.
No way to make up the money.
Yeah.
Just saying he's gonna make it by doing tariffs, when anybody with any common sense, or anybody who's went to a math class or understands civics or anything, understands tariffs. There was a reason why the country got away from, just because the country used to run off of just strictly off of tariffs. Everything was tariffs.
Yeah, but I look. You see, he's trying to give taxes and with no way to pay for it. If the Department of Government Efficiency actually does its job, wouldn't that save a heap of money in all kinds of different areas?
Yes, you can. Yes, look, you can cut funds on all different. What you have to understand is, when you cut those things, who is it going to affect? Because every cut is going to affect somebody.
True. And
So
you're firing
if
people.
we say, well, we can go ahead and cut out the Department of Education so we can make up some of that money we're gonna give to the rich people. Do I think that's a good idea? Hell no. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and you're firing people. When you start talking about getting rid of government organizations and things like that, you're putting people out of work. I mean, he is talking about firing people as well. So I don't know how. I mean, because I'm assuming like he just said, I think this week, he's going to demand that federal employees, they have to come to work. They can't work from home anymore. And if they don't, he'll fire them. So my guess is there's a hell of a lot of people that are in that crowd that probably voted for him, and they're like, "Damn, I mean, I was enjoying being able to work from home and all of this cost savings and being able to eat lunch at home and not have to buy clothes and shit. And I voted for this guy." And now he's in office and he's gonna do all this shit that's gonna make my life a living hell. I gotta get daycare and all this stuff that I may have not had to get. Now I gotta do all of this. Or you gonna fire me. You gotta assume a lot of federal employees are probably MAGA too.
Right. And then he delegated that to some unelected bureaucrats now, because that's what Elon and Vivek are.
Yeah.
The unelected, bureaucrats getting to take a look, open up all of our government books and decide what they think as businessmen. When I keep telling people time after time, America is not just a business.
Mm.
It's not just a business. You can't go in there and do like these what do they call those people who buy the companies and then strip them down and sell off the pieces.
Yeah, that's what Richard Gere was. That's what Richard Gere was in Pretty Woman. I can't think of the name of the title, but yeah, I know what you.
Venture capital.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yep.
Yeah, and we saw what happened when he did that to when Elon bought Twitter and turned it into X. He went and fired all of the people who were managing the site, and he just said, "We're just gonna make it a free speech site." Now. And now, in a way, that's what it became. Anybody can say anything except for if he don't like you. If he don't like you,
and then it's a different problem. Yeah, everybody is for free speech until you say some shit they don't want to hear. I've said that all the time on the program. Everybody talks about how much. Now I don't mind. You can say whatever the hell you want here, but that is how most people who talk about free speech, like, they're for free speech, but well, you call Trump a racist. I don't like that. I mean, so everybody is for free speech until you say something they don't want to hear, then they want to shut you the hell up. Then, Cal, I gotta move on, but before I do, I brought up, this is one of those things you see on sites like X or Twitter or whatever. It was called X now. You see on the screen behind me, this is apparently floating around in some locations. It's a pamphlet or something you put on a light pole or something. It says report illegal aliens in your neighbor. Now, it has bullet points below it. In your neighborhoods, at school, at work, at church, at restaurants. And then in capital letters, it says there is nowhere to hide. And it has an actual 866 number down at the bottom and a www.ice.gov website. Can you be counted upon to do this in the Trump administration?
Now, we've had this conversation before, and I've jokingly said, I'm all for getting them up out of here and everything. But at the end of the day, this is the same type of propaganda and stuff that was put out during slavery. And it's scary. It's scary that this kind of stuff is going out, because this is how they used to report black people who escaped from the plantations. This is the same type of propaganda that they used to put out and have regular folk out there looking to report
Basically deputizing people.
Yes. And that's the scary part about it. So I'm not going to joke about that no more. I was joking about that stuff in the beginning because, you know, it's a competition basically now, and they're turning people against each other. And I don't want to be a part of that turning against people because, like I said before, this is the first time in American history that those signs are not being posted about us.
Wow.
And so it gives them us against them mentality, just like he told the black people, hey, the Hispanic people are taking your black jobs. That is a direct attempt to
divide,
to pit people against each other, whole groups of people. And so I'm not going to be part of it. I was joking before. They may hear me joke again because sometimes you got to, you got to make
you got to laugh to prevent from crying, in other words.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't. I believe that's horrible. But we know that there are going to be people who are going to be getting money off of this stuff.
All right.
But it won't be me.
No, and there will be people getting money off of it. You are right about that. Didn't count. Thanks for coming through, man.
All right.
All right, moving. And he is right. There have been times in history when, like he mentioned, slavery. I think Germany did something similar to this. They would have the Gestapo, report to the Gestapo if you've seen Jewish people hiding out and things like that. I think they did something similar. Ed G says 90% of Hispanic countries have had a woman president. Okay, so in other words, the Hispanics did not vote against Kamala Harris because she was a woman, because 90% of their countries, I didn't know it was that high. I know the current leader of Mexico is a woman. I didn't know 90% of those countries have had female presidents. What does that say about America, though? You're making a point to suggest that Hispanics are not misogynist, but shit, America hasn't had one. So maybe that means that the Hispanics are not misogynist, but we are? Because we haven't had one. In fact, we've only had a few of them that are even worthy of talking about that even came close, which would be obviously Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, because they got the nomination of their party. Other than Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton, do we even have any other women in history that got the I don't think any other woman in history got the nomination of a party before, have they? So we are very misogynistic. Christopher Fernandez, Trump won the vibe check. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Trump won the vibe check. Elections aren't about policy. Rogan, flagrant mode, Trump relatable. Harris was not. MAGA will pay for their ignorance. Damn. I don't totally agree about the notion that Trump didn't win policy wise. I think people favor his policy. Certainly the ousting of immigrants is something that is widely favored in this country. Heavily, obviously favored on the Republican side of the aisle. Probably about 80% of Republicans want that deportation to take place. Independents, I would say, is probably 60, 70%. And even among Democrats, there's a lot of Democrats that believe that the border should be secured at a far greater level than what Biden and Harris was doing. So he does have some policies that resonate. It ain't all about the vibe check. But yeah, his vibe was, in my opinion at least, significantly better than Kamala Harris. Now, as I've been talking with a few of my guests as we've been continuing the show, even though I do believe Trump's vibe was better than Kamala Harris, she only had 107 days. It is going to take a miracle for your vibe to catch up to somebody that most Americans, even my age, I'm in my 50s. I don't remember a time when Trump was not a well-known person. You got to catch up to that in 107 days. And Trump's vibe has always been awesome among Americans until he became president. Before he was president, he was really favored in America. So she got 107 days to catch up to that. That's a serious uphill battle. Up to the point where you heard my last guest and one of my viewers in the audience, Ed G. MAGA, both of them were even indicating that. Like, she's not popular. Nobody know who she is. You got to catch up to this in the 100. I mean, I heard Tim Walz talk about, yeah, we can, it's only 100 days. We can do that. And, we can sleep when we die. No, you can't move that fast. You can't, it's hard to compete with somebody that's that known in that tiny period of time. The problem was not Kamala Harris. The problem was Biden making it so she only had that little bit of time. And if the Democrats did what the Republicans wanted, which is the Democrats should have had a vote and picked a candidate, then that candidate would have had even less time. You would have had a candidate that may have only had 50 or 60 days to run against Trump. I mean, Biden messed it up by trying to run again and then basically, not, proving that he wasn't capable or he wasn't a good choice to do it. Biden ruined that, in my opinion. Real quick, going back to the box. Yep, Biden took the Dems big time. Yeah, fuck the Dems. Yeah, he did fuck the Dems. Yeah, I think Biden is the main reason behind that. Is because they either had to pick Kamala or even, they either had to pick Kamala or shrink down the time somebody else could run, probably almost damn near in half by doing a vote. So now somebody else wins. We do a vote. We have a primary. Newsom, Whitmer, so that person's got like 50, 60 days. And Trump's got, 8, 9 years of politicking behind him. That's crazy. So, yeah, Biden is far more at fault, in my opinion, than Kamala Harris. Continuing on with the program, because I do believe Kamala Harris would have probably became a more favorable candidate if she had more time. She would have corrected some errors, like talking about I wouldn't do nothing different than Biden. Some of that shit she would have had time to correct. I mean, how many things have Trump said that even folks on the right did not like, but he corrected himself? I bring up things Trump said that are crazy all the time. Well, he did correct that, like the Muslim ban, a total and complete ban on all. Well, he did later say it was only these countries. He had time to correct it. She didn't. Going to the box. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Did we get up to 20,000? Can y'all make that happen? Tap the screen, get your boy likes up. Over, is that says overt? I think that says. Good evening, welcome to the program. Do you know if this election, if his election app, I don't understand that question, JD. JD Vance, the next president. I don't know if that's true either, James. I mean, 4 years is a long time from now. I would assume in 2016, people were chanting that Mike Pence was probably going to follow Trump in 8 years. I mean, you just don't know. It's too early in the game to be saying J.D. Vance is going to win. You don't even know if J.D. Vance and Trump are going to maintain good standing. You just seen what happened with the last dude that ran with Trump. People wanted him hung. So the idea that J.D. Vance is going to follow Trump, you don't know that. I mean, let's face it. Even if you favor Trump, you like his economy, you like what he does for America, there is one thing that is undeniable. Trump makes people go from friends to foe quite frequently. I mean, he dragged General Mattis on stage in all sorts of rallies talking about how great the guy is. Now they're enemies. A lot of people that Trump is speaking highly of today, he may hate tomorrow. So there's no way to know, based on Trump's history of going from friend to foe with so many people, if he will remain in good standing with J.D. Vance. Remember, J.D. Vance has a whole damn song out there talking about I'm a never Trumper. He once criticized Trump pretty damn heavily. You think that he don't believe any what you think JD Vance no longer believes any damn thing he said back then when he said he was a never Trumper, or when Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham called Trump Hitlerish. You think they don't believe any of that no more? Or is it possible they saw the light and realized that if they shut the fuck up, they could be prominent members in the Republican Party? I don't buy that any of these politicians, left or right, see the light and completely change their mind. No, they still believe that shit. They just realize it's not good for their damn career. They don't want to be Liz Cheney or Adam Kinzinger or Mitt Romney. I truly believe that those folks who, and I understand a lot of my MAGA is going to disagree with me on this, but this is a free speech program. Damn it, criticize me in the comments if you will. A hell of a lot of folks on the right were criticizing Trump on January 6th, the evening of January 6th and January 7th. You think they don't? You think none of them believe that shit now? Or is it that they realize they have no other choice if they want to maintain their position of prominence to shut the fuck up? You think all of them now believe that he had nothing to do with that? All right, let me continue on with the program. I think it's a simple fact that people are putting their pocketbook, their position of power and prominence over how they may actually feel because it's not advantageous for them. And I think JD Vance could be in that group. I think that RFK is another one that could possibly go. Anybody who used to be on the other side, Tulsi Gabbard is another one that he has on his party that used to be a Democrat. These are people that obviously have said adverse things about Trump in the past. You think they don't believe that shit now? They all just changed their mind in sync, huh? They all just did that. I mean, even if you disagree with them, do you believe that many people just changed their mind at the drop of a hat? Continuing on, pimping, it's hard to say. Somebody says pimping is hard out there for a pimp. Good evening, pimping.
Hey, good evening.
Hey, so are you willing to reach out to Trump and respect the office of president?
Nah, I mean, why would the Democrat reach out to someone who just insults them? If I insult you, insult your integrity, or insult your educational skills, or anything about you, would you want to reach out to me?
What if I had good policies? Some folks might suggest that your feelings are hurt and you're just a snowflake that can't take somebody talking about you.
No, I mean, we all heard that, words can't hurt you or anything. And I'm
Right.
not saying
Right.
that they shouldn't come to the table with him and try to make policies that could help the country. I'm not saying that. But if you remember when him and Schumer and Pelosi came to the White House,
Yeah.
and he basically was talking crap to him then.
Yeah. So let me ask you this then.
No. What happened? They walked out the White House. They was graciously talking with him, but afterwards, when they walked out the White House and they didn't give a shit about him, excuse my French, they basically came out in public and told American people how they felt about him, and that they could not come to the table and compromise with an idiot, because as a president, he's the first president that truly is an idiot, because you yourself has said in your comments that he says things and then he comes back and he changes it, right? But sometimes the things he does say, you really can't change it. What you had one guest that was up there that was talking about the COVID situation.
Right.
What idiot gonna tell people to drink disinfectant that would cure a disease that's basically scientists couldn't even get the grapple of what was happening until they figured out. And then that even the shot, I'm not gonna say it, but even the shot itself, because I didn't even get it. I'm 53, but my mother, she did, because she was an elderly, so she took it. But It was no way I was gonna take something that they just found the cure within a year, and all the other
Well,
disease
but
out
you
there.
but you do realize because you're right. There are other diseases out there. They did come up with a vax for this pretty quick, but you do
Yeah.
realize the urgency behind this compared to other diseases. No other disease was killing people at this rate. So, do you expect them to take 5 years to go through a trial period and test this shit when people are dying at the rate they were dying?
Yeah, you're right, because whether they'd wait 5 years or they didn't, people was gonna eventually die from it. So yeah, I understand that they didn't want to do no trial
Well,
testing,
I just say it
but
like this: when you got people passing away to the point where you got the medical community saying they have to purchase additional trucks, refrigerated trucks to hold all the bodies in. I had relatives in Chicago that knew people who passed, and they could not even call a funeral home to have services because the funeral homes were all booked up in the city of Chicago. When you got people dropping like that, you should expect the government to come up with some kind of cure quicker than they normally would. Because a lot of times we don't have cures to stuff is because there's all kinds of patents. The pharmaceutical companies are making money, trying to make money off of shit before they allow the regular people to get their hands on it. But when people are passing away like that, rich, poor, and indifferent, that cure is going to come much faster because a lot of the red tape that allows a pharmaceutical company to make a bunch of money off of their drug before everybody can get it. They're not going to allow them to do that because now people are dying everywhere. So I don't know why people thought the cure was going to take so long to be tested and stuff.
nah, I get what you're saying, but still and all, the way you explained it, it's kind of think that someone had their hands in it, right? Because it was somebody's gonna make billions off of it. And that's another thing that's bad also. Someone making billions off of
There's no way around that though.
dead folks' souls and
But
stuff.
that,
People
but
dying.
but pimping, there's
You know
there's
what I'm
no
saying?
way. But there's no way around it. Even if they came up with some type of treatment and spent 10 years perfecting it, at the end of the day, somebody is gonna make billions. They either gonna make it today or they gonna make it later. Somebody is gonna make billions off of that, no matter what happens.
Yeah, but I think they should have had. Well, I look at it like this, right? When Obama had the what was that? I can't think of that.
Ebola.
Ebola. The
Yeah.
Ebola, right? They knew back then something like
Right.
this could happen,
Right.
right?
Right.
So they should have had been doing it. And who was in charge at that time? Dr. Fauci.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, and then if you look at it, Dr. Fauci had something to do with that facility in China.
Well, that's why people are suggesting that Trump should indict Fauci and try to
Yeah,
prosecute him.
yeah. I mean, again, listen. I'm liberal. I'm a Democrat. So, I mean, a friend of mine's wife passed away from that.
Mm.
See, I'm getting that. That's how close it was with me
Right.
in Texas. I'm in Texas, right? So it happened everywhere.
Yeah.
So with a million people dying like that, I mean, to me, it shouldn't have never had happened that
Well,
way. Because
I've had every shot you need, every shot. I think I missed one. I think every time my doctor said there's another one, a booster or whatever, I've had them all. I've had MAGA tell me, because I've been talking to MAGA since Trump came along, and I had one person tell me, somebody that was a friend of mine, tell me, he was certainly against putting that in his body, and he told me I was going to be dead by December 2021 for putting the needle in my arm. I mean, he said that stuff was going to have mass, casualties behind it. It was poison. And he told me, yeah, I was going to probably be dead by December 2021 for getting that. So,
yeah, and not only that, but people were saying how uh, the side effects from that shot
but have you
was
seen any of that of any significance? When you think about how many people in this country have been jabbed, I believe at least half of U.S. citizens, well over 150 million people have it. I mean, if people were having symptoms, there's no way even the media could hide that. I mean, it would be people dealing with
Well,
that symptom
they're
everywhere.
saying some people are having heart problems. That's uh, You know, it's other side effects that's out there. But I'm not saying that 100 million people are.
Even if it's 1%, let's say
You
for
know,
instance heart problems. Even if one
like 1%.
percent, even if 1% of 150 million people suddenly started having heart problems, there would be no way to hide it. That's still tons of people.
Yeah, that 1% is 1.5 million.
Yeah, that's a lot of people all of a sudden having heart problems.
But that's possibly 1.5% that's out there that's that's aware of. Not every. What I mean by this, not everyone go to the doctor, right?
Yeah. Well,
Not,
that's
not
a
everyone.
whole issue with our healthcare system in itself.
Yeah,
Because
I
if people
mean, and
had
that's what
healthcare,
I'm
they would
saying,
do that.
and that's what I'm saying. Hey, man, December 6, 2024, I just had renal cancer. I
No,
had cancer from my left kidney. I just had a spot, 3 centimeters, so they cut it off. And it was 2 centimeters, and then it grew to 3 centimeters. So it was growing. It was a tumor.
wow.
So again, some people don't like to go to the doctor, and you know, in our culture,
Yeah, I've lost
and
two
I'm talking,
people. I've
and,
lost
I, and
I've
I'm
lost two
talking,
people. Two people in my personal family that died simply because they didn't go do regular, visits to the doctor. Stuff that was preventable. So I agree with
and
you.
now, and not only that, then you gotta also factor in our culture, the black culture. You know, ever since that situation that happened way back then when they was basically giving us diseases and
Tuskegee,
we was
yeah, the
going to the
Tuskegee
doctor.
experiment.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's why I say, you know, it's it's part of the government that, you know, and then you wonder why people feel the way they feel about our government. And again, I hate to say it, like, you know, you were saying it earlier about uh you asked one guy to name 3 things that are bad about Kamala, or the three
Three
things
reasons
that
why she lost. If you give me your
yeah,
three
3 reasons
reasons why
why
you
she
think she
lost.
lost. Yeah.
Okay, and what was it? Man, I'm sitting there talking to you, and I just got a blank mind. But it's so many things that she kind of lost
Well,
the
he
race
said he said misogyny, racism, and the short time frame she had.
in a short time frame. But it was a lot more than just that. I mean,
Top three reasons. Top three reasons. What do you think?
okay, AB, right?
What do you mean, AB?
Uh, Abortion. I just don't want to say
She's pro. She's pro-choice.
pro-choice. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Gun rights, because everyone think liberals is always trying to
Two
take
A.
away their
Two A.
guns.
Two A. Yeah.
Yeah, pew pews. I'm sorry.
Two A is good. Yeah. Pew pew's 2A.
What's another one I had thought about?
I didn't even
Shoot.
I didn't even think about these that you coming. You got some. I mean, she lost for a lot of reasons. Damn.
You know, for a lot of reasons. I mean, what the transgender, where
I said that. Yeah, I
with the
had that in
bathroom,
my.
with the bathrooms and being in school and all of that stuff. And then you got uh, with Tim Walsh. She chose him as a running mate when Minnesota had that issue with BLM.
Tampons.
No, yeah, well, he said that, but mostly they didn't like what happened with that BLM riot that happened in Minnesota.
To me, that's fucking racism. I'll tell you right off the bat, and I agree with you. Any affiliation to BLM is going to hurt a candidate to some degree because even with Obama saying that Trayvon Martin could be his only son, but to me, that's racism, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
There is not one single person or group in this country's history that has fought on behalf of civil rights that people didn't hate. Starting with Martin Luther King on up. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, all of them are race baiters. They said the same shit about Martin Luther King. They said the same shit about Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson. They're saying the same shit about BLM. The same thing about Colin Kaepernick, LeBron James. The fact is, they don't like
Malcolm
what you,
X.
they don't like
Malcolm
what
X.
you. Hold on, well, Malcolm X too. They don't like what you are fighting for. So they're going to find reasons to demonize you. There's not been one single civil rights leader in this country's history that people said while he was doing it, you're doing the right thing. Every one of them was doing the wrong thing while they were doing it.
I go way back farther. Medgar Evers.
All of them. All of them.
You know, so it's just so many people. It's like trying. It's like we trying to. We can sit here and screaming from the highest mountain how white people have treated us, black folks in general. But not just blacks. But what about the Native Indians when they took this country away from these folks? And then but also think about how did they treat the Indians when they basically would run them away from where they was living. You notice how the Indians have migrated all over, right? But then they sent the Union Army after them and killed thousands and thousands of them. That's why Geronimo was the way he was.
I mean, and I don't want to get too deep into that. Yeah, I don't want to get too deep in that, but I do agree.
We was treated as slaves.
Yeah, I don't want to. Okay,
but the Indians.
I get it. I get your point. I mean, at the end of the day, we know that America has a history of mistreating a whole lot of people, and it's.
And then you hear that what was that King guy when he was saying when was
America great?
America great?
Yeah.
Right. So, and then I heard you say something to someone about how they want. I think it was King, where they want to take away our history, but they want to bring the Bible into the schools. See, a white person doesn't like to be told. That's why they ego. But
you're stereo. You don't think you're stereotyping all white people? They're not.
No. I don't mean not all. Let me rephrase that. Not every white person ego or the person who you're trying to communicate with, because there's some white folks that we can communicate with and they understand us, right?
I would say this: there's no way in hell we would have ever been free if it was not for white people. Even with Martin Luther King, there were white people marching with him. I mean, you wouldn't have got where you are without. You needed some of them.
But what I'm saying is, there are some, and I'll give you a group. Let's just give out a group, the KKK. Could me and you sit down with a KKK leader and try to?
That ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Try to make our point about how America was so bad back then.
That ain't gonna work.
They would, if anything, we hope we'll make it out of there alive.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. I gotta move it on, but no, that ain't gonna work. Yeah, that ain't gonna work at all. I gotta move it on, no pimping, but no, you ain't sitting down with no leader of the KKK. That ain't happening.
Exactly. But hey, man, pimping is me standing for pimping knowledge, brother. It ain't about that. I'm 53. Been married with my wife for 32 years. I got 2 lovely daughters, 31, 29. I got 3 beautiful, lovely grandchildren. So out there, America, when you see my name pimping, it's pimping me knowledge. It's not that old crazy stuff like that. All right.
All right. I thought I was talking to.
I'm following you. I like your live. I didn't like how one guy was saying how he think you supporting MAGA and all this. No. You basically letting people come up here and speak the truth and speak about what's on their mind.
That is true. Free speech.
And me and you, we didn't even, how you go on some lives and we get to talking and then it goes from screaming and yelling and cursing and all that. And not one time me and you had a different disagreement about nothing. We just basically sitting here trying to communicate.
That's the goal. That's the goal. Hey, anytime, my door's always open to you, man.
All right, man. Be safe. Be out there. Be real. And keep it 100. Keep it going, man.
Roger that. Keep it going, bro. Roger that. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the comment. I wanted to respond to a comment I saw on the YouTube side. Thank you, folks that are responding, because your comments are coming in so much I don't get a chance to see them all. NA Tribes. got actual reparations a long ass time ago. You can still get money if you can prove ancestry to this day. Well, Native American tribes, yeah, you can, but black folks, there's always been a adverse notion to helping out blacks because of that. I think we got affirmative action. That's about the best we could get, and there's been a push in America to get rid of affirmative action from day one. I think the Supreme Court, Trump Supreme Court, got rid of affirmative action, didn't they? But they never wanted to do that. In fact, any recognition, man, I hate to go down the racial path, but any recognition of what happened with African Americans have been met with resistance. Everything from making Martin Luther King's birthday was met with resistance. Biden just passed a law, 2021 was it, to make Juneteenth, the day honoring the end of slavery, a holiday. I did a show on that shit. You will be amazed at how many people called in and said that's a bullshit holiday. Juneteenth, all you're doing is this is a holiday that everybody get off. Even the people that don't fucking like it gets a day off work if your employer gives it to you. Because once again, even the employers don't want to give, just like Martin Luther King Day. A lot of employers don't even want to give you that day off. I don't know. There anything concerning some type of acknowledgement or reparations or addressing what happened to black people, it's always met with resistance. I don't know much more to say than other than that. Like I said, every single civil rights leader in American history has been met with resistance. We all look back now and see Martin Luther King as fighting a good fight. When he was alive and doing that, there's a reason why he got shot in the face. They didn't think that then. Every civil rights leader in U.S. history has been met with resistance. So when people say, well, Black Lives Matter, yeah, it makes sense. What do you think they're going to say? I don't care who you are. If you start talking about, shit in favor of civil rights, to me, because this is one of the things that came up when Colin Kaepernick was taking a knee. I'd be okay with what he's doing, but he's protesting the wrong way. I only came out here to see a game. You can but do it. There is no right way to protest civil rights. I'm going to make that clear to you folks. There is no. If let's say for instance you want to allow a woman to terminate a pregnancy in the 9th month, and you want to go out and protest that to let the people know, I think a woman should have a right to terminate a pregnancy in the 9th month. What's the right way to protest that? There is no fucking right way to protest something people don't agree with. Doesn't matter how you protest it. They're not going to listen to you because they don't agree with you terminating it in the 9th month. Well, that's how civil rights is. There is no right way to protest something people don't agree with. And a large portion of this country that don't agree with what those civil rights, whether it's police misconduct or people who still believe there's some kind of systemic racism, whatever the case may be, whatever the hell they're protesting, there's a large portion of America that don't agree with that. Like what Colin Kaepernick was protesting. And by the way, Colin Kaepernick's been out in the spotlight for, several years now. Just this week, how many of you folks have seen the police beating? I think it's in New York where they had a guy handcuffed in, what was it, was he in the police waiting room or in a hospital or something like that? He's handcuffed on the fucking bed and they beat the shit. He died. He actually lost his life for that. That just happened last week. But when Colin Kaepernick was, protesting police brutality, that don't happen. That stuff ended. That shit just how many of you saw that? I've been trying to find it was in a cell. You said he was in prison. He beat the hell out of that dude. Like multiple people was beating up on a handcuffed man. And then several other people were standing around watching it. Now, the same chick that won that huge judgment against Trump is it Letitia James, her name is? She's the one that's going to go after the cops for doing that. There's no way you can protest civil rights, racism, whatever you want to call it, or LGBT rights, or even police misconduct. There's no right way to protest that stuff. There's just too many Americans that do not believe it's happening or refuse to acknowledge it's happening. If you go out and protest police misconduct, you're going to face a lot of resistance because there's a lot of people that don't believe it or won't accept your protest. There is no right way to do it. No matter what you do, somebody's going to say you're doing it the wrong way, or they're going to find something else about you in your life to criticize. Like with Black Lives Matter, it suddenly became the money that there is, well, let's go after them for how they're misappropriating the funding. Knowing damn well the average person out in the street yelling Black Lives Matter ain't donated shit. There's no money coming from these people. Let me go back to the box though. I didn't want to go too far down that road, but he took me with that comment. No, we don't have to respect Trump as president. Well, what about the office? What about respecting the office? What about respecting the office? Not calling yourself the handsome liberal. All lies. LA. What does that say? LA Global, whatever. Okay, you don't think I'm handsome? Fair enough. How about the ugly ass liberal? Would that make you happy? Let me go back to the cops shouldn't have immunity. No, I don't know why Trump promised to do that. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, but it was enough to scare me away from Trump that he did promise to get cops immunity from prosecution. I don't know why he even said that, but he did say it. Continuing on, one of my subscribers in the box, Alan. Good evening, Al. Welcome to the program. Tap the screen, folks. Get me on up to 40,000. I know I'm asking a bit much. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Alan, good
Hey,
evening.
Tim. Good evening. Here's the thing, and because I had to just remind somebody, the Civil Rights Act was just passed in 1965,
Right. 4.
and so 64. Sorry. So here's the problem with that. They act like, oh, it was so long ago. It was so long ago. It was so long ago. No, we were just recognized as full Americans and as full human beings by this country in 1964.
Yeah. I
So
say that all the time on the program that out of my entire family tree, me and my brothers are the first in my entire family tree that were born with civil rights from birth. Well, me and my brother was born in '68. So yeah, in my family, I am one of the first people that were born with civil. My mom wasn't even born with civil rights from birth. So I'm
neither
the
was my
first
mother.
one. So it ain't no long time ago.
Right, but they seem to forget that.
I don't think that's the
It's
case. I don't think
no,
that's
no,
the
no,
case,
because
Alan.
Creole lady just said, "Oh, they're going back here." This country has had a hit, like you said. They have historically done this, and just because you're here now and I'm here now, and we're calling it out because it's real. My mother has only had 17, she had 17 years where she was not recognized as a full citizen or was entitled to civil rights. Like, so stop saying the bullshit that you're saying.
I don't think they actually. When people say that, I don't think it's like when people say police. 99% of cops are good. I don't actually think they believe. I think it's just a matter of telling you to shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear about it. I think they realize what you're saying has some truth to it. I just think they don't either care or don't want to hear it. I mean, there's no way in hell people who was telling Martin Luther King that it was unnecessary and what he was doing was going over with. I mean, you don't want your kid living like the people he's fighting for. You don't want this
Right.
happen. I mean, they knew it. They just, it just something they didn't want to admit.
But then they wonder why they get the responses from us that they get because you're
Oh.
gaslighting and you playing with our intelligence, and you wonder why you get the response that you get. You wonder why the oh you people are so angry. You damn right, because have the decency to at least own the bullshit. And if you don't like black people, just say you don't like
How
them.
about
We
this
cool with
response,
that.
though? Okay, well, how about this response? In the comments on YouTube, Richard says 1964 with a host of question marks after. He says, that's 60 years ago. How long do you think you can use that excuse?
And I would challenge him to go and say that. You know what, Tim? I'm not gonna go there. You know why?
I'm just gonna say this. We
Listen.
could have had this conversation in 1994 and not 2004, and people would have still said the same thing he
The same
said. They
thing.
would have been
He would
still
said the
saying it.
same thing in
Yeah, they would have been
1974. He
saying
would
it in
say
1965. You got civil rights now. Shut the fuck up. I mean, that's just the way
exactly,
it would have been.
exactly.
Yeah,
And here's the thing: what they don't seem to realize is every time we see one of these incidents with 13 COs jumping on a man
that's how many
who's
of them it
handcuffed.
was.
I believe it was 13. It
Damn.
was 13. 13 of them jumping on a man who looks like us, and they wonder why we have the response we have. I have an 18-year-old son who we told him, you get your butt home first. You don't argue with the cop. His mother's an attorney. You call your mother immediately. Get her on the phone. You let the cop know that you are calling your attorney. You don't, hey, your job is to get home. They don't have those conversations.
Yeah,
They
you know,
don't.
that's an interesting point. I've talked to a lot of Caucasian folks and people of all races on the program. I have never. I'm assuming there are some white people. I've never heard of a white person tell me that they have a white child and they've had to talk about police. I gotta assume some of them have done it, but I have never heard anybody say that. You do raise an interesting point.
When you have, I mean, think about this, Tim. When my son went out, first time he's going out on his own. Hey, you call me when you get. This is where you going. You call me. This is where you going. You call me. You know
Yeah.
how scary it is when they go out for the first time,
Wow.
and you
Now,
wondering what the heck if they gonna get back to you safe.
but how about this? A penny in the comments says, as long as people keep bringing this stuff up, it'll never go away. Let's just love each other.
That's a great sentiment, Penny. But here's the thing: until we have these hard conversations, until we can actually put it all out on the table, until you allow us to process how we really feel about this, you don't know why we don't. You don't know why we're afraid. You don't know why because you don't want to hear it. You just want the conversation to end because you're uncomfortable.
Mm. I will say this: there has to be some reason why there's a huge disparity of African Americans being involved in controversial incidents with police versus white. Because Trump said, when they shoot white people just as much, and I believe that. But I always say there's a hell of a lot of things the cops can do to you that don't involve you getting shot. They can pin drugs on you. They can beat your ass. You don't have to die. There's a lot of other ways to have a
Tim,
police mistreat you, but there has to be a reason why when you don't see a
because
whole lot of videos. White people
because
white people own cameras just like blacks. We all got them on our phones.
mm-hmm,
White people know
mm-hmm.
how to protest. We've seen what happened in Charlottesville and all, so they do know how to. Why is there so few folks that are white that are seeming to have any issue with the police? I mean, are they getting beat up too, and they just choosing not to film it or complain about it?
No, because here's what happens, Tim. They look at us. They look at black men as monsters. They think that black women giving birth. You know that there's a disparity in
Anesthesia.
the mortality rates with black women giving
Yeah,
birth.
I've heard that.
They don't view us as human. Now that white kid, they unless they know he's poor and don't get unless they know he's poor white trash. Unless they know that if he's poor white trash, they'll do anything to him. They'll treat him like he's us. But
Mm.
if there's a chance that is a middle class, upper middle class, possibly wealthy white kid, they not touching him because they know their badge is on the line.
Well, it's getting to the point where if the person is an upper middle class black person, your badge can be on the line too. I mean, we are getting. I mean, it's not 1950. I don't. I'm not saying it's equal. I'm not saying things are 100% normal, but it is. I mean, we are making serious gains though.
We're making gains, but here's the thing: how many more of us have to die for us to be on the same level?
It would probably help if because we do have an adverse mindset toward police. If more African Americans actually got on the police force, you'd have less of this. Too many people that don't look like you are policing you. When you go to white neighborhoods, there's not a whole bunch of black cops patrolling the neighborhoods. When you go to black neighborhoods, there's a whole lot of
True.
white cops there. If you could get more people that knew you, grew up with you, lived in your neighborhood to patrol, they would be more. They wouldn't have this. I don't give a damn if you die. You live or die mindset. I know this dude. Yeah, he got a drug addiction, but I grew up with Pookie. I grew up with this.
Right.
I hate to use the name Pookie, but you get what I'm saying. So,
Yeah, I know.
so you
We
get
got a
what
lot
I'm
of Pookie in
saying.
the family.
So because like when Obama, everybody hated Obama for saying this, but Obama said Trayvon Martin could be my son as well. That's indicating I can relate to this guy, which is why
Yeah,
some folks will say, well, the courts treat whites better. Well, because the judge can relate to what he's looking at. And that's the
absolutely, Tim.
problem in our area because most of the police
Don't
probably
look
don't
like
even
us.
live in the damn neighborhood. They can't relate
They
to that.
they don't look like us. They don't speak our same language. They're afraid of us. So, Tim, what's the first thing when what do they do? They pull their guns and and,
I
and,
don't
and
know. I
kill
don't know if
us.
I agree. Let me tell you why I got an adverse opinion on that. You would think that females who are weaker, smaller, more docile would be more to fear a black man and pull out a gun. But you notice almost every controversial case there is, it's almost always a man. You can count on one hand. I know there was a woman that popped a guy in Dallas because she wanted.
No, in Tulsa, Oklahoma too, and that man was doing what he was following.
Yeah, but you get my point though. The overwhelming majority of the cases that are controversial features a guy. It's not. There's a lot of women cops out there. They're not involved in controversial shootings very often.
I think, Tim, we ain't monsters. We're not, and I think that a lot of this. Tim, look.
I'm just saying, you would think a woman would be quicker to pull the trigger and be fearful. It's dudes, it's not women.
Yeah, but two things. One, I think female cops are probably, and this may sound misogynistic. I don't mean for it to, but I think women
It
are
is
probably
misogynistic.
No. I think women are probably better at de-escalating.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, I think women are probably better at maintaining distance between them and whoever they're trying to get assistance to. Then the other side of it, from the police side of it, if the male officers probably, they know when the females are on and they're getting the call, they're probably more en route to go there and back them up and give them some assistance.
I think it's because even in the thug community, they still have a code where you don't fuck with women. I think that even the criminals are less likely to beat the hell up out of a woman than they are a guy. So I do think that has something to do with it. It is misogyny still.
Yeah. Now to your question about what sunk Kamala's campaign more or less, I think there's a few things that. One, Trump appealed to a large mass of the quote unquote uneducated. He appealed to them he had a simple message. Hey, they taking your job.
Yeah.
You are white and in America, and that brown person is coming here.
No, he said black jobs. He talked to us too. Remember he said
I know. Yeah.
He said vote for he told blacks, what the hell do you have to lose? He was talking to us.
He did. Yeah, okay. He was talking at us, not to us.
Okay.
And then
that depends on how you interpret it.
Okay, granted. But he kept it very simple, very juvenile, and they latched on to it. They had somebody to blame for their situation.
I like that though. You ever heard the phrase "keep it simple, stupid"? Folks suggested that Kamala Harris, being an attorney, speaks in legalese. That shit's too difficult to understand. I mean, maybe his simplicity was actually heartwarming to people.
I'm not saying you asked what's something. I'm just saying this is. And now the other thing is this: the problem with the Democratic Party is everybody gets a seat at the table. Everybody is welcome to come to the table.
That's true.
Here's the problem with that, Tim. When you invite everybody to the table and you give everybody a voice, then you open yourself up to everybody's criticism. And his party, you said this earlier, if you don't get on board with what I'm saying, that too. But if you don't get on board with what I'm saying,
it's exactly that sign, right? If you don't get on board with what I'm saying, fuck your feelings.
75 million people are going to turn on you. Because here's the thing. Everybody who he sat there and vilified, if you go back and look at it, they were respected before he ever came down the escalator.
True. Liz Cheney and Mitt Romney, all of them.
Everything. And 90%, go back and look, Tim, 90% of the things that he said were issues were not real issues to the American people.
I don't know if I agree with that.
No, Tim, listen to this. Nobody was sitting up here thinking about tariff and putting tariffs on Mexico or Canada or any of that.
Well, he didn't say tariffs are an issue. He's doing the tariffs as punishment because the border is an issue. He's doing that as punishment for them to fix the damn border.
They've been negotiating over the border since Ronald Reagan. They've been negotiating and they've been putting in stopgaps and trying to negotiate it. And you get a little here, we get a little there.
Well, and here he comes along and he says, "I'm tired of negotiating. Damn it, it's about time we get a deal done." I mean, that should be a win for Trump, right?
It's not that, Tim. It's not. These are complex issues that he thinks are just simplified, and he can run it like it's a business. Government is not a business. That's why this whole Doge shit is bullshit.
Gotta
I
give
don't
you.
mind you. I don't mind. I do not mind you having efficiency within government. That would be amazing if we could get it. That's why the phrase "good enough for government."
Right.
We all know what that means. But here's the thing: you need to have people who are experts at what government does, because you just go in there cutting shit, you're gonna fuck up some shit. Are you gonna? Let me ask you this, Tim. Are you gonna sit up here? You have a tumor in your brain. Are you gonna go to a goddamn cardiologist, or you gonna go to a neurosurgeon?
I'm gonna look for the neurosurgeon.
Okay, so why the fuck are we got a damn businessman trying to tell us what's efficient in government?
Well,
Man ain't
people are
got
looking at it from
he
the
ain't-
economic standpoint, though. He used to run a bunch of corporations.
you're t-
He's a successful businessman. They want the country ran like a business.
Tim. It's a government. It's not a business.
I'm just telling you the logic behind it.
I get it, but you telling me we don't have subject matter experts on government efficiency and how it should be run? You're
The
telling me
best and
all this,
brightest. He's going to surround himself with the best and brightest, though.
and how has that worked out, Tim?
I got to move up.
Tim,
I'll give you the win on that. I got to move it on, though.
All right, Tim.
All
Have a
right.
good night.
Appreciate it, Al. Thank you. Moving on with the program, I did want to respond to a couple super chats. Oh, my God. Caller is so slow. In regards to what? How? What's making you say my caller is slow? Will G. I do apologize. I saw your message come in. It says Trump. Once again, Will G says Trump ain't shit. He always starts the program up. From now on, every time I hear Will G, when you say that, that'll be the opening Will G. Anytime I see a super chat that says Trump ain't shit, you will hear. But he says, Trump ain't shit. The Department of Government Efficiency team is fuck around and find out, oh, how MAGA is racist. Wait a minute, I don't quite get all of that. Trump ain't shit. I get what you're saying there. But then you says the Department of Government Efficiency team is fuck around and find out, oh, how MAGA is racist. So you're saying the Department of Government Efficiency is going to show us that Trump is racist? You got to elaborate on. I don't get where you're going with that at all. Also continues on and says we actually had several civil rights acts before 1964. Each one got rewritten because it got violated until 1964. Yeah. And then after that, you had a host of discrimination lawsuits and things like that. I mean, it takes a long time to change the hearts and minds of people. You can change a law all you want. If it's in the people to be a certain way, they're just going to be pissed off with the people that gave folks freedom, and they're going to still keep pushing back. Because, I mean, once the Civil Rights Act got passed and African Americans and people of color were supposed to be treated with equality, there was still years before anybody won a Grammy or anybody became a black person became a general. It was still happening. They just, you find ways to keep it under wraps as long as you can. Some discrimination lawsuits were won, but I mean, well into the 80s and 90s, people were still winning huge discrimination lawsuits. I always tell you folks about myself when I used to own property in Chicago and I thought I was doing great and, had 20 tenants or so in several buildings. I didn't see any racism at all until I get a letter in the mail from Fifth Third Bank telling me that you're part of a class action suit. Apparently, Fifth Third was giving people like you a higher interest rate because you look like you. I thought I was doing well. And I didn't know I was being victimized right. And that was in like the early 2000s. So it takes time. It takes time to change hearts and minds. Continuing on, if white people stop doing their bullshit, black people will stop talking about it. I don't think that's totally true. I mean, you got to think. If let's say, for instance, nothing turns on a dime is the point I'm making. Just like I said, the Civil Rights Act does not change hearts and minds. Okay, when you look at how long intolerance, bigotry, so when you look at how long that went on in this country, you're not going to stop doing it. And then the people, okay, it stopped yesterday, so we're no longer going to talk about it. I mean, there's a lot of victims. There's a lot of victims. I mean, even if you look back as far back, somebody mentioned, the Civil Rights Act was 60 years ago. Well, some of them people that marched with Martin Luther King are still alive. How are you going to get them to stop talking about it? Them people were walking around and the sheriff was threatening to have dogs bite them and shit like that when they were 7 or 8 years old, and maybe they're 75 now. You think, I mean, we recognize that if you go serve in Fallujah and the Iraqis are shooting at you, or you go serve in Kabul and the Afghanis are trying to kill, we recognize PTSD. Well, you got to assume there's a hell of a lot of Americans that have that because a lot of them had to take the long way home as well because people were threatening to kill them too. We just don't give them the same credit, you know. But I always say victims of racism and people who serve time in jail, a lot of them have PTSD. Anytime you're in a situation where you're constantly worried about your safety, you're going to have PTSD. We can see it from people we favor, cops, military, but people, you know, like I always bring up the likes of Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. People say all the time that they are race baiters or race hustlers and all this. And I say all the time, maybe they do see race in every damn thing. But once again, I would use a statement. If you served in Fallujah and you always had Iraqis trying to people would understand that if you came home to America and you always saw the bad in people from Iraq, people would understand that. Well, they were trying to kill them. Well, you look at somebody like Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton, where they're race house. You realize how many death threats those dudes received? You realize how many lynchings and wrongful incarcerations they've been at the funerals. I mean, they've seen the worst of white people. I'm not saying that they don't probably have some racism in them, but they have seen more than any of us watching. They have literally seen the worst of white America because that's where they get called to. They're eulogizing funerals, they're showing up at lynching sites, and both of them dudes, Sharpton and Jackson, probably received over 1 million death threats each. What do you think they're gonna do? You think they're gonna be kumbaya type people? I mean, they've been through a lot. I'm not saying that they're perfect now. We can talk about Tawisha Bradley with Al Sharpton is a money hustler. I believe he's kind of corrupt, but that doesn't take away what he's been through. People have talked about taking that guy's life probably for most of his life. And the same with Jesse Jackson. So what do you expect him to be? You expect him to be, post-racial? Like Morgan Freeman said, stop talking about it. That's like most of their fucking lives. I mean, that's like literally somebody who spent 30, 40 years in the military and you telling them, well, stop talking about it. You're not in the military anymore. Stop talking about it. It's gonna be hard. That's all they know. That's all he's been involved in. Real quick in the comments, we said white people think, oh my God, 400 years ago of oppression. This whole live stream was not about race. This got into race, but it wasn't about this. 400 years ago, 400 years of oppression and intimidation, and wow, wait a minute, 400 years of oppression and intimidation, and while everything after 1964 and the election of a black president of the United States is supposed to fix everything. No, it's like I said, it takes time. I mean, you can't do something for 400 years one way, stop doing it, and expect people to all just adhere to the new way. I've always said people like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, they got to die off. I mean, you're not going to stop somebody like that, considering what they've been through. They're just not going to stop talking about it. They just got to die off. I often use my grandfather as a perfect example. He served in World War II. He died in 1999. So that's clearly, 50 years after the war ended. He still hated the Japanese. He still hated the Japanese until his very dying day. You're not gonna make him love Japanese people because he was fighting them in war. I mean, Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton basically fought against the white race. I mean, that's really what it is. That's really what it was. I mean, they fought against a large portion of the white race. They just got to die off. You're not going to stop them from talking about that. They've seen too much. Looking in the comments, if you want terrorists to actually punish another country, you need to report terrorists, but Trump isn't doing that. I don't think Trump intends to impose tariffs. I think what Trump is doing is using it as a bluff. And I think that Trump has a really good chance of being very successful at some of these bluffs. We've seen what happened when he bluffed to get out of NATO. It actually got those countries to step up and actually beef up their defense budget. He talked about imposing tariffs on Mexico and Canada. He's not even president yet, and they are moving. We don't know if they're going to do 100% of what he's asking, but they're certainly talking about it. Both Mexico is talking about putting military on their border, and Canada has talked about increasing their budget to secure their border. All based on his bluff. I don't think he's going to need to impose tariffs. I think he and MAGA will get to celebrate the fact that Trump's bluff got those countries to do it. Not to mention, Trump also is going to send military to protect the border as well. I really do believe you're going to see a serious drop in immigrants coming in this country under Trump. He promised it, and I think that is a promise he will deliver on. I don't know to what level, to what extent, but it's going to be a lot better than what you've seen under Biden. That's one of his promises I do believe that will be kept. So I think the bluffing is working. Now, the green bluffing on Greenland, I don't think nothing's going to happen out of that. The Panama Canal also, I think, will possibly be a win for Trump because he's not threatening to take the canal, just like he's not threatening to impose, but he's threatening to do it. But he's not, I don't think he's intending to take the Panama Canal any more than I think he intends to impose tariffs. What he wants is the bluff to make them act the way he wants them to act. And he's just like he's threatening the tariffs to get them to protect their border, he's threatening Panama to get them to lower the cost of US ships going through the Panama Canal. I think they're going to do it. I think that as opposed to even, remotely going up against the United States with a guy like Trump and Trump with 4 more years under his belt, he could do a whole lot of damage in 4 years. I think they'll just come up with a way to reduce the cost of shipping through Panama, like what Trump is asking them to do. I don't think he'll end up having to take Panama at all. The Greenland thing, I don't know where the fuck that's coming from. But I do believe that he will get his wish on Panama, Canada, and Mexico. Now, the Panama Canal, if they do reduce the cost of shipping through that canal, the cost of whatever the shipping or whatever they call it, the cost of passage to go through, that could translate to lower prices on goods and services because you got to assume whatever they're paying to go through that, they pass that cost on to the customer that's having that item shipped through there. So I do see those as areas where Trump could have some victories. I do believe they could. Now, it could also translate to really bad relationships with these countries. Nobody like to be threatened, but I do believe that as opposed to going up against Trump and having him threaten to ruin your economy and shit like that, I think he's going to get some success out of it. We'll see. Real quick, continuing on with the program, I do want to respond to a super chat. Ed G. So by your logic, you're saying since the 13% commit. Okay, and this is where I disagree with this, but I'll read your comment here. You said so by my logic, since the 13%, that's black people, since the 13% commit 50% of violent crimes, cops treating them a certain way is just PTSD and you should have sympathy for them. I don't believe that 13% commit 50% of the violent crimes. I think the 13% are considerably more heavily policed. So you're going to catch them more when they commit violent crimes. I just think that there's a lot more policing that goes on in the black community. Also, because you hear people always say, well, if black people are this or that, why is the prisons, why are there so many more black people in prison? They're only 13% of the population, but there are 50% of them in prison. Because going to prison is not solely based on the crime you commit. I think anybody, regardless of what your race or culture or gender is, I think we all realize your chances of going into prison increase if you have less money. Can't afford a lawyer. Just like somebody on the program stated that, white middle class kids, the police are hesitant to fuck with them because the parents have the resources to hold you accountable. Being poor, regardless of what race you are, increases the likelihood of you getting caught up in the system if you make a mistake. You think a black person that did as much as Robert Downey Jr., Paris Hilton, or Britney Spears, they all got caught with drugs on them. You think a black person that got caught with drugs on them, or even a poor white person that didn't have their money, you think they would have walked away with the same outcome? So, yeah, there's more African Americans in prison. What group in this country represents the largest group of impoverished Americans? It's black people. So, of course, there's going to be more of them in prison than the other groups because many of them other groups are getting fines and probation and bail that they can afford. Think about how many people are behind bars as we speak in county jails all over America simply because they can't come up with the bail money. A lot of those folks will go on to be found innocent or have their charges dropped. but they are sitting in jail right now simply because they don't have the money to bail out. The wealthy people or people with money, they pay bail. And then they're out, they can talk to their lawyers, they can establish a case. You can't do shit when you're behind bars. It's a lot harder. They can limit the phone calls, limit the interaction with your lawyer and all of that shit. People with money can bail out and do shit. So there's all kinds of other factors in play as to why there are more black people in jail. And I'm not taking away all of the violent crime that happened in black communities. I'm not going to disagree that black people do commit a hell of a lot of crime. But I will tell you this, a lot of that shit they in there for, if they had money, they wouldn't be in there for that shit. Because most black people are not in jail for raping or murdering somebody. They're in there for drug offenses. They're in there for dealing or using or carrying or possessing drugs. And if you got money, you don't go to jail for that shit. I just gave you three fucking people. Paris Hilton, Robert, and I think Robert Downey got caught with quite a bit on him. Robert Downey, and there's a host of other celebrities that have been caught with drugs on them. You don't go to jail if you got money. If you took everyone of color that is currently incarcerated and gave them let's say $100,000 at the time of their arrest, I bet you a whole bunch of them would not be in jail. If they had $100,000 in the bank at the time they were arrested, I bet you a whole lot of them people would not have done a single day. Many of them would have had their records clear because they would have been able to hire better counsel and all of that. The story of there's more blacks in jail than whites, and that alone is not enough to come to a conclusion. When you know the whole damn system is tailored to favor folks with money that can hire counsel as opposed to who cannot. So you gotta add a lot more into it than just there's more black people in jail. There's more poor people. Yeah, of course. That's like saying, well, there's more poor people that are homeless than wealthy people. Yeah, there's a reason why. So yeah, you got to add more to it than that. And like I said, being heavily policed, the type of punishments handed down, like for instance, if you are white and you take the life of a black person, versus if you are black and you take the life of a white person, the punishments for that is not the same. I can tell you they've done a host of studies. The punishment for that is not the same, even though in both cases you're taking somebody's life. There's a whole lot of reasons. And the more you go into it, the more you have to deny, or I didn't know that, or I don't believe that. But I don't even want to go too deep into it more than that. But I'm just simply saying, just looking at the faces behind bars does not tell you everything. That just doesn't. That would be like looking at America in 1950 and saying that nobody was gay or nobody was trans. Yeah, they were. There's a reason behind that. Looking in the comments, and thank you for the comment there, Ed G. It was a good one. We don't agree, but it was a good one. Appreciate that. Continuing on with the program. I don't know what I just hit there. Them, man, my eyes. Maybe it's late or maybe it's the lights. Themselves, we live in a world without slavery caused by when we live themselves. We live in a world without slavery because of the British. It was down to Africa. It would still be happening. They begged us not to end it. I haven't seen any history of that. You're telling me that the Africans were begging the colonists to keep slavery going. The Africans wanted white people to keep coming to Africa and taking people, and the white people had to be begged not to. Just you believe that? Okay, one of the things I often hear is that people say, "Well, look, you guys sold yourself into slavery." I don't deny that happened. One or two reasons. Obviously, there's a lot of corrupt black leaders and corrupt black prime ministers and leaders in Africa as well. So I do believe that plenty of black people would be willing to sell their own people into slavery just for the purpose of corruption and greed. But the other reason would be you don't really have a chance to say no. I mean, they showed up, they got gunpowder, they got ships and shit. The guy said he wanted 100 people. He said either you bring 100 people to the port, or I'm gonna go get 99 of them, and you gonna be one of them. I mean, that's it. You can either go get me 100 of your people, or I'll send my men to go get 99 of them and we'll take you along with them and make our 100. I'm just trying to put a little bit of diamonds or salt or sugar in your pocket. You can take this sugar or you can, whatever they were trading for money back then. You can take this, give me 100 guys and let us sail out of here. Or you can fight it and I'll go take 99 and your ass as the other one. I mean, it's as simple as, so I do believe that is one or the other, that some of them were corrupt, but I also believe that they wouldn't sail, because you know that the time frame for sailing back then to go from continent to continent was months. It was a perilous, it was a dangerous journey. You think they sailed that distance to come home empty-handed because this dude decided he ain't gonna sell anybody no more? You think they were gonna go home with that? Go back and tell the king, Mastula stuff. He said he's no longer doing that anymore. The king would off with his head. Why the hell would you come back with an answer like that? So they weren't coming home empty-handed. Either you gonna sell me some shit or you gonna be some shit. So I do believe they were selling it, but I don't believe they always had a choice. And then of course I'm going to bring this up. They passed a law under the Bush administration that any American that goes overseas and sexually abuses a child can still be held accountable once you come back to America. Because people would go to Thailand and go to Cambodia and, pay a parent to enjoy themselves sexually with somebody's 12-year-old. Well, under the George W. Bush administration, they will still hold you accountable in America, even though you violated somebody's kid overseas. Why am I bringing that up? Because the point is, even if somebody sells you somebody, you should still know it's wrong to buy them. So pointing out that they sold you in this, that don't excuse your ass. Just because somebody sold you a human being, you knew it was wrong to buy them. That ain't some kind of excuse. People bring that shit up like it's an excuse. Well, they sold you. I don't understand how people who read from the same damn Bible then as we do today thought that shit was okay. Thought that somehow I'm gonna be saved and why would you bring up he sold? You knew when he was selling you somebody. You see the dude that he's about to sell you, or the kid or the girl wearing a chain and shit all around her neck. You think it's okay to buy that because he's selling it to you? You think that absolves you of looking like a piece of shit because he's selling it to you? This is where the George Bush thing comes in. Buying somebody's kid doesn't make you any less wrong because a mother sold it to you. I don't even know why people even bring that up. That doesn't excuse any of that. Brits went to abolish slavery. Nigerian leaders declared war on the Brits because they wanted slavery to continue. Now, my other viewers said the same thing, something about they wanted slavery to continue. And I will say this. That is a testimony, if that is true. I've never heard of this stuff, but that is a testimony to how bad history was taught in this country. The Irish slaves and all of this stuff. When we went to school, that stuff never came up. And I always say this, up to about 1970, maybe as late as 1980, just about all of the history textbooks in America were written and produced by white authors, white publishing companies, period, to about at least the 1970s, if not the 1980s. So you have to, why don't we know all of this stuff? Why wasn't this stuff taught? The Irish slaves, name me a well-known Irish slave, or what day were they officially freed? Did anybody escape? Was anybody you don't hear nothing about that, not even from the fucking Irish. They're out there celebrating their asses off in March to honor St. Patrick's Day, but you were enslaved for decades and you don't say nothing about it? That makes no sense. And it makes no sense why it's not in the history books. So even if what you guys are saying, everything from, Africans selling people into slavery, as he said, the Nigerians wanted it to continue, it makes you ask that question, why did the ancestry in America try so damn hard to do a funky ass job in teaching history? Why don't we know all of this shit? Freedom and all. Why don't we know this? I mean, there's story after story. Anytime you talk about slavery that took place to African Americans or the history of racism, you generally have and I'm just going to say it this way, you generally have white people that will add something to the conversation that never was taught in history. Why is that? You don't hear a damn thing about the Irish slaves if ain't nobody talking about the black slaves first. It's like all lives matter. You'll never hear somebody saying all lives matter unless somebody says black lives matter first. Why wasn't any of this shit in the history books about the Irish slaves? Not one lick of it. Not one, and like I said, it doesn't even come up unless you're talking about black slaves. Just doesn't even come up. So something somewhere along the line looks nefarious in regards to that. We've been slaves from the beginning, says Omar. It says Omageddon? Yeah, Omageddon. Damn. In the 1700s, no one was taking Africa by force. Look at the Zulu. Look at the Zulu beat the Brits in a few battles in 1879 when the Brits had block dropped rifles but lost in the end. Like I said, the problem with all of this stuff is there's so much of a concerted effort to hide various parts of history that you just never know in these conversations. I'm not going to say everything I'm saying is right. I might be wrong on a whole bunch of shit. I'm not going to say any of you viewers are always right or wrong. I'm going to say it as simple as this. None of us really know because we can all agree on one thing. They didn't teach us accurately. America America's history system in this country was taught on American exceptionalism. That was the goal, is to teach you that America is an exceptional country, the best on earth. That was the goal. And if we were going to meet that goal by lying to you, damn it, we would lie. That was the goal from day one, is to paint America as an exceptional country, essentially by any means necessary. Only tell stories that is going to paint America as an exceptional country and resist anything that's going to be adverse to that. Which is why since day one, any outcry about slavery has been met with resistance. Any outcry about racism has been met with resistance. We'll admit that racism existed in America. But every time we admit it, it only can refer to something that happened in the past. Everybody will admit racism was definitely happening during the era of Martin Luther King. But during the era of Martin Luther King, they wasn't admitting it at all. You know why? Because we are an exceptional country. And we cannot go around bragging that we're the best on earth if we have to also admit we have systemic racism and people are being mistreated simply because of who they are. We can't be the best and admit that. So we always have to say it happened in the past. Remember in the 90s, African Americans were complaining about racism then. Remember the whole Rodney King? No, it was in the past though, even back in the 90s. But the minute Biden became president, people had no problem talking about the racism of the 94 crime bill. They weren't admitting it in 94 though. They're totally happy to admit in 2024, 30 years ago, we had a senator that was putting black people in jail. They said the same thing about Kamala Harris. They were totally willing to admit that 30 years ago, they were putting a whole bunch of black folks in jail for things they didn't deserve to go to simply for being black. They're admitting it now. But those same folks in 94 would have denied the fuck out of that stuff. They would have said, no, that shit ended back in the civil rights era. So like I said, we can admit this stuff happens, but it always has to be in the past. Otherwise, we can't go around portraying ourselves as one of the best countries on earth. We have to always paint the picture of we used to do that, but we got over it. And my guess is 20, 30 years from now, people are going to look at the fact that people were saying, everything from George Floyd or the summer of 2020, they're going to be like, 2020 was pretty fucking racist. But right now that it's still current, we can't admit that. Looking in the comments, Will says it may be that Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal all have something to do with Putin. I don't know about that. You said Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal all have something to do with Vladimir Putin. The canal has a block list on Russian ships. And Putin really wants Greenland for its resources. Canada oversees. So you think that the United States is trying to act on behalf of Vladimir Putin? The whole world hates Putin right now. I think Trump doesn't like China. China is buying up a lot of land and territory. They're essentially doing what we used to do, exploiting countries, using their resources to become a superpower. And America doesn't like the competition. And I think that's, and obviously Trump, being a businessman is a lot more, he's gonna be a lot more brutal on that. Just like, you sell shoes and all of a sudden somebody don't put the shoe store across the street. You're gonna be brutal. I think that Trump sees China as competition. I don't know if it's in favor of Vladimir Putin. Like I said, I could be wrong, but the world does not like Putin right now. If America starts doing all of that shit in favor of Vladimir Putin, it could be very interesting among our allies. I mean, if our allies see all of a sudden that Trump is trying to roll back all of the sanctions and stuff that's been imposed on Vladimir Putin, while Vladimir Putin is still attacking people, that could be very interesting. We'll see. I captured the UAP. I don't know what that means, and the government knows. I registered them with. You captured the you talking about those drones? I captured the UAPs, and the government knows. I registered them with Copyright Office and proof we have drones. Oh, so you're saying that those? By the way, I haven't heard that as much anymore. Has anybody, the drones that would appear on the East Coast at night? I haven't heard any stories about that lately. Did they all go away? My opinion on that is that is something to do with America. I do believe that. I don't think it's some terrorism group or anything like that, because most of the outrage is coming from citizens and maybe some low level some politicians, but I do believe that that's something to do. I mean, because right now drone warfare is really the new in thing, and it wouldn't surprise me if they're studying how to use these things over populated areas. So I think it's us. I really do. Because I think the military, you can't have something out here at 8 o'clock at night ready. They keep popping up over the same areas. You can't be ready for this shit. I really think that that's us. Let me go back to the comment section here. Doesn't Trump America owe China approximately a gazillion? That ain't Trump America. America, period, owes China a gazillion dollars. But I always look at our huge debt to China similar to, let's say you go in, you remember those days of having bookies. You gamble with the mob. They'd run a numbers game, or you bet on the sports with them or whatever. Let's say you take a real high odds bet, Tyson versus Buster Douglas. It was a 35-1 payout. Buster Douglas beat Tyson. So let's say you go put out, you feel confident, you put out 10,000 on Buster Douglas and he wins. You got this huge debt that the mob now owes you. If the bookie says I ain't got it to pay you, how you gonna collect? You can't over muscle the muscle. I mean, at the end of the day, he is going to pay you based on the way he thinks he can. You don't have the power to demand he pay you in full. If he says right now I can't pay you in full because I gotta continue my operation, I give you 10% every Saturday or what, ain't nothing you can do about it. He got the whole mob behind him. I'm using that example because if China decided to call their debt due, and the United States said, well, right now you fuck our whole GDP up. We can't pay you. We'll give you 10% every 6 years or every 10 years. What can they do? They're not going to go to war with the United States over it. So it's very similar. So yeah, we do have a huge debt with China, but they'll get it when we give it to them. It's as simple as that. They'll get it when we give it to them. It ain't like they're going to be able to go out and really do a lot to collect it. Because we're their biggest trading partner. So it ain't like they can really impose any serious sanctions on us without hurting themselves. So yeah, we owe you a bunch of money. You'll get it as we can give it to you. I work in a hospital owned and operated by an Indian guy, and he is hiring Indians, nurses, and Africans. Well, tell those Indians and Africans that he's hiring to make sure everything they purchase is on the lease. Because you never know what Trump might do. You may abruptly be sent back to India and Africa. Tell him don't buy anything outright. Make sure you get your car on the lease, move into an apartment, 3-month lease, something like. You never know what Trump may do. Because I feel confident that Trump is not just after illegal immigrants. He says it. I don't have a problem with immigration. Just come here legally. Yeah, you do. Yeah, the Muslim ban was a perfect example of banning folks coming here legally. The Haitian migrants got to go is a perfect example of talking about kicking out people that come here legally. The getting rid of anchor babies is a perfect example of going at the people that are here legally. He is making it clear he has a problem with legal migrants too, while telling you he don't. But if you just listen to what he's saying, it will harm and cause the deportation of people that are here legally as well. Um, did you vote for Trump in 2016 and 20? I didn't vote for Trump. Certainly not in 2024 because he was promising to get police immunity from prosecution. That's going to supersede anything about the economy, any other thing, the border, all of that stuff. You start talking about giving the police immunity in liberal cities, I'm out, as they say on Shark Tank. I'm out. That for me, that right there was a deal breaker. It didn't matter what he said after that. Minute you start talking about giving police immunity from prosecution, I'm good to go on that. That I don't think you lower crime by giving police immunity from prosecution. What I think giving police immunity from prosecution will do is simply switch who the criminals are. Now, you're going to have less citizens committing crime, but you're going to increase the amount of police that are committing crimes. Like the guys beating the hell out of that dude that was an inmate that's floating all around. Those guys would have immunity. So all you're doing is you just switching who the criminals are. Just like stop and frisk. People believe that lowers crime. No, it don't lower crime. It switches who the criminals are. When you violate somebody's civil rights, that's a crime. If you personally broken somebody, if you do any of those things, freedom of speech, unwarranted searches and seizures, you can't just run up and go through somebody's pockets. The police don't have a right to do it for no reason at all. So yeah, you're not lowering crime, you're just switching who the criminals are. Now all of a sudden it's just the police committing all the crimes. There's plenty of societies that have a very low crime rate among the citizens and a whole bunch of corrupt cops that are looking over everybody. They're the criminals. Dale is winning his appeals. Who's Dale? Dale is winning his appeals. Who is Dale? Let me know. Trump says it'd be hard to lower prices and hard to stop Ukraine. Yeah, that sounds like now that he's won the job, he is starting to let people know some of the things I promised you may have been just simply to get in the office. Nothing personal, but I said that shit to get in. I'm not really meaning that. That might not be as easy. I think what he's doing by saying that, he's trying to soften the blow and let people know I may have promised some of this stuff to you and made it sound like it's a lot easier than it's going to be. Modern day Jim Crow police edition. Anytime you increase the police powers, you increase the chances that they may be corrupt. I strongly believe in the phrase, power corrupts. We've seen what happened in various religions and churches. You get a pastor too much power. All of a sudden, they're assaulting people and demanding money and ripping people up. Power corrupts. So when you're talking about giving the police immunity from prosecution, people tried to say, well, he means qualified or whatever. Fact is, he was talking about giving police some way, somehow, more power than they have now. I stand by my statement. Anytime you increase someone's power, you increase their likelihood of being corrupt. It's as simple as that. So once he said that, for me, it was a deal breaker. That killed it. No way has that senile old man pardoned 8,000 people on his own. His staff did it and is getting rich. I believe that. Certainly, the cash for kids got it. Biden pardoned. I don't believe Biden would have pardoned that guy. I do believe that there are people that are giving Biden pardon recommendations, and he's just signing them. I do believe that. And whoever recommended to Biden that he pardons that guy, they need to figure out who that is, because that guy is probably getting some kind of kickback for doing it. Why would you want to pardon some dude who was literally sending kids to jail to profit off of it? I don't think Biden done that or wanted to do it. I think he was probably given a whole batch of people to pardon, and that dude was part of it. I really do agree with that. Julie. I do agree with you on that. My firstborn son was stolen and snatched and switched at birth. That's awful, Omageddon. My firstborn son was stolen and switched at birth. Obama and Trump only pardoned what, 300? Well, we can talk about who, how many, the number of people they pardoned. I don't care if you pardon 10,000 people. If none of them are a cash for kids going to prison guy, your 10,000 may be better than this dude who only pardoned one really bad person. Now, I'm hoping, me personally, I know a lot of you guys may disagree with this, but I'm hoping Biden does pardon. Remember earlier in the program, I was talking about you can't look at the color of people behind bars because the system doesn't lock people up fairly. I hope Biden does pardon a lot of people that are incarcerated for nonviolent drug offenses, particularly marijuana, where we now view that as less harmful than cigarettes. And when I say pardon people for nonviolent drug offenses, I mean even the people that has gotten out that are still paying the price for doing 10 years in prison or having a felony on their record or still owe a ton of restitution. Pardon them too. Pardon him too. I hope he does do that. Remember, he's the guy that's supposed to say, vote for me. Well, he did say, vote for me, you ain't black in the crime bill. I really believe that Biden definitely grew up around a bunch of intolerance and bigotry. I think any guy in Biden's category, just like I always use myself and say that any man my age probably grew up with a little bit of homophobia in it, because that's what we used to do. You throw like a girl, you hit like a pussy. We used to do that all the time. Well, a white man that's Biden's age is going to have some racism in him. And I do believe, at least from what I'm seeing, that Biden intends to go to the pearly gates with a clean slate. I really do believe Biden is trying to make up for his past, pardoning people, appointing black people to jobs. I mean, I really think that he's trying to do that. Now, I know the right is looking at it as DEI hires and all that shit. Fair enough. But I do believe that Biden, knowing that he is in the sunset of his life, and he is obviously a Catholic. He's far more religious than Trump, even though the evangelicals like Trump. Biden is way more religious than Trump. I do believe that he intends to go before his maker and hopefully have a lot of good things on his resume to counteract his earlier life. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do believe that. He can't pardon state offenders, unfortunately. Yeah, but there's a lot of federal ones he can. He can pardon a ton of federal ones. Maybe he can talk to some of the governors and some of the, I don't think he's going to do that, but I was going to say maybe he could talk to some of the governors in liberal states. Trump has already talked about reinstating the death penalty, for instance. That's another thing Biden can say at the pearly gates. I left it up to you, my Lord, to sort it out. I decided not to play you and take human life. I left it up to you. And it's something I never could understand is that the right is pro-life, but they're also pro-death penalty. What's the difference? You believe that a pregnant mom is wrong for why she should take a life, but you believe your reason for taking her life is right. That's really the only difference. No matter what she's going through, you believe her reasoning is wrong and yours is right. I think what this guy did, he deserves to die. You don't believe she should be able to say that at all. I mean, that's really the only difference, is you believe your reason to kill is right and hers is wrong. I don't know how I don't see the pro-life in that. I just don't see the pro-life in that. I think if you believe that we were created by God and the Almighty should be the one to decide who lives and who dies, then you should not be for the death penalty, same way you are against terminating the pregnancy. I don't think you should be able to pick and choose when it's okay to kill people based on whatever. I mean, right now in this country, you gotta take somebody's life to qualify for the death penalty. But people want it to be for violating a child or rape. Back in the day, it used to be for something. I mean, people throughout history have had various reasons. You didn't always have to murder somebody to get executed. Even in the United States, you didn't always have to do it. Wasn't stealing a horse punishable by hanging? Spying, treason, all of that stuff is punishable by death. You don't always have to take somebody's life to get killed. I don't see any difference between that and a woman that's wanting to terminate a pregnancy. You just saying my reason is right and hers is wrong. That ain't pro-life. That's more like pro-choice. I'm choosing my reason to kill. I don't choose her reason. Are you kidding? He is the biggest racist rock. Are you living under? Here's some nice, beautiful criticism. I always enjoy the criticism. I don't block, ban, or censor. Keep that in mind. GF says, "Are you kidding? He is the biggest racist rock. Are you living under going to heaven? That's hilarious, huh?" Friends of the Are You Kidding? Oh, you're talking about somebody in the comments. He is the biggest racist rock. Well, we can talk about Trump allegedly being on Soul Train or having a black girlfriend or helping Jesse Jackson in a campaign and suggest that that says that Trump is not racist. But Biden appointing a black person to the Supreme Court, helping a black man win the presidency, appointing a black woman and helping her try to win the presidency, he don't get no credit for any of that. That doesn't make sense to me. If Biden is a racist, why can't folks saying that Biden is not racist use the same excuses that people who say Trump is not a racist? Why can't he use that stuff? Biden has done a whole bunch of shit for black people, up to the point where you're accusing them of giving black people jobs they don't even deserve. You got a lot of folks on the right state that the only reason Kamala Harris got the gig is because she was a black person or a woman. That's the only reason Biden gave it to her. That ain't what a racist do. Racists don't do that. So I don't understand how a lot of the reasons you're defending Trump as not being intolerant would not work for Biden. I guarantee if somebody called Trump a racist and you could bring up that he appointed a black person to the Supreme Court, you would be using that. But it doesn't work for Biden? I mean, you bringing up that he allegedly was on Soul Train, which is fucking laughable. When you look at Trump doing that modern day dance that looks like he's jacking off two people at the same time, even though he's in his 70s, do you think anybody that ever, and I mean ever, appeared on Soul Train would be dancing like that? Even as an old fucking man. Do you think anybody that ever been on Soul Train would get over and start dancing in that manner? John Travolta, who was in his 70s, right now has a Capital One commercial out where they're playing the Bee Gees, song from his hit movie, Staying Alive, or what was it? What was the movie called back in the day? Dance Fever. He still can dance. He still can dance in his 70s. Hell, even that dude from, what is the guy's name? Singing in the Rain. The guy's like 99 years old. What is that dude's name? Somebody let me know in the comments that dude's name. He's like 99 fucking years old. And I'm singing and he still can fucking dance. And he's 99. So you're gonna tell me that Trump appeared on Soul Train and as he's gotten to be an older man, he's dancing like that now? No, that dude wasn't on Soul Train. That dude was never on Soul Train. You don't dance like that in your old age if you was on Soul Train. What is the name of the guy that I'm thinking about? They used to dance around the light pole. I'm singing in the rain. And he just turned 99 the other day. Somebody let me know in the comments. I'm trying to, not Frank. Frank Sinatra's dead. What is the guy's name? Maybe my audience is not. It ain't Fred Astaire. Can I think of the guy's name? It ain't Gene Kelly. I don't know who it is. He used to have a television show. Maybe it'll come to me. Anyway, let me continue on. What is that? Now I'm wondering, because the guy just turned 99. That Gene Kelly. Who cares if he's been on Soul Train? I agree with you, Denise. Who cares if he's been on Soul Train? But they're bringing it up, trying to use it as an excuse to suggest he's not racist. By the way, he's still alive, the guy I'm thinking of. So when you bring up Bing Crosby and Dean Martin, those folks are dead. This guy's still alive. He just turned 99. Chris Brown. Chris Brown ain't nowhere near 99. Good night, Leroy. Hope you have other things to do than this bullshit, Marissa. Good night, baby. What is that guy's name? But I'm just simply saying, brother, people say that Trump ain't racist. I'm not saying he is racist, but I'm just simply saying the things people use to show that Trump is not racist, they will not use on Biden. A lot of the same things you're giving Trump credit for would apply to Biden as well. Biden is affiliated with the black community and all kinds of shit. You're excluding all of that. Like I said, look at all of the black people he appointed to jobs. Racist people don't do that. He don't fit the bill in 2024 of somebody who's racist. You don't find too many Klan members that you're talking about they gave a person a job because they was black that they didn't deserve. How many white supremacists do that shit? So that don't fit it. That don't fit what's going on. Is it Gene Kelly came up again? Is Gene Kelly the guy's 99 years old? So I know that part. He just turned 99. So I don't. Oh, it is okay. You said it was Gene Kelly? Maybe that name. It don't sound like that's the name. Man, I don't know who it is. It's gonna come to me once I'm gone. Yeah, and if you don't vote for him, you ain't black. Like I said, I don't know. I could show you videos of Trump saying things like that, and you would just dismiss it. Biden gets up there and says, "Vote for me, you ain't black." It means he's racist. Trump said, "If you don't vote for him and you're Jewish, you hate Israel." Well, he actually is telling the truth. I mean, he said the same thing. Essentially, vote for me, you ain't Jewish. And the right just heard it and didn't hear it. I mean, I could bring I've played the clip on the show a bunch of times. He said, "Vote for me, you ain't Jewish." I mean, it's the same thing as vote for me, you ain't black. If you're Jewish and you don't vote for me, it means you. He said you hate your country, you hate Israel, and you hate your religion or something. I mean, some really bad shit. It's the same thing. You never answer you are overlooking my answer. What is your answer, Alita? I'm curious to know now that you told me to look it up. I don't see your answer. There's a lot of people that responded, so Alita, I apologize. I didn't see it, and I still don't see it, even though I'm scrolling back. I don't see it. You'd have to type it again. Looking in the comments though, Donald O'Connor. I don't even know who that is. Anyone here? That girl singing, "I'm gonna show how to make a pound cake." I'm making a pound cake now. Okay, cute. Since I know intra-party politics don't travel to the other side, progressives don't like neo-libs. It's why I don't like Trump. There is some. I mean, intra-party politics. I mean, Nancy Pelosi versus AOC. They don't like each other. There is some intra-party politic conflict. I agree with that. Um, I don't know what just happened there, but I'll keep it moving. Real quick, all this talk about tariffs when Joe Biden left Trump's tariffs in place. A lot of his political jargon. I don't disagree with that. A lot of his political jargon, but I don't think Trump is going to have to impose tariffs. I really think that he's going to be successful in getting what he wants for those tariffs and in getting what he wants by threatening Panama. I think Panama will figure out it will be easier to give Trump what he wants, which is lowering the cost of ships going through the Panama Canal like Trump is wanting, and just pass that cost on to other ships. I would not surprise me if that's what they look. He's threatening all of this shit, and he's saying that he's only doing it because we're charging American ships too much to pass through the Panama Canal. Now, if it depends on how much of a discount Trump is asking for. If it's a small amount or something they can work out, I think they'll just do it. But if it's too great, then that's something different. But obviously, Panama don't want to go to military conflict with the United States. That would be over within probably 24 hours, and we would own the whole fucking canal. So if push comes to shove, they gonna just have to do what he says. I mean, that's it. You ain't got much of a choice. It ain't like many other countries are going to really stand up for Panama with any meat behind it. Nobody's going to impose. Let's say, for instance, China threatened Panama in the same way that we are. You'd have America and the West standing up to defend Panama and threatening to impose all kinds of taxes or not do business with China, the same way they did when Russia went into the Ukraine. Most of West America started not doing business with Russia. That's not going to happen if America goes into countries. I think we could probably even damn near attack Greenland. And for the most part, most countries would still do business with us. So we do have a benefit that a lot. I mean, it is wrong as it's wrong as long as the days are. But we do have a benefit that a lot of other countries don't have. If we went in there and started making threats to Panama, it's not like a lot of other countries are going to stand up and defend Panama. You know, considering what they're going through from us, I don't think many countries would do anything. I think what'll happen is Panama would try to fight to have that discount as low as it can be, and they'll just simply divide that cost up and pass it along to other countries that use the canal. That's my guess. That's my guess. And if any other country thinks that they can also bluff the Panamanians like America did, it won't work because then America will stand up with the Panamanians against those other countries. Do as I say, not as I do. Our shit don't stink. I really think that's how that would work. He don't bluff about the tariffs. Well, what I'm saying is those countries are not going to call his bluff. I don't think Trump's going to ever have to actually impose the tariffs. I think those countries are going to back down, is what I'm saying. You say he don't. Marissa says he don't bluff about the tariffs that truly matter, which is China, our primary trade partner. Those cause huge price increases. China tariffs are the topic, not the over the top pandemic. No, it ain't the China tariffs. It's the ones on Mexico and Canada. Mexico is a huge trading partner as well. So is Canada. And I think that Mexico and Canada are going to simply do what he asked, and he's not going to have to impose the tariffs on them. I don't see him putting no huge tariffs on China either, because that could go south pretty bad as well. I think a lot of that shit is going to be it's going to be decided in his favor. I really believe a lot of that stuff's going to be decided in his favor, and he's going to be bragging about it. Panama is a beautiful country. Leave them alone. That ain't going to happen, Judah. Not under Trump. It ain't going to happen. You think we'll get control of Greenland or make Canada a... I don't think the Greenland thing is going anywhere. I don't think Canada's going to be a state. That ain't going to happen either. I think Canada's going to defend their border, which I don't think there's a major issue with immigrants coming across the northern border at all anyway. I think it's really much ado about nothing with Canada, but I think they will step up their border security, and that'll be the end of that. We're not going to annex Canada and make them the 51st state. Canada's to the left of America too, by the way. So if we make Canada the 51st state, they get 2 liberal senators. That ain't gonna happen. It's Democrat bias. Trump and Biden can both do the same things for black people. Biden would be seen as a hero. Diverse, reclusive Trump would be called a fake race baiter. Depends on who you ask there, Ed, because the right ain't giving Biden any credit. You're saying that if Trump did a bunch of things for black people, he's not going to get the same credit that if Biden did it. Well, it's the exact reverse when you talk to MAGA. MAGA is going to give Trump a lot more credit for doing something for a black person that they would not give Biden. If Trump appointed a black person to the Supreme Court like Biden did, that would be a clear-cut sign that he cannot be racist. Biden did it, and that's not being used as a sign that they're still bringing up, vote for me, you ain't black. Remember? Don't focus on what he says. Pay attention to what he does. Isn't that what we've been using to defend Trump? Ignore the tweets. Pay attention to the actual policies. But here we're going to hold Biden accountable for saying, vote for me or you ain't black, but ignore the fact of all the things he actually did, which is giving jobs to black people in high-level government positions. So I agree with you, but it works in reverse as well. MAGA is not going to get credit to Biden for anything he does for black people. Nothing at all. Even if he ends up pardoning a hell of a lot of African Americans and let them out of prison, they're going to still say that Trump is more favorable to black people. I don't think they're not going to see Biden as more favorable no matter what he does. It's crazy. I got 3 cameras looking at me. And obviously I can see my face on the cameras. I just want to say this real quick. I don't know, for some reason on YouTube vertical, I look cross-eyed as fuck. I don't I don't know why. Every time I see myself on, I don't know, maybe the camera's aiming at me wrong or something. I'm about to go back and look at the footage, but I always look cross-eyed on that one. I'm just telling you that Chinese tariffs from Trump are already in effect and costing consumers in the USA trillions. Well, he's talking about adding more to them, so it's going to cost them even more. And then we'll see. I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to get that much more. Tim, there you go, using their logic against them to show their hypocrisy. Yeah, it is hypocrisy, Alan. It is hypocrisy that the reasons they give Trump credit for to suggest he can't be racist, Biden could do the same shit and it would be meaningless to them. It would. I mean, uh, he's responsible, at least in part, for us having the first black president because he was Obama's running mate. He's certainly responsible for us having the first black female vice president, the first black female Democrat nominee for president, first black female Supreme Court justice. And then there's his Karine St. Pierre, his spokesperson is, I think she's the first black person to do it. I mean, he's appointed black people every damn where. He's even had transgender people on his administration. He's the racist dude, but Trump is the one that loves black people. You gotta really ignore a lot of facts to make that work. Now, maybe neither one of them are racist at this point. Maybe Trump isn't racist. We can talk about it that way. But I'm just going to tell you this: if you look at Biden and you look at Trump for the last, let's just say for the last 10 years, look at what Biden has done over the last 10 years and look at what Trump has done over the last 10 years. If you walk away from that thinking that Biden is a racist and Trump is the guy that loves black people, there must be a whole lot of things that you never heard about. Statements, slogans, tweets, appointments, people hanging around him. I mean, you would have to ignore a whole lot to make that make sense. You'd have to believe he didn't know who David Duke was. He had no clue who Nick Fuentes was. He didn't hear the guy yelling white power in the video he sent out. You know, he made a mistake when he said that black people kill whites. I mean, you would have to ignore a whole lot to make that make sense. Now, I do believe that if you are on the right side of the aisle, you're going to hear over and over again, vote for me, you ain't black. You're not going to hear, Trump tweeted out a white power video. They're not going to play that stuff to you. And unfortunately, a lot of us are in our echo chambers, which is why I like to have a free speech program, because people tend to listen to media that agrees with them. Well, if you listen to media that agrees with you, if you lean left, you're not going to hear a lot of media that is unfavorable to Biden. If you lean right, you're not going to hear a lot of media that's unfavorable to Trump. You don't think that shit is out there, though? If you watch Newsmax, you're just not going to hear a lot of negative Trump stories. You think the guy is 100% positive? You don't think those stories exist? They're not going to talk about that shit. So it does work in your best interest to try to get your hands on as much media as you can. Don't just watch media that you agree with. You lean right so you can't stomach The View. They're too fucking left. You think everything they say on The View is a lie? No, it's not. You think every clip, every video they play on The View, or you think every video they play on The Five, if you lean left, you think everything on Fox News is not? No, some of that stuff is true. So you got to watch media on both sides, and most Americans don't. They watch media that agrees with them. And if you only watch media that agrees with you, you're being lied to. I mean, you hear the right always say the only reason the left don't like Trump is they're being brainwashed by the media. That's the same reason why a hell of a lot of people on the right like Trump. It's because their media is brainwashing them too. So, you got so many people talking about Ray Epps sparked everything off on January 6th, or it was Antifa, because the right-wing media, that stuff is not true. Stuff is not actually accurate. So both sides do it. Trump is our God. I know you being sarcastic. Bro, have you watched The View? I watch The View every day. I watch The Five and outnumber damn near every day. Every day while I'm working, I got it in my ear. In fact, you'll see a lot of my videos I do on social media. I got an earpiece in my ear. A lot of times I'm listening to O'Reilly or Cuomo or some of the people right while every day I listen to right and left wing media. Yeah, I do watch it. I used to love The Five. I actually have been on the set of the five. I don't know if I got the picture in here. I don't want to spend too much time bringing it up, but I've actually been. I used to debate Tom Sullivan and John Gibson when they worked for Fox News Talk. I used to debate them so much they invited me to the Fox News studio. So I've actually been there, and I met the late Alan Combs at the time. He was still the Hannity and Combs show was still on. I met Julia Banderas. I sat at Bill O'Reilly's desk. I've put that video here a bunch of times. I've sat at the five. I've sat on the set at the five. I actually, like I said, I got to. I guess it was back in 2015. But I used to call in and debate with the Fox News host. I've debated with Bill O'Reilly a bunch of times. Limbaugh was hard as hell to get to. You know, you call these shows, they got screeners. The screener wants to hear what you're going to talk about. Rush Limbaugh, their screeners were not interested in adverse opinions. Bill O'Reilly would take my calls. He went off radio in 2009. He went off TV in 17, but Bill O'Reilly's screener would let me through. Bill O'Reilly called me a pinhead at the time because Obama was about to get elected. Yeah, I used to debate all of them though. I used to debate all of them. I've debated Brian Kilmeade on there. Geraldo when he was still with Fox. I've talked to him on there and had a few debates. Now, most of them did not like me though, because I leaned left and I would make points to the point where when I got off air, because you only get a few minutes to talk to him. You're not going to be on there that long. You make a point, but I was good at making points to the point where when I got off, their social media accounts would be going off. Like that guy actually, I lean right, but I really like that guy. That Tim guy that calls in. So they started reaching out to me. So their screeners started keeping, because when you call them, your number pops up on the caller ID. So it got to the point with Tom Sullivan and John Gibson. And John Gibson used to have a show in the slot where the five is at. Before the five came on, Glenn Beck was in that slot. Before Glenn Beck, it was John Gibson. But anyway, John Gibson's show, when they would have a good topic on, I didn't have to call anymore. I didn't have to even listen to Fox News Radio. They would call me. Hey, Tim, we're talking about this. What's your opinion? Because I was actually bringing people. I didn't know it. I mean, but like I said, it was fun. That was back in 2015. But I used to call in there all the time. Anyway, looking in the comments, I wish I could find a picture. I'd show it to you. I'll have it up here one of these days. But I got pictures of me. In fact, the picture of me on the front of my page, where you see me sitting down with a microphone, that's actually taken in the Fox News studios, which it doesn't say anything about Fox News on it, but that picture was even taken there. Democrats must respect Trump, LOL, no. What about respecting the office of president? What about respecting the office of president? That's why I asked that. What about simply respecting the fact that he's president? Modern day Jim Crow police edition, oh, Will. Damn, I hope not. The View is a talk show like Fox and Friends. Nobody should watch any of that. Well, it's a talk show featuring people that have political opinions. In fact, as much as the right criticizes The View, it is exactly the five in reverse. You got five panelists or five hosts. Four of them represent one side of the aisle, and one of them represents the other side. On Fox News, it started out with Bob Beckel, then it was Juan Williams, and they've went through a bunch of Democrats, but it's always been one Democrat on Fox News, the five. Geraldo Rivera used to play the Democrats sometimes because even though he's a Republican, he has a lot of left-leaning views, but it's one Democrat. All the rest of them used to be Kimberly Guilfoyle, Eric Bolling, who's now on Newsmax, I think, or OAN. Eric Bolling, Dana Perino, and who else is there? The person on the far right. Gutfield. Gutfield and Perino started out. So Gutfield, Dana Perino, Eric Bolin used to be in the spot that what is the young guy that started out on Bill O'Reilly's show? I can't think of his name now. The guy in the middle, he started out on Bill O'Reilly as an intern. But anyway, Jesse Waters, he has his own show now. But Jesse Waters is there, and then of course, the liberal is in that fourth slot, and then the slot where Judge Janine Pirro is that used to be Kimberly Guilfoyle before she left the show. But the View is the same thing. You got 4 liberals and 1 conservative. 4 liberals and 1 conservative. And many will say that the 1 conservative is usually really soft. Well, that's the same thing on the 5. The 1 Democrat is a pretty soft ass Democrat. They run all over them. It's the same. The View and the 5 are pretty much the exact same show. And Outnumbered is somewhat close, but I watch them all. Listen, you need to respect liberals. Yeah, not one news organization is independent. No, because it wouldn't be interesting to watch. Nobody, you're not going to have any news organization that's independent because that's the reason why Bill O'Reilly kind of became the king of cable news, because he was the first one to really start doing debates and having opinionated news, and people favored that more. In fact, he is what brought me to Fox News back in the early 2000s, because it was more interesting to watch that than just, you can watch your local TV news. If you know your local ABC, CBS, NBC affiliate in your town, like, Channel 6, ABC or whatever. Just, if you want news that is just straight news without opinion, just watch your local affiliate news. That shit's not that interesting. Those 30-minute news blocks you get at night at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock if you're in Eastern or Pacific time zone, just watch that if you want independent, non-opinionated news. But it's not entertaining. Once O'Reilly came along, news became entertaining. And that's what we have now. Timecast equals truly independent. Timcast. Is that what I'm doing? I get people on my show tell me every damn day, I lean too far to the left or I lean too far to the right. I ain't gonna satisfy none of you motherfuckers, because I believe in free speech. If I hear something that the liberals are criticizing Trump for, when I know damn well they would ignore it from Biden, I'm gonna call it out, which is exactly what I do when I see the right doing that with Trump. Like I just mentioned, Biden appointing a black Supreme Court justice, yet he's racist, knowing damn well if Trump did it, you folks would be using that as an excuse to say he's not racist. I pointed out on both sides. So I don't know what category that would put me in, but many folks suggest you need to pick a side. You need to pick a side. So when folks say, well, there's no independent newscast, well, doesn't sound like you really want one. Sounds like you want people to pick sides. That's why you don't have a lot of independent media. Apparently nobody's going to watch it. Looking in the comments, I want to go back to Jamin Lou. Oh, Lou about to tear me up. Good evening, Lou.
No,
Or
it's
morning,
not Lou,
rather.
bro. I'm using Lou's account.
Oh,
My name is
okay.
Danger. I'm from Hawaii.
Hawaii.
What happened? You had 900. You used to have 900 motherfuckers in your life. What happened to you? How come you only got 90?
I don't know. TikTok doesn't like me. Maybe the people.
Don't blame TikTok. Don't blame TikTok. Blame your BS. Dog.
Okay, so it's my bullshit.
Handsome liberal. Stop with the shit. Come on. You
Okay.
already know you lying like a motherfucker in these lives, nigga.
Give me.
Come on now.
Wait, hold on. I don't block ban or censor it all, but try to avoid using the N word, because the app does do that. So.
Oh no, they don't do it. Only if you call it out, they do it. Don't do that.
Okay, well, don't do it. Okay, hold on. For my sake, because I don't believe that.
That's how I speak.
Okay, but
don't do that.
Okay.
So you gonna censor me?
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me right now that you are going to use the N word?
What N word?
Do you know what the N word even is?
No, what is it?
All right. So in other words, you're not even going to tell the truth then.
No. See, look at that.
You telling me you don't know what the N word is?
Wait. What are you? No. What are you doing right now?
You doing right now? I'm asking you a question. Do you know what the?
You gonna censor me?
I'm asking you a question. Do you know what the N word is?
Do what you do, bro.
All right.
900 to 90.
All right. Like I said, I gotta take somebody out like that. When somebody is using the N word and then trying to claim they don't know what the N word is, what American don't know what the N word is? Now if you watch the program, you'll know I don't censor anybody. It is incredible that he's the first person I've actually cut off at least in a year. But for him to suggest he don't know what the N word is insane. So I was ready for him to tear me another one. I told him you can throw whatever. I just simply said the app we'll censor you if you use the N word. And he started countering with, no, but I say it all the time and they don't censor me. I know that's not true. I know that's absolutely not true. So then when I ask him, well, are you saying you're going to say, well, suddenly he don't know what the N word even is anymore. Then I got to cut you off. I mean, look, you can come in here and be critical any way you want, but when you start just saying some shit like that that makes no sense, you totally understood what the N word was when you responded by saying that's how I talk all the time. But then when I ask you, so are you saying you're going to say it again? You suddenly don't know what the N word is. Whatever. Anyway, let me go. Let me go back to the box. He used the word. Yeah, exactly. He used the word, then said he don't know what it is. Not only did he use the word and say he didn't know what it was, he did respond to what I was talking about, and then he decided not to respond. He drops the N word. I made it clear that the censors can catch you for. I don't block, ban, or censor, but I've had people say that in the program. The whole show went down because TikTok don't allow that. So when I tell him that I don't block, ban, or censor, but if you use that word, it could cause the app to censor you, he says, no, it doesn't. So he clearly knows what I'm talking about. So then I respond with, so are you saying you're going to use the N word no matter what? Suddenly he don't know what the N word is. After just acknowledging what he had to go. Let me look at the comments. 33 Sigs, no offense, but I think he know both himself and political law and ideologies more than you. Okay, well, he didn't know what the N word is, so how much more does he know? When he says what he aligns with more than anything else and explains, I believe him more than you. You believe he don't know what the N word is too? Okay, let me know. Let me know what parts of what he's saying you believe. Okay, just understand that. Uh Eight new, what does that say? Eight new here. Eight new here. How's your day going? Dropped a sub. Appreciate that. That says Joel. Thank you. For you folks that are, this is the first time coming through. I take callers. I don't block, ban, or censor. We are MAGA friendly. Understand that. You'll hear criticism of MAGA. You'll hear criticism of the liberals. We are not an echo chamber. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone unless they get outrageous. My last caller was the first one. I think that's the first person I've dropped in 2024. I think he's the first person in 2024. We've been on here for 3 years. I haven't even dropped 5 people the whole time. But hey, listen, he couldn't even say something as simple as, no, I won't use the N word no more. Okay, fair enough. Dude, you're in a coat and you don't even know it. Sad. Ozzy, elaborate. Tell me why you think I'm in a coat if you're talking to me. Going back to the comment box, who is that? Michael. Good evening, Michael. Welcome to the program. He read the word, said he didn't. Yeah. Mike.
What's up, man? I just joined, so I don't know what. I just heard the back end of that shit, so I don't know what was going on. You got somebody out here calling you the N word?
Well, he wasn't well, yeah, he did call, but he called it, he called me the N-word, true enough. He was being critical, but he just like any black man, N-word, you crazy or something. I mean, I didn't take it as an insult. I just told him that, and I don't know I don't know what his back. I don't know if he's Hispanic, black. I don't know what the hell he is. But anyway, I don't care. But I let him know I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. But the app will take you down for using the N word. The app is that is one of the words that triggers it. So
Did he hit you with the ER? Was it the ER? He hit you with the ER?
I don't think the app separates the A versus the E. I think they hear it.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say the app. I said, well, did he hit you with the hard ER?
I don't even know. Like I said, I wouldn't even listen to that deep. I just heard the word, and I don't want to lose the whole damn program. So I told him, the show will take you down. And his response was, no, it won't. I do it all the time, and I talk like that. So he's basically telling me I'm going to say it no matter what. So then I asked him, I said, so are you saying you're going to keep using the N-word no matter what? Then suddenly, I don't know, what is the N-word? He suddenly didn't know what it was.
Cowards.
Yeah.
Hey, so listen, I don't know what your topic was tonight. Did you talk about? Did you talk about? It's like the days of our lives. Did you talk about Elon and Steve Bannon and Laura Loomer going at it? You talk about that?
We talked about that somewhat yesterday. Yeah, we definitely talked about.
That was yesterday. You didn't read. You didn't. You didn't hear nothing about today?
Now, what else came out? I watched
No,
the Colorado Buffaloes lose, so I'm disappointed. But what was it?
man, you didn't hear Elon talking about that. We got to get rid of some of this racist MAGAs. You didn't hear him say that today?
No, really?
It was on X, man.
Ooh,
Yeah, he talking
no.
about getting rid of and Steve Bannon went off on him. Look it up.
Oh my God, I'm
Look it up.
salivating. I'm salivating. That's
Look,
content.
look, look, look. And talking
Ooh.
about fake news in the comments. That shit ain't fake news. Y'all better quit. Y'all better pay attention. So now they
Well,
beefing because they were talking about HB1 visas, right?
right. I know about that part.
Right, right. And so now Vivek is talking about how these HB1 visas and these highly skilled immigrants is what's needed because the American, because we didn't got lazy, and we need to wake up. We need to wake up and get it together. So he used the word wake up. So now
Okay.
we're talking about we need to be woke. Now we're
You
talking
trying to
about woke
stoke
now.
division with that?
Hey, I didn't say it. He said it. Listen, look. Now you know what Johnny said. He heard about that. That's crazy because Johnny don't talk about nothing. He literally Elon told them
They,
to. He said, "I'm gonna fight this with everything in my power."
they about to get rid
Right?
of Elon. About to get his ass kicked. They about to get rid of Elon.
I'm telling you. And yeah,
They
Debo.
about to get rid. They about to get rid of Elon. Elon talking to. Hold on
Marjorie
a
Taylor
second. And I
Greene.
see Lewis says that's what I'm talking about. They're going after each other hard. Yeah, they about to. Elon is over. And thank you, Lewis. Appreciate that. Lewis Jordan says that's what I'm talking about. They're going after each other hard. Now that ain't the liberal stoking division. And I do see articles that are saying what you're talking about. Elon Musk calls some MAGA supporters contemplable fools as jeez.
Yes, yes,
Wow.
yes, yes. See, no, read it again because military tall man is saying he on X now. Don't read it again.
Musk,
Tim, I'm not gonna say nothing.
I'll tell you this. Here's the way I'll tell you. I put in the comments, Elon Musk, MAGA racist. And articles came up dated today. This is true what you're saying. This is happening. I'm looking for the actual tweet or quote that he said though. Those contemplable fools must be removed. Wow. Musk it's you got some water. He said Musk, who has defended foreign-born engineers, agreed with Adams and said those contemplable fools must be removed from the Republican Party. Yeah, he is saying stuff about MAGA.
They need to be rooted
Wow.
out. The racism needs to be rooted out.
Damn. That's content. That's good shit.
Now when I
Jesus.
Tim, you got to read this stuff, man.
Like I said, I love having a free speech forum. I mean, because you come to me, people didn't counsel, people come to me with shit. I like stuff like this.
And then Steve Bannon called him a fraud. Steve Bannon called
So now Bannon and
Elon.
Musk is, oh my God, bless their hearts.
And then Marjorie Taylor Greene, she took Elon's side.
All this happening online?
Yep.
And who did Marjorie Taylor Greene, whose side did she take?
Elon's.
But the money, she taking the side of the money. Anybody? I'm surprised.
Well.
Well, Steve Bannon do got a lot of money though, but damn, you want to fuck with Elon?
So now, yeah, and Elon, Elon is, they own something. This crazy, man.
And this is what I was talking about when I said if you only watch your side of the news, you don't hear. I guarantee the right ain't covering none of that stuff. You watch Fox News, they ain't covering none of that.
And I'm gonna say this, although I'm laughing at the sheer watching them sort of eat each other's face. It's not good, period. But this is what I would expect it to be.
Did Steve Bannon tell Elon Musk to fuck yourself in the face?
No, Elon Musk told him to fuck himself in the face.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, you reading it. Okay, I'm glad you said it so they don't think I'm bullshitting. He told him to fuck himself in the face.
Damn. This is huge. I mean, this shows that somebody got to go early. There's no way
Yep.
if Steve Bannon, if the upper levels of the Trump campaign or Trump administration are fighting this hard this early, they ain't gonna somebody ain't gonna survive 4 years. Somebody gonna have
No,
to
and
step
so
down.
but see, check this out, Tim. This is what I'm talking about. So we got dickhead Dims in the comments saying in propaganda we trust. That's not me saying it. That's not Tim. Tim's just reading what happened. See, this is the problem. You have to pay attention to what's going on. You're right, Debo. It's just starting. And the reason it matters is because if they're infighting now,
Right. It's only
right?
gonna get worse. And see the
It's
thing
only going to get
the
worse.
thing about it is that they all have a microphone. It's like, two comedians on stage. You can't, a lot of times when people are heckling the comedian will go, "You gonna lose because I got the microphone." Ain't nobody losing. Everybody got a
100%.
microphone. They all got their own social media pages and shit. Everybody can speak back. So that's the problem, is both sides got a lot of power. Now here's what I'm reading. This is from Elon Musk on X. This is dated yesterday at 11. No, yeah, but 11:27 at
11:27.
11:22 p.m. So shit, a little bit more than 24 hours ago, Elon Musk said, "The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of HB1." That's the visa. He says, "Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend." And that's aimed at Bannon.
Yes.
Damn, that's nasty.
That's
That's
nasty. And
nasty.
then now Trump waited, and then he came out and he doubled down and he supported Elon on that.
He should be on, what he should do is be on the phone with these folks and telling them we can't be on social media like this. I mean, this
He
should
can't
not be,
control
you
it.
should not be airing this shit on social media.
He can't control it. I told
Apparently
you that
not.
last night. He can't control this. Now, Trump said he started talking about the HB1 visas that he uses, the HB1 visas. Now, who do you, at Mar-a-Lago? Now, who do you think has an HB1 visa for highly skilled immigrants? Trump says he uses his HB1 visa to hire people at Mar-a-Lago as well. So what he's saying is that he uses immigrants as well. But now you're talking about mass deportation and all these things. The hypocrisy of it all is lunacy.
Yeah, he made these strong anti-immigrant comments to win the election, and now he won, and his people want that shit to come through. And he's hired these businessmen who are like, "Well, this would fuck up our businesses." So yeah, it was great for you to promise this to get in office, but now you in office, you can't do this. I mean, we as I see even in the comments on this side, Lewis says this because Elon knows he needs to hire globally for high-tech talent. So he's not actually anti-immigration when it comes down to it. And that makes a good point for the SpaceX and developing of Tesla and some of his high-tech products. He needs access to people around the world. He can't just be only hiring Americans. We don't have enough talent to meet a company like what Elon. And plus Elon's, his companies are going to be global. So that does make sense. But damn, he told him to fuck yourself in the face.
He told Steve Bannon, and he said, "I'm ready to go
To war
on this subject." Right?
Wow, that's huge.
That's
I guess
huge.
we'll be talking about that on
It's
tomorrow's show.
yeah, you sure the hell will. So,
Wow.
and again, at the end of the day, it is just getting started. And I told you last night, Trump, when it comes to this, he's met his match because he can't silence the man.
Nope.
He owns X. He can ban them from his platform if he wanted to.
Wow. The thing about it is, if him and Elon have a falling out, now Elon has already promised to pay for the primaries of folks that voted against the congressional bill. So we already know if Elon doesn't get his way, he gonna throw money around. I mean, he's giving you
100%.
plenty of examples of that. He wanted people to sign that petition. He entered them in a raffle to win $1 million. So we already know, and he got way more money than Trump could ever dream of. Plus, because he is not an elected official, he can still spend his money, whereas Trump can't do that. So
Right,
he would
right.
make the
Well,
worst enemy. I think Elon Musk is in a position where Trump cannot afford to have him as an enemy.
he can't. He can't. So he's not going to tell him to shut up. He's. That's why he sided with him. But I see what Gen X said. There's a big difference between legal and illegal immigration, and that's true, Gen X. But the problem you have with that, my man, is Trump has stated, and Steve Miller stated, and Tom Homan have stated that it's just not illegal immigrants, that there will be some people that are legal citizens that will be deported, and they're basically casualties. That's what he said. So even with somebody that has been born here and they have a parent or somebody that's being deported, he said we don't want to separate families; they can all go.
Yeah,
that's what they said.
I mean,
So,
not
so
only
you
that,
can't-
but Trump talked about the Haitian migrants in Springfield got to go. They're here legally as well. We know Trump talked about a Muslim ban, in his first term. Trump is going at the legal immigrants too. He said plenty of things that involve kicking out legal immigrants too. So if anybody who believes or anybody who's saying that he only wants to go after illegal immigrants, I think that you're just not listening to what he's saying. I mean, he's making it clear.
100. They don't want to, because if they accept it, then they're accepting the racism. I keep telling you that. If they accept it for what he's saying, that's why we.
But
take
is
out
it
of
racism?
context.
Maybe they just don't like immigrants. Is it racism?
No, it's racism. I'm gonna say it. Just like the guy that called you the N-word, it's racism. We got to call it what it is so we can deal with it, right? Because at the end of the day, Tim, when you say it and you accept it for what it is, and you have to accept what you voted for, and that's what you voted for. I told you a long time ago. You're either ignorant, you're racist, or you will sympathize with it. That's the only, and that's what we're seeing here. Now, the fact that Elon's coming out and saying we need to get that racism out of the MAGA Republican Party, that's what he said.
Let me ask this question. Now, obviously, you lean left, but to my viewers that lean right, my beloved MAGA, as I always say, in a one-word answer, I want you guys to let me know who you would be more likely to favor if it came down to these two gentlemen. Elon Musk versus Bannon. Now, Steve Bannon is well known and highly respected among MAGA long before Elon Musk came along. But Elon Musk did come along with a $250 billion, and that has its weight behind it. But in terms of MAGA, who would you be more likely to favor? Might make America better, things like Elon or Bannon. Who would you be more likely to favor? I want to see in the comments. I see Gen X. I'm surprised, Gen. He says Elon. It looks like most of them are saying Elon. Steve Bannon is, I mean, man, he go way back. He went to jail for Trump. Nobody's showing any love to Steve Bannon, huh? Money Boy says double luck. Wow.
Listen, at the end of the day, we just need to pay attention. You just need to watch it. And again, you asked the other night, is the left trolling? No, man, this is what did everybody think was going to happen? What did everybody think was going to happen? You can't keep giving greedy people power and not expect them to be. What do they say? Absolute power corrupts, right?
Yeah.
Corrupts absolute, and that's what we're seeing. Trump's not going to go against Elon right now.
Yeah. I did a video on that the minute the numbers came in, and I talked about the fact that I think the number said that Elon gave $450 million to Trump's campaign, and I asked that question: do you think he did that because he genuinely wanted to make America great again, or do you believe that he's perhaps expecting something for his money? I don't think there is a thing of something for nothing. I think everything comes at a cost. Somebody give you that kind of money, they want something out of it. And
damn right they do.
yeah, and so this might be the beginning of that. I do believe there's going to be things that Elon Musk wants that are favorable to all of the businesses and companies and technology he has. And he makes it clear those visas are going to stay.
You damn right. You damn right. Look, at the end of the day, they're all, and the one thing that's clear is Trump's loyalty is to Trump. His loyalty is not to Elon. Listen, he's going to play nice with Elon as long as he absolutely has to. But if that MAGA base starts to react to what Elon is saying in a negative way, Trump got a problem on his hands.
What about what Gen X is saying? He says that Elon has a legitimate interest in doing the right thing for America, but Bannon is just about power.
You know what? That I can't. I don't know. And here's why. Here's what I mean by that. Here's what I mean by that. And I have to get the detail on it, so I'm paraphrasing right now. But I know there was a time when Elon was presented with an opportunity to deal with um, to deal with people not eating. It was like a $6 billion proposal that he was presented with to end I'm at a loss for words right now. But at any rate, he didn't take it. Instead, he bought X.
Okay. Well,
So what I'm saying is, I told you the other night, $450 million. You expect something back for that, and what you don't expect is to be silenced.
yeah.
He's not. That's not happening. That's not
Well,
happening.
wasn't he the one that told Walmart and all his advertisers when they were leaving X to fuck themselves too? Didn't he make it clear he didn't even need them?
I believe so.
I remember him saying so, and that's the reason why MAGA loved him, is because he was promoting free speech on his site. And when he started losing advertisers, so they didn't want to be around all of the rhetoric that's now on X, he said fuck them. I mean, he said something similar to them as well, and he got a lot of applause from MAGA for saying it. But now that people realize, well, you don't took him in your house, if he don't like what you cook for dinner, he may say fuck you too, and that's what's happening.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Now
That's what he's saying.
here's what I'm reading for Steve Bennett. Someone please notify Child Protective Services. Need to do a wellness check on this toddler, and that's Bennett referring to Elon Musk. And that's obviously what led Elon Musk to say, "Go fuck yourself in the face." So they are fighting on social media.
So, and here's the thing. And honestly, Trump is right where he's supposed to be, right in the middle of this bullshit, because he's done shit to help. He's done shit to help Steve Bannon.
Yep.
And we all know that Steve Bannon has ties to white supremacy. We all know that. That is not new. So does Stephen Miller. So where does Trump land on this? Where does Trump land? He already took Elon's side. I don't know if you saw his post. He already took Elon's side about HB1 visas and that we do need that and blah, blah, blah. But that's not the message he said on his campaign.
But see, here's the issue. Well, I agree and disagree, because you got most of MAGA saying that we're not against immigrants. We're just against folks who do not come here legally. Well, it's time to put up or shut up. If you don't have any issue with folks coming here legally, the visas are legal. So if you actually meant what you was fucking saying, then you shouldn't have any problem with the visas. Those are legal people. If you have problems with the HB1, whatever they call, that means you were lying when you said you don't have an issue with people coming here legal. That would be a perfect example of evidence that shows you actually didn't mean that.
100%. And if you don't have a problem with it, then why you got a problem with the Haitians in Springfield? Because they're here legally.
Yeah.
You don't have to be on an HB1. They're here legally.
Yeah.
But that's not what he said. He said sometimes he was going to revoke the status. They were talking about denaturalization, all of that shit. But see, this is what I'm talking about.
And I think the reason I agree with you, and I think the thing is that even though they were saying we don't have a problem with immigrants as long as you come here legally, deep down, most of MAGA knew that was a lie and was expecting to just tell that, but they knew deep down, no, they're gonna get rid of it. Don't worry, they're gonna get rid of it. They're just saying this to the people to ease them. They gonna don't worry. Now that it looks like no, he actually is gonna let them stay. People are pissed because they read between the lines and knew what the actual message was, is that no, we're gonna get rid of all these motherfuckers. But now you got Elon Musk is no, the ones who got a little bit of education, we want them to stay. No, that ain't the message we was getting. We was getting Steve Bannon is arguing because he is saying that he's talking about the message that they were actually getting. What Elon Musk is arguing for, that ain't the message that was going out.
Well, Steve Miller listen, Steve Miller, Tom Homan, they are focused on the message they were putting out there.
Yeah.
And a lot of his supporters are focused on that. How many people have come on your live and said they all need to go? They need them all out. Yeah. We need them all out. 13 million, they need to go. Man, the largest mass deportation in the history of this country.
But I think that all that can still happen. Trump can still be incredibly effective on the border. I mean, at the end of the day, the people with the H1N1 or H1N1 is a disease. What is it? The
Yeah,
HB1, whatever.
HB1.
Yeah, them folks. I don't think most of America have a problem with them. I mean, there's enough criminals and there's enough welfare recipients and people that they just. If he just go after them, he can actually get rid of probably hundreds of thousands of people.
That
You
wasn't
can you
his
can
message, Tim.
huh?
That wasn't his message, Tim. That wasn't what he sold.
Okay, but then
That's not.
let me tell you how you fix that. Then I only got 4 years. I want to secure this country. I want to secure the border. I want to make us great. Right now, there's a hierarchy. Let's get rid of the worst. Once we get rid of them, we'll go out. And you could drag on the worst so that by the time it's time to go, for 4 years is up. So I didn't
Don't
have
we?
time. I mean, whatever the case may be, you can make it seem like you still gonna go after them people too. But right now, we got rapists and murderers to go after. Just play games
Don't
with the
we?
words.
Don't we deport those that have been convicted anyway? You're acting like, well, they're
No,
acting
we
like it's
don't
not.
always do that. No, we don't.
Well, once they've been convicted, they get shit. Once they do their sentence, they get deported out of here.
No, but the problem is, if, in my opinion, if you charged with a major felony and you are not in this country legally, or you in this country on a visa, whatever, they shouldn't let you out of their sight until that is resolved. If you're in this country and you're on a visa, or you're not here and you have no documentation at all, and somebody accuses you of breaking into somebody's house or stealing a car or whatever, you should be held without bail, in my opinion, until you get that solved. I mean, because otherwise, if we let you go, you ain't gonna come back to nobody. You're gonna be on the run. I mean, I don't think they should even let you go. And the problem is, we do, particularly in liberal states, we let people go that has been accused and arrested of felonies. They ain't gonna come back.
Are they being handled by the letter of the law?
They're not even meeting the conditions of the letter of the law when they come here
Again,
illegally.
I'm not. Well, again, that is not. And again, I told you from the beginning, there's this huge manufactured thing about rapists and murderers and all these other countries opening up their prisons. It's again,
I'm not. Yeah, I don't buy any of that. But I do know I
I
do
know you
know
don't. I know you don't.
in liberal cities, they've made it so that the police can't even cooperate with a lot of the federal authorities. So if a person is, if a person is charged with burglary or some felony, they treat them just like they treat you and me, even though they know that person is not even in the country legally. I don't think that person should get the same treatment as you or me. Where you or I might
But
get bond and we can go out and hire a lawyer. This person know they ain't in the country legally. You think they're gonna show up for that court date? So I don't think.
it, I'm gonna say this, and then when you talk about this, you speak about it in terms as if that's his message. You speak
I
about it
get
as
your point.
what
I get your point.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like how many people get on here on this app and repeat that and regurgitate that same thing. All these countries letting all these rapists.
Yeah.
That's not what's
That's
going
not true.
on.
Yeah, that's not
That's
true.
not what's happening. Immigrants aren't creating more crime than American citizens. That's not happening. It's not even close, Tim. It's less than 1%. We know that. So
I've been getting criticized from the right for saying that same thing, that most immigrants are not here to rape and murder, and I think Trump incredibly over exaggerated that. But real quick before you continue, Lewis says that the right has two camps: rich, high tech bros and old fashioned hate votes, and they don't mix well. Now that the vote is over, love to see it. Do you agree with that? That they got two different camps? One is rich, high tech folks, and the other one is racist. Ain't nobody in the middle.
yeah, 100%. They
I
don't.
don't.
Well, listen. Well, we're gonna find out. No, we're gonna find out because both sides double up. You're 100%. They both got used because see, government is not supposed to be run like a business. That's a bad combination.
Yeah, we've been hearing
That's a
that
bad
we've been
combination.
hearing that since Trump came with a picture that he's a successful
Uh,
businessman and we need the country to be ran like a business. I've been against
so
that from the
who
day
is
one
he?
because I said that there's a lot of areas of government. Because if you run a country like a business, businesses operate. What is the number one goal of a business? To make a profit. And I've said from day one that there are a lot of areas of our country that profit margins should not be involved in, such as whether you're incarcerated or not. Nobody should be profiting off of incarceration. I don't think people should be profiting off of whether you live or die. I mean, I think there's too many areas of our society where people are making choices, so oftentimes immoral choices, because they can make money at the back end. So running the country like a business, I'm against that.
Well, yeah, and again, it's like anytime we have these conversations and everything that we're talking about, we've been talking about. You've read quotes from Elon, you've read quotes from Steve Bannon since I jumped on this live. And when you look at some of your comments, there's people, you're losing followers for lying. Whoever
Yeah, I
said
saw that. That's
When-
Chairman Lou
right,
said that.
right. But here's the thing. That's the sad part, because they have believed that nonsense, right? They believe this stuff, and people are looking for that mass deportation. Listen, a lot of people are motivated by hate, Tim. And we know that that's a fact, right? They're not concerned about the impact on these people's families, and they don't give a shit.
Well, their notion is that it's the people's fault that their families are going through that. And they're going to say you should have thought about that before coming in the country illegally.
Well, I'm not even talking about people that are here illegally. I'm talking about people that are here legally, because I told you before, how do you decide on who's here legally or illegally without violating people's Fourth Amendment?
Yeah.
What
Well,
are you gonna do?
I tell you what's going to happen. I had this clip up here earlier because I was asking folks, are they going to can they be counted on to do this? And that is, they had apparently in some towns, I don't remember the town, but there's been flyers like this being put on trees and shit like that. And I'll see if I can bring it up. I don't know if my screen is going to work here, but no, that ain't it. But it's asking you to call and report illegal aliens. But it's got some pretty harsh language below it. I don't know. My computer's acting funny here, but it's saying, okay, here it is. It says report illegal aliens, and below it has a bunch of bullet points. In your neighborhood, at schools, at work, at church, at restaurants. And then below it says there is nowhere to hide. And that is with a exclamation point at the bottom. And under that, there's an 866 number. I think this is a real number. And below that, it has a www.ice.gov address. But apparently they were putting this stuff on like structures in some town. So
Right. So what is their motivation? That's my whole point.
That's hate.
Right. That's hate. That's his message. That's what his message has been. And if anybody says anything different, what you have in your background completely legitimizes his messaging. And now Elon is saying that that's the wrong messaging, and we got to get rid of that fascist of the MAGA.
You know what? That makes Elon look like a damn fool. You didn't hear what these people were talking about? It's kind of late to show up talking about what this stuff is, as we've been discussing. Trump campaigned on it. These people ain't expecting Trump to do no more than what he promised. So Elon Musk coming along and acting like we want people with visas and shit. You ain't been to none of these rallies. What do you think he was talking about?
And now Marjorie Greene Taylor's saying, we need these immigrants. I had a construction business, so I know how important they are. Those visas aren't the highly skilled people that Elon and Vivek are talking about. They're not the same people. So what are we saying here?
Well, the thing about it is Elon Musk is changing hearts and minds, and they know he got that money and the power. That's what that is. That's what that
got to see, man. I appreciate you bringing me up, man. I see you got your robe on tonight and everything. Look at you. Boy,
I only wanted to come in for a minute. I ended up being here for a while. I was only coming in here for a minute, but because I was about to go to bed, and I had somebody telling me that, one of my MAGA viewers, I was talking to her off camera, and she was telling me, you guys need to reach out to Trump and respect the office of president. And I'm like, damn it, I want to get out here and talk to the people. Let me fire my equipment up and ask the folks, should the Democrat Party reach out and work with Trump for the good of this country? And that's where we started.
Man. Well, listen, you let them finish fighting and figuring it out. We ain't got to get in the middle of that shit. Don't be asking, hey, y'all, that's what you wanted? That's what you got.
Roger
You got a
that.
bunch of
I think one of
billionaires
the
getting
most common phrases you're going to hear over the next 4 years is, "That's what y'all voted for."
Yep.
Yeah.
And now Trump's got to make a decision. Is he going to continue to throw this red meat to his base, or is he going to satisfy these billionaires? He can't have both.
Ooh, what a conundrum. All right, Mike. Thank you for
All
cueing
right,
me
brother.
into this shit. Thank you. You come with some gems. You come with some good gems every now and then. Thank you.
I'm just trying to keep it out there.
Appreciate it. Much
All
love.
right, bro.
All right, moving on to the program. Real quick in the comments, please stop repeating liberal media lies. Trump never issued a Muslim ban. It was against countries known to harbor terrorists. In fact, 6 of the top Muslim populated countries weren't even on the list. That's a good point. Let me, and thank you for the super chat. I think we can settle this one pretty quickly, though, because I've talked about it so much on the show, in addition to what I'm talking about today. While I appreciate your support, I vehemently disagree with what you're saying. And I'll run a clip by you, and we can certainly talk about it in any way. I don't want to clear all this other shit out in any way, fashion, or form. We can talk about it, but I do believe what you're saying is not true. Damn, I got so many clips up here that I don't want to get rid of. Okay, let me bring it up here. I'll go ahead and because I'm sure that that's not what happened, and this is why I brought up that Kamala Harris had such an uphill battle because she only had 100 and some odd days to run against a guy like Trump who had been around for a long time. Because a lot of bad things that that Kamala Harris did, like saying she would not do anything different than Biden on The View. If she had a longer time to run, she could have cleared that up. And I'm bringing it up because Trump's Muslim ban did not go the way my guest is saying until he cleaned it up. He didn't originally say that. So, and I'm going to go ahead and let you hear it just to make that point.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Now there's a longer clip of it. Let me see if I can find them because everybody always says, I don't care what you play of Trump, people gonna want to hear, well, the clip ain't long enough. What else did he? I mean, you got to play 2 hours of Trump before people finally say, yeah, maybe he said that. I don't know, but he didn't.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. We have no choice. We have no choice.
Now, the reason why I played that little extra clip there is because my viewers said, please stop repeating liberal media lies. Trump never issued a Muslim ban. It was against countries known to harbor terrorists. In fact, 6 of the top Muslim populated countries weren't even on the list. Did you hear any? Did you hear him name any specific countries there? Did you hear? Just listen to it again. You listen to this and you tell me which countries he's talking about banning.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. We have no choice. We have no.
This is why I said Kamala Harris would have maybe been a better candidate if she had longer than 100 and some days, because we're giving Trump credit, like my viewer is saying, because, well, he only talked about certain countries. Clearly, he ain't talking about certain countries here. He cleared that up later on in future speeches. With Kamala Harris only having 100 days to run, she didn't have time to say something stupid and then clear it up 5 or 6 months later. But when you hear him talking here, he said a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering our country. That's all of them. That's all of them. I don't care if you're from Jordan or Kuwait. That's all of them. I don't care if you attend the Minister or Louis Farrakhan's mosque every weekend. If you're a Muslim, he don't want you here. He clearly said that. But to defend Trump, well, he was only talking about Syria and Yemen. No, he's not doing that. He's talking about all of them. Now, as I said, when it became unpopular to ban people based on an entire religion consisting of over 1 billion people, he cleared it up and started naming countries specifically. But that was, as you see here, that was not the original intent. The original intent was to ban all of them. And you got him on video saying it, so there's no way to deny that. Can you admit that what he says versus what he actually signs in the law are two completely different things? I think that happens with a lot of politicians, GT base. Yeah, but that also means that you can't trust them if that's the case, though. If you're saying admit that what he actually signs in the law versus what he says are two totally different things, then if he's standing before you and he's promising to give you $2 gas, can you really trust him? Maybe the $2 gas turns into $3 gas because you can't really take him at face value is what you're saying. I don't know if that's a good thing. I believe, right or wrong, and you can criticize me as always in the comments. You know I don't block, ban, or censor, but I believe there is absolutely nothing wrong, not a damn thing wrong with taking someone at their word face value. I don't believe that one American, when listening to another American that is obviously very well spoken, you should have to have an interpreter. One of the reasons we elected Trump in this country is he shoots straight from the hip and he calls it as he sees it. So why can't we do the same when listening to him? Why do we have to interpret where he actually meant something else? Or he didn't. When Biden gets up there and says something ridiculous, you don't hear the left talking about it was taken out of context, or you need to hear the whole clip, or he was just telling a joke. Even when he said things like MAGA's garbage, nobody said, well, he's telling a joke or you need to take it out of context. A lot of liberals held Biden accountable for that. I don't know why when Trump says things, you got to make up all of these weird, look, just take the guy at face value. It's okay to occasionally say, listen, I still think he's way better than Biden, but this speech right here, he fucked up. Why not just admit the truth? Why not? Is there anything wrong with doing that? I think look, I don't believe, I believe the border's fucked up. We absolutely need to secure our border. We need to know who is in here. But I don't believe Haitians are eating pets. Is it okay to just call it correctly? Do you have to make up a reason for everything that he says to come true? When Biden got on stage and sounded like he was out of his rabbit ass mind debating Trump, you didn't see a bunch of liberals making excuses for that shit. The liberals started calling for him to step down. They didn't say people were viewing him out of context or he was just joking and deliberately talked off the subject to make people laugh. The liberals called for him to step down. Even though they would tell you right off the bat, I would still vote for him over Trump any day, but now he needs to step down. Why can't you just tell the truth? You don't need, look, if you think Trump, there's a lot of reasons to favor Trump over Biden, a lot of reasons to favor Trump over Kamala Harris. But there is no reason to make up excuses for something you know ain't true. Just be honest with yourself because ain't nobody believing it otherwise. Just come out and say, look, yeah, he exaggerates sometimes. What he's saying right there is bullshit, but I still think he's better than Kamala. But I still would never vote for Biden over him. How about just saying that? I think it would be far more respectable than to start trying to come up with, like when he said to Haitian, people started actually trying to find videos and shit to prove that was actually true. I cannot tell you how many videos I received from people in Cambodia and shit like that. Well, see, they eat cats over. That ain't what he said. He said Springfield. Why are you sending me shit from overseas? Just come out and say that probably ain't true. But I still think he's better at securing our border than Biden. It would have been that simple. Would have been that simple. Anyhow, looking at the comments before we move on. I mean, people just, you don't have to make up. What did the guy say in the movie? You don't have to lie to kick it, Craig, or something like that. I get you favor this guy over what the liberals are putting up. And a lot of times I can see your point. But there is no legitimate reason to try to follow something you know ain't true and make it become true. I did not expect him to fight for it, but he did. All right. People just don't get it. Student debt was paid several times over. The interest rates are way too high. People learn to fact check. All right. I'm 100% behind fact checking, but I don't think in some cases people want to fact check. I think if Trump says something, people actually try to make that true as opposed to fact checking. Which is why I keep saying when he says wild stuff, is there anything wrong with asking? Prove it. Like Trump said that Obama wiretapped his office. The right just bought that. Okay, can you ask him to show some actual evidence? He said that Ted Cruz's dad was responsible for the Kennedy assassination. Is it okay to ask him? Well, could you show us why you're saying that? Is it wrong to ask for that? Do you have to take everything just at face value? I mean, he said some pretty wild stuff. Is there anything wrong? Is that Trump derangement syndrome? If you say, well, sir, could you actually show some evidence of that? Trump is human and can make mistakes like anyone. That's what that is. Okay. He may have said and meant it in the moment, but he was obviously convinced that a ban is he was obviously convinced that a ban to that extent was wrong before he actually put it in action. Could be, but I think the problem is this. Trump has a motto of not apologizing for shit. So if he says something that's wrong and he realizes it's wrong, but because his motto is not to apologize, how are we supposed to know that he realized it was wrong? That's where the problem is that he doesn't follow through with an apology to anything. So, if I, let's say for instance, I'm sitting next to you on a public transportation. I'm 6'6", 300 pounds. I get up and smash on your feet, hurt the hell out of your big toe or some shit like that. And you trying to avoid the inclination to haul off and hit my ass. And I realized I made a mistake and stepped on your foot. But I don't say nothing to you because my motto is not to apologize. What are you supposed to think? This motherfucker tried to step on my foot. This motherfucker actually tried to hurt me. I mean, if you don't apologize, you leave people to bleed, then you're doing it intentionally. So that's where that comes in. What you're talking about is that you're saying he makes mistakes. Like, well, if you don't admit your mistakes, how do we know they're mistakes? And then you got half the Republican Party trying to come up with ways to justify what you're saying and make it sound true. So there's no way to know. Tim wants Sharia law. Anything is better than Trump to him. Draco, I love the sarcasm. Like I said, I don't mind the insults or whatever the hell you're trying to say there, but you're saying that I want Sharia law. I don't know if we've ever even discussed that on this program. I'm not even 100% what Sharia law is. I know it's something that the Arab community does. Is that something that every single Arab country? I don't know enough about that to even counter what you're talking about. All I can say is I know what you're saying. It sounds ridiculous, but I don't think we've ever even brought that up before on the show. God bless the most handsome political pundit on YouTube right here. Trader Todd. Wow. Thank you. Man, maybe it's getting late. What time is it? Maybe it's time I take my ass to bed. I'm getting compliments at this late hour. I know something wrong. I'll play one of my favorites I always talk about since we here riding in the moment. No, maybe I won't play it. I don't want to go too deep into it. It piss off a lot of you folks. What is this? President Biden? That's something different. I got so many clips saved on here, but but like I said, when he talked about banning Muslim countries originally, he didn't say any. He didn't name any country. It was a total. The Supreme Court, by the way, shot him down for doing that. He actually tried to do that. And when he tried to do it, it wasn't specific terrorist countries. He tried to do it on all of them. The Supreme Court, which I don't know if the current Supreme Court we have now would stop him. But that one in 2016, 2017, they stopped him. There was a comment I wanted to respond to. I don't know where it went. Laugh my ass off. You Dems will find any way possible to make a point and disconnect. And the disconnect is obvious. Well, Andrew, I hear you saying that we'll find any way possible to make a point. Now you're saying the Democrats will do that. I just mentioned to you folks trying to legitimize Trump's claim of Haitian migrants eating pets by sending me videos of people in Cambodia and places that want it. So you're saying the liberals are the ones that will try to find any way to make a point. I guess you don't see it coming from the right. But one of the things I try to do on this program, because I know my beloved MAGA, our favorite MAGA on the program. I enjoy talking to MAGA because we have a lot of adverse opinions, but I know MAGA doesn't necessarily find virtually any media that criticizes Trump to be legit. So anytime I make a point, you'll generally see Trump on screen with the words coming out of his mouth. Because I know if I give you any type of quote or anything that comes from MSNBC, CNN, or even Fox sometimes, you're not going to believe it. You're not going to trust it. Most of if you're MAGA, you don't generally trust negative stuff about Trump coming from anyone at all. Anybody say something negative about Trump, the first thought is they got some kind of skin in the game and they're just doing it for themselves. So I don't present anything but words coming right out of Trump's mouth. So this ain't when you say the liberals will find anything to make a point against Trump. If I show you a video of him saying it and you're just finding anything, I'm finding him. If that ain't enough for you, then yeah, you are in the tank, and that's all I can say. Do you really need him to apologize if he genuinely does the right thing when it matters most? GT Base, that's a good question. You said, do I really need Trump? Do people, me or anybody else, do you really need Trump to apologize if he ultimately does the right thing when it matters the most? Well, sometimes apologizing can be the right thing when it matters the most. For instance, Trump sent out a video. I've brought this up before. I'll play it. This is a short video. It's not going to take long to play it. But it's one that, damn, this computer is fucked up. This is one that's in the history books, of course. And I don't know if my computer's gonna let me play, but I'll tell you right off the bat, if you lean right, you probably ain't seen it much. I would just say, because like I said, the right, unless Trump does something that's really, really bad, the right don't generally cover negative information or negative stuff about Trump. You're only going to hear it on the left, and the left does the same thing in reverse, generally about liberals. They don't sit there and play stuff that is going to be critical of the liberals. So when I play a lot of stuff about Trump, my right-wing viewers oftentimes have never heard it before because their side of the aisle don't cover it. But this is a video, once again, that came from Trump's account, came from his Twitter account. This is some years ago, but this falls into the category of what he said. Do you really need Trump to apologize? I don't know why I'm sure many of you folks have seen this because it's been okay. Here we go.
Where's your white hood? Where's your white hood? Gracious. Yeah, you got it. White power. Yeah, there you go. White power. You hear that?
Now that's a video that came right off of Trump's Twitter account. This guy yelling white power at the end of it. Once again, like I said, Trump doesn't apologize. His excuse was he didn't hear the guy yelling white power. Obviously, that's the loudest thing said on the video, damn near. And Trump never explained, then why would you tweet this out? Why would a presidential contender or a president go online and retweet this? What would be the purpose of doing that? If you didn't hear the guy say, then what else is in this video that's worthy of sending out to millions of people? Once again, he did not apologize for it. He said he didn't hear the guy saying it. Tim Scott, I love you, man. Tim Scott, of all people, was the one that begged Trump to take this down off of his site. He had that out there. So when you say, do you really need Trump to apologize if ultimately he does the right thing when it matters most? Sometimes apologizing is indeed what matters most. Obviously, the guy in this video is saying is stoking racism. I mean, that's pretty obvious what he's doing. This is something that you should apologize for. At that time, that is what mattered most. Sometimes the thing that matters most might be your actual apology. You ever get in an argument with your girlfriend? Offer to take her to dinner or offer, and nothing matters. She want to hear that you're sorry for what you got caught doing. That might be the thing that matters most sometimes. And because he doesn't do that, you're left to think then okay, if he tweeted this out and he didn't apologize for it, then how do you know he didn't mean it? So pleasant spamming block. What does that mean? Lotus flower. I'm not MAGA, but 70s we're cools for blacks. I don't know what that means. Can we admit Junior is a cokehead? You talking about Trump Jr., the guy who he's rubbing his gums? You know, they trying to say because he was rubbing it. I don't know if Trump Jr. uses drugs, but I've seen the video of him standing there, Don Jr., where he's rubbing his gums like he's finishing off the last bit of smack. Somebody had my name and something I wanted to respond to. But like I said, the apology, I don't know how far the apology would go, but I know not doing one at all ain't going to get you anywhere. And I see in the comments, Draco says, if he apologized, Tim would pile on even more. So that gives you, so in other words, if I reached out and tried to give you an olive branch, you still would hate me. So I'm going to use that as an excuse not to do a damn thing at all. That ain't going to work. That's like a kid saying, my teacher don't like me. She's going to fail me anyway, so I'm just not going to do homework. Well, then you're guaranteeing the result. You're guaranteeing the result. You're making up an excuse to not do what you didn't want to do anyway. How about you do it and then let that happen and then prove it, where you can then at least say, I tried. Right now, he can't even say I tried. He's going, well, if I had apologized, they were going to hate me anyway. So I took the road of not apologizing at all. That don't make you look great. To me, that sounds like an excuse. That's all I'm saying. That kind of BS means I'm definitely out. Says Signal. All right, we can't win everybody. No one apologizes, Tim. Your feelings don't matter. Well, I get that. That's what we started the live stream off with. That was what did we have on the screen before we had reporting illegal aliens? I think my whole computer needs to be reset, but that's what we had on the screen originally was the whole fuck your feelings thing. Because you're right. Trump doesn't give a damn about your feelings. But the same guy who doesn't give a damn about your feelings is complaining that you don't give him a chance from day one. I don't get that. I should be to treat you like shit, but as long as I'm doing the right thing for the country, you should just let me keep doing it. Is that what I'm hearing? I should just be to do and say whatever the hell. Like the whole purpose of the live stream we started out with was asking, should the Democrats reach out and support Trump and respect the office because he is the president? And then I read the messages Trump has sent out. The message he sent out on Christmas was horrible. I got it in front of me. It's 2 paragraphs, but it's all negative. It's all critical. It's a bunch of insults and stuff. And when he takes office in, how many days is left now? We got 29. So we got, what is it? Today is the 29th. So we got 2 more days in this month. And then the 20th? So we got less than 25 days. Remember the phrase, they never gave Trump a chance from day one? You think they should give him a chance from day 2? I mean, at some point, is it okay if he from the pulpit reach out and try to at least work with the Democrats, or should they just ignore everything he's saying and try to work with him? He's perfect. Wait a minute, he is perfect, or do you mean he's not perfect, GT? You said he's perfect, but how us Trumpers see it is we would rather have a guy who sometimes says the wrong thing but does the right thing than someone who lies to your face but does wrong, also known as a Democrat. LOL. Now, I don't disagree with. Let me now. I think you're kind of repeating what I said though. I made it clear that there are a lot of legitimate reasons to vote for Trump over Biden, depending on your principles and things like that. A lot of legitimate reasons to vote for Trump over Kamala Harris, depending on your principles and things like that. But as I said, there is no reason to make up lies to justify something that Trump said that you know was a lie. As I stated, you can say we need to secure the border. We don't need people in this country. We don't know who the hell they are. But yeah, he was wrong about the Haitian migrant thing. But I'm still going to vote for him because he's much better on the border than Biden. You can tell the truth without defending stuff you know he's saying is a lie. That's the difference. Now, when you say he's perfect, he's not perfect, but to us Trumpers, you say he's not perfect, but how us Trumpers see it is we would rather have a guy who sometimes says the wrong. No, he's not saying the wrong thing. He's lying. He's just making up lies. But you said who sometimes says the wrong thing, but does the right thing. That someone now, by the way, making up lies is not doing the right thing. I think you're picking and choosing to define what's the right thing. Maybe he does the right thing about the economy. But if you're telling people that folks are eating pets, that ain't doing the right thing. You're kind of excusing some of the things he's doing that's wrong. You're just chalking him up in some kind of pseudo irrelevant category. That stuff is wrong. Maybe he's not fucking up on the border, or he's not fucking up on the economy in your eyes. But accusing people of eating dogs and cats when they're not doing it and they're getting bomb threats, that is wrong. That is wrong too. So he is doing some things that are wrong. But you said we would rather have a guy who sometimes says the wrong thing but does the right thing than someone who lies to your face but does wrong, also known as a Democrat. Well, as I just stated with the Haitian, he's lying to your face about that stuff too. That's also lying to your face. We just giving Trump special categories and calling them things we're calling it other things, where if Biden said that, we would say that's a lie. If Biden said that, white people in some town were taking black people's dogs and burning them on crosses or whatever, we wouldn't make up any excuse other than that's a lie. We wouldn't call it anything else. What Trump said is a lie. That's it. It's a lie. It's wrong. He should apologize for it. He should have cleared it up. Never should have came out of his mouth. It's a lie. That's all it is. They ate cats. The Haitians admitted that. Didn't happen. You notice, now when did Trump say that? He said that at the debate with Kamala Harris. Now he had the debate with Biden, the one that Biden did horrible on. He had that debate on June 27th. Biden hung around for about a month. So Biden dropped out around August. And then soon after that, Trump debated Kamala Harris. So Trump debated Kamala Harris, I believe, in the fall. So that's only been a few months ago that he said Haitian migrants are eating people's cats and dogs. And yet the right is saying, if people are eating actual pets, which is a felony, why has it disappeared completely from right-wing conversations? If it was true, why hasn't the right said anything about it? Why did they try to quickly sweep that shit under the rug? If it's so true, that shows you it's not true. It's false. It's hurting Trump's image, and the right is trying to move away from it and say, stop talking. It's only a few months old. We should still be talking about that. If they really are eating people's pets and doing all this heinous, awful shit, it should be all over right-wing news. It's not. They don't want nothing to do with it. They don't want to talk about it at all because it's hurting his image. People know it's a lie, and they would rather get past it, which is a good example of how much it is a lie. You know how awful that is to have a whole group of people in a town eating pets? That story should go on for months. It disappeared almost as quick as he said it because they knew it wasn't true. That's the point I'm making. Real quick in the comments. Hello, Trump didn't say it. He said he saw. He didn't say nothing about he saw it. God, you guys making me work for this shit. I appreciate it, but you making me work for this shit. Let me go ahead and play the fucking clip. He didn't say nothing about he saw it. Jesus Christ. Where is it at? Where the hell is this? He saw it. Let me see if I can find the clip so we can have a little bit of fun with it. Where the hell is it? I got one here is 1 minute and 13 seconds long. I guess that might be what we're looking for. He said, what did you say? He didn't say, what was the comment again? Okay, what did he say? Uh, can you set a sound on TV? Yes, he did watch the debate. What was it? I see somebody said, I don't see where, but he said, hello, Trump didn't say it. He said he saw it on TV, which the news did say. Okay, well, let's hear what he actually said.
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
I just want to clarify here.
He didn't say shit about he saw any damn thing on TV. Once again, this is just like with his other Muslim ban comment. Later on, when it started having so much damn backlash, he decided to clear it up and try to add shit to it. You see him on stage right there. He said it is definitively happening. He said nobody saw it on TV or he heard it third party. He is telling you this is exactly what is going down right now. But once again, because folks realize this shit sucks, then he tried to backlash. Well, no, I actually heard it. Somebody said it on TV. No, you ain't saying that at the debate. You said it's actually happening. And by the way, if people were saying it on TV or something, you have an obligation to prove that before you go out on TV and say some shit like that. There is a reason why people always say allegedly. He didn't throw that in there. Which is why I do believe that the Haitians have a lawsuit in against this stuff because it's inaccurate. And then, of course, the right, in effort to defend Trump, is trying to prove what he said is true, despite all the evidence to the contrary. Finding anybody they can to find one or two people that, yeah, it's happening. Okay, wait, you got somebody that's saying it's happening. Tell them to prove it. I had somebody in the comments just a minute ago. Well, there is a Haitian guy that said people were eating. Okay, well, tell that Haitian guy to prove it. Where's the evidence? He can lie too. You got a white woman in one video on the porch saying it's happening. Ask her, well, where's the evidence? Notice how this whole town, 20,000 migrants, people eating pets and dogs everywhere, and nobody got any evidence of it at all. Not one person can show you any carcass. Nobody want to show you how they process an animal and cook it. No evidence at all. Just a few people saying it's happening. What's next? Sasquatch is walking around? GT Base says it's not a lie. It's not a lie, though. They were eating pets. There are multiple videos from as far back as 2022. I've seen them, as well as the police 911 call recordings. I got to vehemently disagree with you, GT Base. I got to disagree with you for the simple fact that I don't hear any pet owners talking about their animals are missing. I don't hear of any police. Where now you said I've seen them as well as police 911 call recordings. You know what a 911 call recording is? It's somebody picking up the phone, dialing 911 and saying something. It does not mean it's actually happening. You ever heard of swatting? There are 911 calls that say people have a gun when nobody is even there. You ever heard of a Karen? Karens call 911 and say shit all the time. A 911 call is not evidence. You would learn, even in the first day of law school, you would know. I mean, a 911 call says nothing. People lie on 911 calls all damn day. I keep going back to exactly evidence. Where is the evidence of this stuff? Evidence of somebody eating a cat, dog, or a goose, I think, or somebody said, in Springfield, that is a Haitian migrant. Evidence. Very short on that. Very short on that. Where's the evidence of it? I don't want to hear people saying it's happening. You can find people that say that black people are not smart as white people. There's a whole history of America saying that. Evidence. You had people that used to think that black people didn't need anesthesia doing surgery. People will say any damn thing. Evidence. Show me people eating the animals and show me proof it's in Springfield, not in Port-au-Prince, Haiti somewhere. I haven't seen it. And I've had, I don't know, a dozen shows on this shit. I've had MAGA sending me all kinds of videos. Not one has fit the narrative of what Trump is saying. In Springfield, dogs, cats, and ducks or whatever it is. And they're Haitian. Not one video I've seen is definitive proof that the person is a Haitian migrant. It's taking place in Springfield, Ohio, and it involves a cat, dog, or in fact, you should have a video of a cat being eaten, a dog being eaten, and a duck being eaten. 20,000 people? Shouldn't be this fucking hard to get evidence. If that many people are, it shouldn't be this hard. Lewis, the biggest problem with the Democrats is they can't scrape up a better option than Trump. Plus, when I'm gonna need some glasses. I apologize to you on this one, Lewis. Thank you for the super chat, but I got to read it closer. The biggest problem with the Democrats is they can't scrape up a better option than Trump. Plus, when the fucking hell does a campaign add rules that fact checking is off the table? It's like lies are a plan A. I do believe the debates leaned left. I do believe that. I do believe that they were fact checking Trump and not fact checking Kamala. Like when Kamala said all these people died on January 6th. I do believe that that's true on the debate part. But in regards to saying that they can't come up with a better option than Trump, I think they can come up with a decent competitor to Trump, but they got to have enough time. Biden fucked that up by not leaving until August. I mean, Kamala Harris had 107 days. I mean, that's a huge disadvantage. It ain't the Democrats' fault. That's Biden. Biden didn't step down. Now, I guess you could say that they should have, what is it, Article 26 or 26, whatever the amendment is or whatever, you can kick him out of office. Maybe. But Biden should have stepped down. He should never have ran again. That is the number one problem is Biden trying to run when he should have stepped down. That is worse than anything else that happened, is Biden continuing to run past his prime and refusing to admit it. I mean, he looked worse than Mike Tyson out there. Kamala was 100% better, more qualified.
You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of...
He's doing what my viewer just talked about. He shouldn't be doing that. He shouldn't be fact-checking Trump. That's Kamala Harris's job. David Muir, and Trump is criticizing for that. David Muir should not be doing that at a debate. He shouldn't be fact-checking Trump. But like I said, what Trump said is a lie. I'm going to tell you that. What Trump said is a lie. I've been doing these lives. I talk to MAGA. I'm very respectful to MAGA. If they gave me evidence, I would admit it and apologize, because I did the same when I thought Biden was within his faculties and proof showed that he was not. I came on and said, shit, I've been proven wrong. If I saw definitive evidence of what Trump said about Haitian migrants, I would come on here and say that in a heartbeat. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. I've had the right send me everything they can, and none of it is actual evidence. It's, like I said, a white lady on the porch saying it's happening, or a Haitian migrant kind of saying it. Where's the proof? Just show me somebody eating a fucking dog. I don't want to hear these people. They could be lying. Tim, you've been giving them way too many softballs. Mike, sometimes I do that. I get your point now. You come with some good shit, Mike. I'm just going to say that. You're a welcome addition to the program. Thank you. I answered. I said, shut it down. Do not acknowledge the obvious BS. Move on. Play 5 more seconds. The fact checker says it's untrue. Trump says it is. I saw it on the news. But the problem is Trump should have said that before the fact checker corrected him. Period. And he shouldn't be at a debate saying what he saw. You know how much negative shit you see on the news about Trump? Should Kamala Harris go to a debate and start calling Trump a racist or a womanizer because she saw it on if I don't care if you did see it on the news. If you repeat it, you are responsible for that lie. Period. That's the whole. I'm going to play this clip. I didn't want to play it, but it takes a couple minutes. But I'm going to play this clip because it, too, is yet another thing Trump said that was a lie, and he tried to use the excuse, I saw it somewhere else. Isn't he the guy that's known for talking about fake news? Ain't he the guy that says, talks about people getting news from phony sources? You would think he would be the number one dude that would make sure every damn thing he said was fact checked. He's calling everybody else's news fake, yet he's admitting he just repeats shit without even checking it out. That makes him look terrible. But I'll play this because I've played it many other times on the program. This is once again Trump doing exactly that.
Degrees below zero. They go from Syria to Minnesota, not exactly so great. They probably want to be there. You do a safe
Well, it doesn't
zone,
matter what
you
they
do
want.
a free zone.
If you have a safe zone in their own country, they stay there. It doesn't matter what they want. Okay, are you
It's
aware?
a much better idea, and certainly better for us.
Are you aware that the liberal media and the Democratic Party in general trying to paint you as a racist? Are you aware of that?
I think so, but I think people know better than
Okay,
that.
all
I'm
right.
probably the least racist person on earth.
Well, I've known
I
you a
think
long
people
time,
know
and
better than that.
I never saw any racism from you. However, when you tweet out a thing, and this bothered me, I got to tell you, you tweeted out that whites killed by blacks, these were statistics you picked up from somewhere, at a rate of 81%. And that's totally wrong. Whites killed by blacks is 15%. Yet you tweeted it was 81%. Now,
Bill, I didn't tweet. I retweeted somebody that was supposedly an expert.
but you don't
and it
want
was
to be.
also a radio
Why do you
show.
want to be in that zone?
Hey, Bill, am I going to check every statistic? I get millions and millions of people.
You got it. You're a presidential contender. You got to check
millions of people. You know what? Fine. But this came out of radio shows and everything else.
Oh, come on,
All
radio
it was a
shows?
retweet. I didn't say, excuse me. All it was is a retweet. It wasn't from me, and it did. It came out of a radio show and other places because you see all the names.
Look, you know I'm looking out for you, right? You know that? You know I'm looking out for you. I look out for every honest politician. I don't care what party they're in. Don't do this. Don't put your name on stuff like this because it makes the other side, it gives them stuff to tell the ill-informed voter that you're a racist. I mean, you just hand him on the platter.
This was
Now,
a
Bill,
retweet. I'm sure you'll look.
I'll stop it. Bill O'Reilly's a friend of Trump for over 30 years, and even he's telling Bill O'Reilly, like, this shit even concern me that you're sending out. But like I said, he's known for telling people your shit is fake and you got fake news. And here he is admitting, I just resend shit out. I don't even check, it came from radio shows. He really is doing exactly what he's accusing the left of doing. Why wouldn't you check into some of this shit? And you hear Bill O'Reilly tell him, you're a presidential contender. You just can't send shit out. And, like I said, in this particular video, I always bring up this slide here that is just racist as hell. Look, it's got on here that whites killed by blacks, 81%, and Bill O'Reilly told him, no, it's only 15%. So he's saying that if you are a white person and you're the victim of a homicide, there's an 81% chance a black person did it, when the actual reality is only 15%. People kill who they're around. It ain't like, black people are going into white neighborhoods and just murdering all the people wholesale. That's what this makes it sound like. I mean, this, once again, no explanation for why you say, okay, you saw this on radio shows. Is what he said. Okay, so what made you go online and retweet this? What was the goal of this? You just wanted to tell the American people that blacks are killing a bunch of folks? I still don't know why he did that. You just wanted to go on internet and just tell everybody that black people are very dangerous? I mean, to me, when people say he never said nothing that's racist, to me, this right here is probably the closest thing to just flat out racism that I can think of. Why would you do that? And I always say that if I was white and I had no black friends or associates, and I believed what the president said here, that if I get killed, there's an 81% chance that a black person is going to do it. If I don't know anybody black and I see a bunch of black people coming down the street toward me, I'm going to put my hand on my gun or I'm going to walk on the other side of the street. I mean, them motherfuckers is dangerous. If I end up dying, it's going to likely be one of them. I mean, this makes black people look terrible. Terrible. No apology, no explanation for why he sent it out or anything. That ain't, now folks, and folks be responding, well, you liberals be reaching or you liberals are gaslighting. I don't see how playing a clip of Trump talking on TV qualifies as reaching or gaslighting. I mean, his words are so inflammatory that merely playing them back give you Trump derangement syndrome. You can't even play his own words back because it makes you look like you hate him because his words are so damn bad. I don't get that. This is his shit. Motherfucker, like you gaslighting, you making this is him. I can't even play his words back without making it look like I hate him. Cause his words, some of the shit he says is just that bad. I don't know what else to say with that. Like I said, it's a free speech program, but damn, I can't even play him back. Look at it. Like I said, I don't know what to do with that. Play 5 more seconds of the fact checker. Like I said, in regards to the fact checker, I just think that if you're going to say something and 60 million people are watching, because even if the fact checkers are not at a debate, they're watching your debate and they're fact checking everything you say. So anything you get on stage and say at a debate, at the very least, you need to make sure it is not easily fact checked. I mean, every single thing you're saying. If you are a presidential contender at a debate, somebody behind the scenes at multiple media networks are trying to fact check everything you say. There's no reason you should be getting up there talking about Haitian migrants and you haven't had your own people look into that. That should just not even come out of your mouth. And then you're going to try to save face by saying what a news media said it. You've been telling us the media can't be trusted ever since you came down the escalator. But now you're going to just repeat them willy-nilly. Somewhere along the line, it makes you look irresponsible. You can't shake all of that. You've been telling us from day one the media is irresponsible, cannot be trusted, they're full of fake news. But now you want us to forgive you for repeating something that you've told us ahead of time is likely to be fake news. The guy must be paranoid after the attempt on him. That's not going to excuse people from, okay, if you're saying that, okay, Trump had a couple of attempts on his life, and you said he must be paranoid. Maybe, but nobody's going to excuse you for making up lies. I mean, you know how many soldiers come home from Iraq and end up in prison because they committed a crime, got in a bar fight, and really hurt some? Nobody's going to excuse you because you paranoid. You still got to act civilized. You can't just go around doing crazy shit because you paranoid. Nobody else get a pass. He ain't going to get one either. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people who come home from the military and say that they haven't taught us how to turn off this urge, because you have to train a person to be willing to take a life, and they come home and they don't turn it off. I mean, I can give you a fucking movie, Rambo. You seen the movie First Blood? He came home, and nobody cares about the fact that you still paranoid. You gotta act right, or they're gonna incarcerate your ass. I don't know how he gets a pass. You can't just go around lying because you got shot at. I'm just gonna lie on the Haitians because some dude tried to kill me. That ain't you don't get a pass for that. I mean, it's funny though, it's hilarious, but no. You gonna lie on me and say I'm eating dogs and cats because somebody tried to shoot at your ass? Now they trying to shoot at me because of you? Anyhow, folks, that's hilarious, though. Like I said, instead of saying, I would never vote for Kamala Harris or Biden because they don't know what the hell they're doing, instead of just coming out and saying, I think Trump still is a better candidate, people try to make up excuses and justify many things that are unjustifiable. Just come out and look. He's a way better candidate than Kamala. He's a way better candidate than Biden. He says crazy shit, but I'm still come out and say that. Quit trying to defend and legitimize the crazy shit. That's where you lose credibility when you do that. You don't have to. All politicians tell some lies. You don't have to try to make up. You actually make yourself look worse when you tell lies to defend some of this stuff that is really indefensible. Anyhow, the people have spoken. Yeah, they did speak and they voted in Trump. I'm gonna leave that one alone, Irvin. Irvin Ochoa. I don't black man or censor, but try to avoid typing the N-word in the comments, folks. Please try to avoid that. It is not bag peddling. Come on, man. The news reported this before Trump even said it. Am I wrong to suggest that a presidential contender should fact check what he says? Is it? I mean, if you are a presidential contender And part of your claim to fame has been that the media and the news networks cannot be trusted and they all lie. How do you get to say that for 10 years and then try to use the fact that the media lied to you as an excuse for what you said? This is what quit trying to defend the indefensible. This man has been telling us since he came down the escalator that you cannot trust the media. Why is he on TV making it sound like he just said some shit that the media said? You told us you can't trust them. You told us that. You the one that is coined for saying fake news. Yet you gonna say this crazy ass shit. Well, I heard it on the news. Didn't you tell us the news can't be trusted? Make it make sense. make it make sense. Like I said, I voted for Trump because he's better than Kamala, he's better than Biden. Just say that. Quit with the ridiculous excuses that make no sense. You don't have to say all of that. You can just simply say he's better on the border, he's better with the economy. He says crazy shit, but he's better than them 10 days out of 10. So I'm still, that's all you gotta say. You don't have to defend this crazy shit. It makes you look crazy when you do that. It takes away your credibility. Negroes don't know shit about anything, says Brian. I'm assuming that you don't like Negroes or you have a very low opinion of them, Brian. Am I correct? Negroes don't know shit about anything. Didn't I mention earlier that there are people that have said Negroes are not as smart as white people? I think we got one in the comments. Here's one right there. What else? The Democrats fought for 15 years, spent hundreds of thousands and numerous celebrities to pass gun control laws in Delaware, only to have the son of their own president be convicted of it. Yeah, there's I can't argue with that. They did do all of that. He was never better with the economy, says Brian. Well, I think more voters believe that Trump was better on the economy than Biden. You're saying he wasn't, but I always say perception is reality, and the perception is that Trump was better managing the economy than Biden. So there goes that. The only reason Trump won was because he had no choice. The only reason why I think you want to say that the only reason why Trump ran for president maybe is because he won because he was a better candidate. He won because the Democrats made a lot of key mistakes. He won because the economy was not perceived as being favorable there's a lot of reasons why he won. So I don't just give him one reason why he ran. There's a reason why he won the Hispanic vote. He did better with the black male vote, better with the Hispanic women vote, better with the white. He increased his turnout. He did. There's a reason for that. People got to, I don't just chalk it up to it. Biden was not viewed very favorable to a lot of people. So, there's some things in there that may not be true or whatever, but he ran because people think he's a better president. I'm definitely happy about healthy optimism. So a signal, yeah, I don't mind having healthy optimism. But like I said, if you're optimistic that Trump is going to get this country back on track, all you got to do is say that. That doesn't excuse. You don't have to try to justify his lying or try to make his lying turn into reality. If he says a lie, he says a lie. Trump is not always honest by any means at all. But people still like him because of the direction for the country. Just come out and say, I like what he was doing for the country. You don't have to try to make his lies turn into facts. You're not going to be able to do that. I would vote for Candace Owens. I don't hate black women. I hate Harris. Candace Owens don't like black people. I hate to sound like Kanye West talking about George W. Bush, but Candace Owens is very intelligent. She's very successful at what she does. But she literally traffics in black negativity to a predominantly white audience. People have told me I should do that. I've had a lot of folks tell me, if you did something like what Candace Owens or Officer Tatum or the Hodge twins did, you could actually be fairly successful. I believe it. But it ain't me. I mean, there's plenty of black folks killing each other and doing bad shit, but there's also plenty of them that are graduating from college. I got 3 college degrees. She don't talk to people in the black community that are doing positive things. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying she literally looks for the flaws in the African American community and portrays that to a predominantly white audience, to people who want to hear that the African American community is loaded with a bunch of felons and flawed people. And she's very successful with it. I mean, I'm not going to hate on her. She's very successful with it, but she ain't there to make black people look good. She's there to make us look bad. I mean, there are lots of colleges every year that turn out, a class of nothing but straight A students, or, folks that are on honor. She ain't gonna go to that. She want to talk to the dropouts. So she want to talk, talk about people that went to prison. She wants to find the negativity. So it's a lot of folks on the right. She would make a great president. You ain't gonna find nobody Holly Black saying, why do we want somebody in the White House that talks about, well, I guess I would say we may have that. Why do we want somebody in the White House that talks about a large portion of the population in a negative manner? That's what Candace Owens will be. She ain't known for nothing else. Her whole claim to fame is pointing out the flaws of black people. That's what brought. Why would you? Is that all it takes to be president? Find me somebody that's gonna talk about them Negroes. I'm good with that. That's what it sounds like. That's all she does. That's the old George Floyd's death, for instance. While she stated it was wrong at what happened to him, she did a video. The overwhelming majority of that video was talking about every crime George Floyd committed since he committed the very first one back in 2004 or something like that. She went through his whole criminal record. She spent about 5 minutes saying, yeah, what happened to him is wrong, but look at how awful he was. Kind of leading the viewer to think, well, good riddance. He was a bad guy. He got what he deserved. I mean, that's kind of what she did. Candace Owens is just, like I said, that's about as close to anti-black as you can be. If she's talking about black people, it's probably negative. I am white and I am saying racist. Get out of the fucking chat. Hey, look, I'm for free speech. I know there's people in my chats that have a low opinion of African Americans. I get a lot of people that have a low opinion of white people. As long as you can state your point in a civilized fashion, I don't ban them. I get people saying all kinds of shit about me. Why the hell your name is handsome? You're the ugliest guy I've ever seen online. I get it. Fine. We're about free speech here, but I don't want you triggering the censors. So try to avoid using the N-word. That's all I say. Or some, slurs that, the algorithm is programmed to censor your ass out. Try to avoid doing that. Otherwise, we'll tackle what you say. I mean, people can spot homophobes and racists a mile away. You can deny it, but if your comments are, people can see what you're talking about. Candace Owens chats sweet nothings into white fragile males' ears. I can't disagree with that statement. I cannot disagree with that statement. She is singing to the choir. You've heard that phrase before, I'm sure. She is singing to the choir. She is telling people what they want to hear or how they've already felt. She's telling them what they want to hear. If she started talking about folks like myself, I consider I'm educated. I'm officially educated. I don't have a criminal record at all. My criminal record is better than most cops. I have nothing on my rap. You're not going to hear her talking about people like me. You're not going to hear her talking about that. If she did start talking about that shit, she'd probably lose half of her viewership, probably more. She's not going to talk about that. So yeah, her claim to fame is pointing out the negativity in the black community. I didn't know Forrest Whitaker was going political. Damn, it must be time for me to go to bed. My eyes look that fucking bad. I gotta go. I appreciate you guys tuning in. When I start getting called Forrest Whitaker, I know it's time for bed. So I gotta get up for the Sunday shows anyway. Thank you folks for tuning in. Forrest Whitaker, that was funny. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, Monday through Friday. Feel free to follow the program. I want to ask some of you folks to subscribe. But you're one of the hardest working men out here for you folks. I do appreciate you showing your boy some love by doing so. Go ahead and hit that subscription. Follow the program. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. See you tomorrow. Same on my YouTube horizontal. And YouTube, what the hell is this? Jeez, I am getting tired. All right, YouTube